price tag be?
I always thought he was going to. I mean, who else would want him? Not that he's a bad player or a cancer or distraction. I'm just talking about.
I thought that was the list.
This
those
situation right now.
Those were the 3 teams, and once the Knicks won the title, now there's 2 teams.
And why move?
Yes, I thought that was a big factor.
You're
why move?
Settled. You've been there now for a number of years.
Yep.
You like it. You're in the entertainment thing. This seemed like a no-brainer.
So to go somewhere else for a year or 2, yeah.
Yeah, why?
So it looks like they're cutting a deal.
And you're not most likely going to win the title next year anyway.
Right. It would have been entertaining to see him with the Warriors, but that wouldn't move them to a championship tier. Maybe Cleveland.
It'd be the oldest team in history.
Yeah. Longtime Los Angeles Lakers PA announcer Lawrence Tanner, 76 years old, retiring after more than 40 years behind the mic during Laker home games. Karl Malone.
He was there when I was there.
Karl Malone.
I wonder what level of success he'll want his successor to have.
Ha! According to ESPN's Tim McMahon, and confirmed by Ben Anderson, Utah Jazz center Walker Kessler declined a 5-year, $140 million offer from the Jazz. He reportedly wants more than $28 million per year.
And I thought that was understood, that minimum 30 to 35.
Was what he wanted.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But you want 30, you really walk away from 28?
Well, you're not walking away from anything right now.
You're not.
And the market, being a restricted free agent, the market sets itself.
It does.
So you don't really have to worry about it. And that's the thing that, who was it? We were talking about Amick yesterday. The market will determine what he gets, not the Jazz. They determine whether they want to match it or not. So I don't understand I guess I do to an extent, but the hurt feeling type of situation.
That's the question, right?
Because the market is set by everybody in the league.
But there is that, you see me work every day, you should appreciate me, I'm worth this, you should know that. And
but it's a business.
I get it.
I told you.
But nonetheless,
you're trying to get as much from me, and I'm trying to get as little from you. Or give you as little.
But you've been in the workforce for decades now, and you've heard plenty of these stories, and you know that's how people are wired. I mean, you're being very logical right now, which is usually my role, but you're doing it very well, but you know there's emotion in this, and people think they're worth more. Even though everything you say is true.
I think I'm worth more here, but the market is what it is. I mean, am I going to hold it against them?
We've seen it. Well, we don't, but we know other people do. And we have ridden a roller coaster, if people only knew. And we've seen people around us ride the roller coaster, if people only knew.
Yeah.
And some people have handled it pretty well. It's kind of like, well, it is what it is, you know?
Yeah, I don't ride the roller coaster so much with Bonneville. But
no, I'm talking about over the course of 25 years.
I know. I got you. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
And in the process, I'm sucking up.
I can see that also. That's also true.
Full disclosure.
But that's also part of the deal, and you know it. And I'm curious to what degree. How much of this is posturing and how much of this is real?
Well, right now, I want more.
Right. And
sure.
maybe because it's like, I want more, I want to go to market, and maybe he is being very pragmatic about this, and maybe he'll be like...
This little piggy can go to the market and see what he gets. He's a big piggy.
Exactly. He's 7 foot tall, and he's athletic.
He really doesn't have to worry about it. The market will set it itself.
Yep.
And then
so
away
if
you
the
go.
Charlotte Hornets offer him big money like they offered Hayward back in the day, then the Jazz can either match it or not. But they don't want to bid against themselves. And $28 million, that's a pretty healthy number.
Is it? Obviously, they're all going to be healthy.
But didn't you think they'd at least come in at 25?
Yes.
But I did wonder when this is going on. I hadn't, before I'd heard the number, I wondered if they really lowballed him and went 21 or something.
No,
which is still a big pile of money.
No,
I get that.
That's like a $200,000 house and making the offer for $120.
Yeah.
You're wasting your time.
Right. Yeah.
I think that when it comes down to it, and if he goes someplace else, Austin just tells Walker's management team, tell Walker it's business. I always liked him.
Nice. There's always a Godfather line handy.
and then
there
be
it
careful
is.
to get in the car.
Toughest thing about The Godfather is that I watched Barney Miller, so Abe Vigoda was fish.
Well, he slept with them.
He did, yeah, in the end. NBA Finals, most watched since 1998. Average viewership, 20 million people across 5 games. Peaked with 33 million as they clinched it in Game 5.
Because it's the Knicks.
Knicks, I know. Tell me how many people are in the tri-state area, PK.
I see 15, 20.
Not to mention all the New Yorkers that, due to work or
Florida.
whatever, have spread around the country. Yeah, Florida for sure, right? Yeah, I would think if you saw market-by-market numbers, I wouldn't be surprised if there were big
Well,
numbers.
yeah,
in Florida.
I mean, having lived back there and still have a stake in it, Florida's like heaven. Everybody going to Florida? That's assumed. Like here, St. George. You going to St. George?
Right.
Well, there it's millions upon millions. You going to Florida? So, yes, up and down that entire eastern
But
seaboard.
there's a ton of New Yorkers in D.C., and they're everywhere.
Yeah, I've
ton
got
of New Yorkers in L.A.
I've got probably 20 to 25 relatives who've been relocated for unmentioned reasons in New Mexico.
Shot of them walk out in slippers, pick up the newspaper at the end of the driveway.
Oh, God, Goodfellas.
Yeah. Didn't have a Godfather for you. But had
Second
Goodfellas.
best, well, third best movie, mob movie.
Second best is the Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. Yeah, okay. And then Goodfellas.
I kind of count them as one,
Sure, I see. Yeah, I
But-
get it.
but technically
Yeah.
they're not.
So
yeah.
Casino is fourth?
I don't even know if there is a fourth. You can, I haven't. Those are others receiving votes.
Nice. All right, DJ and PK.
#NFL.
He'll clearly be ready in time for training camp. I think he's going to be full by the end of this month, and yet it's good to have him out here in uniform.
That's Sean Payton, Denver Broncos coach, saying quarterback Bo Nix ready to go. He had surgery in April to remove bone spurs from the right ankle that he fractured in the AFC divisional round last season, but Bo Nix expects to be a full go next month.
Good.
Put the Broncos right at the top AFC contenders, maybe alongside the Bills.
Well, alongside.
Yeah, alongside the Bills. On
I
the
wanna
top tier.
I'm not ready to rule out the Chiefs in the division, and the Chargers are still on the come. So it's not like they're the overwhelming favorite, as maybe the Chiefs were a few years ago.
I'd agree with that. And also, it is hard to be the overwhelming favorite in the NFL because people get hurt all the time. And obviously, the Broncos' championship odds changed dramatically when Bo Nix got hurt in the divisional round. So, but the arrow's been up for those guys here. It's trending well, and I would expect it to trend well for them this year.
Well, Sean Payton, he's an excellent coach.
Right.
Because he's been trained by Bill Parcells,
See? Don't you think that
the greatest coach of all time, Bill Parcells.
moving from the Knicks over to the New York Football Giants,
Don't argue with me.
with Harbaugh coming in, what Peyton did with the Broncos and what John's brother Jim did with the Chargers, isn't the arrow up for the Giants here over the next couple of years?
I think it would be up no matter who is the coach.
Because they got the QB, they got the running back. But I think the fact that it's a
If you
veteran
wanna throw
coach who
in,
always
who-
had Baltimore in the mix.
No question. I suppose I can't say that completely because they could have got some ding dong, but they didn't, obviously.
Right.
So sure, yeah. And Dart has to stay healthy,
He does.
and then he's got to be smart. You can be tough, but you got to be smart, and he's tough.
Former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby expected to formally apply for the NFL supplemental draft as soon as today. Current projections have him as a day 3 pick, so that would mean the grade right now says he gets selected somewhere between the 4th and 7th round of the supplemental draft.
Got there on the ESPN, they're going to have Pro Day July 10th. But I was listening this morning and listening yesterday. I was listening to Neuheisel yesterday, and he's a quarterback guy. Coach quarterbacks in the NFL, I believe, for Baltimore. He's saying he's a first-round talent. And then the College Sports Network, where I've heard Trammell on driving in, he was, I forget the guy. I think his last name was Miller. He was saying that if Sorsby came out this year, at the
draft that just happened a couple months
that
ago.
he would have gone 2. Second.
Yes, I've heard that multiple times. Yes.
But the thing about it is, the way this works, whatever round you take them in, that's the pick you lose. So would teams that they were talking about, the Cardinals, Brissett is holding out, and they got Carson Beck, the kid from Georgia/Miami, is I think the third round, if I remember. I'd have to double check that. Is he really their guy that they think? So do they take a fly because they can get Sorsby now and get him? He's not going to play this next season anyways, but get him into the facility and get him trained and all that stuff. But do they gamble and think, oh, somebody won't take him, so we'll wait? I mean, I can't imagine if he's available on what we would call the third day. I think somebody takes him early at that point. I
thought fourth round was as low as he would go. The thing is, now that it's gone this far and you're assembling your team, you're trying to analyze next year's draft, and there's supposed to be a bunch of quarterbacks that are coming out, and a bunch of them are good. Do you want to use a first-round pick on him now? If you could say, if you really believe that rounds 4 to 7, and I can't believe it's after round 4. If that's true, they got to be talking about the fourth round. Would you use a second or third rounder to get a quarterback, knowing most teams are going to use first? And if there's a run on quarterbacks early, now you could go out and get something. I know, right?
But see, and you get a team like Pittsburgh, who's either going to get into the playoffs or come close to getting into the playoffs. They're not going to be drafting high. When's the last time Pittsburgh ever drafted high? Yeah, you probably go back 40 years. So they can take a kid like Sorsby, and Rodgers can do his thing this year, and then in 27, after he's been with the team for a year, then away we go. So they may feel like we can get a player that normally would go higher, and we don't have that opportunity to get him. So, and they obviously need one. The Pittsburgh is a classic example. We all know the teams that don't need quarterbacks. You can just look at the standings and figure it out yourself.
Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice released from jail after serving his 30-day sentence. He avoided reporters at the jail, whisked away in a waiting SUV. He missed all of the Chiefs' voluntary offseason workouts, their mandatory minicamp. He is expected to be at training camp next week. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
The NFL Players Association, the NBA Players Association sent statements to Congress yesterday supporting the Protect College Sports Act, the bipartisan proposed legislation in the U.S. Senate. The statements allotted specific provisions. It includes, while also encouraging further negotiations during the legislative process, the NFL voiced its support for the voluntary pooling of media rights under the Sports Broadcasting Act, which is something the SEC and the Big Ten have opposed. And we had Mark Harlan on the air yesterday, and he did mention keeping an eye on this. It is a big deal to him, and maybe not now or never, but if not now, then not in the immediate future. It'll be a while, according to Mark. This is their best, most serious opportunity here.
Yeah, I have, for the good of the game, I can understand the pooling, but as we saw back in the Mountain West days, why should BYU get the same media rights as Wyoming? The fees, not media rights, but the actual money. It doesn't really make sense to me. So why should somebody subsidize? I mean, that's like saying all concerts from now on will be $100 tickets.
Well, see, that depends. Some group just starting out, maybe should be $20, right?
Right, but so they're.
Meanwhile, the Eagles.
But it's a little Robin Hood thing.
I get it. It is. I do.
But is that really the way we want the free market to work? If somebody can command, Morgan Wallen, I bought a $50 ticket at the complex, and then COVID spiel got in the way. Well, $50, then he ain't gonna get you parking now to his shows. You know what I mean?
I do, and it's always crazy. How do we want the free market to work? And these billionaires, who the free market has worked quite well for, or they wouldn't be billionaires, are now totally into socialism. Guarantees them money, and there's really no way for them to lose money once they're in the club.
So I'm torn. I like the 5 years. I like the one-time transfer.
And you get exactly why the SEC and the Big Ten don't want to do this. They're going to give more money to the Big 12 and the Pac-12 and the ACC. And they're like, but we're the ones driving the bus, creating most of the value.
Yeah.
Why would we do that?
Right.
And that's why we're stuck here.
But I understand it could be good for the game.
Yeah.
I just don't know that I like it on principle.
Well, and they talk about it's bipartisan, which is something we rarely hear now. But don't you think it breaks down to, okay, let's use Wyoming as an example. The two senators for Wyoming are like, yeah, this will be good for the Wyoming Cowboys. Absolutely, and I can get out there and campaign on this. Meanwhile, the two senators for Indiana are looking at Purdue and Indiana and Notre Dame and going, what in the world would I – I'm opposed to this. Now, I don't know, but I assume the senators in those two states are all Republicans. Yeah, of course this isn't splitting across party lines. Follow the money, as Patrick Kinahan would say.
Why would you assume that?
What?
Those states, whatever states you
They're
just
red
mentioned.
States, Wyoming and Indiana. They tend to vote Republican. So I assume they have 4 Republican senators.
I would have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know what I would say? What Sariana's saying on those first 2 words.
Bleep that! You got to be you. Especially in leadership roles. So the whole thing fits. Because otherwise, people are going to see through it. I think we see through politicians sometimes. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Here's a pitch swung on deep drive left field. Way down the line and way gone. 15 rows back lower deck. 2-run homer for Paul Goldschmidt. It's now a 9-1 New York Yankee lead.
Ohtani leads off and cracks a highliner. Deep center field. It is gone. It just takes Ohtani to snap this pitcher's duel.
The Stars do their thing. How about Shohei Ohtani? Solo homer in the 6th inning. It's the only run of the game. The Dodgers squeaked past the Rays 1-0. Hey, and none of this windblown foul ball down the line. How about 427 feet to center field?
Yeah, I'm thinking I might want to consider retiring in Indiana now.
You won't be able to see Shohei there. Oh, that's not the point. Stuck on a previous headline.
Yeah, 1-0. You don't get those very often.
He's homered in 4 of his last 6 games, and he won't homer tonight because he's pitching, and they're not going to have him hit tonight. So that's home run number 15, which goes back to your point. He was just in the 50-50 club when he wasn't pitching, 50 homers, 50 stolen bases. Now that he is pitching, he's got 15. So on a pace, it'd probably put him in the mid-30s somewhere.
Well, you're having a trade-off.
Yep.
And they know about that. So you're coming. They feel like they're coming out ahead.
He can't win the Cy Young. Wally hits 50 homers. Wally steals 50 bases. He's not the bionic man. It's finally a bridge too far. Something Shohei can't
I
do.
just think mentally it's too taxing.
Yeah.
To be able to do that, and with Glasgow and Shell, these guys have been hurt the whole time they've been there. They need him. Or Snell, not Shell.
Shohei's on the mound today as the Dodgers and Rays play one more time. The Rays with the second best record in the American League, so this is a big-time matchup right here. And Shohei will be on the hill. Also in there, you heard the Yankees win again. There's the only team with a better record than the Rays right now. They are flying high. You impressed with what they're doing, even without the big guy?
Yeah, I watched some of that game last night. White Sox are, a great story this year, but yeah,
that's
had
a battle
going on.
Yeah, battle of division leaders. The White Sox in first place now in the Central, rolling. But for the for the Yankees, that's 7 out of 8.
Goldschmidt's had a renaissance here at 38 years of age. Good for him. He's a good dude.
The Arizona Diamondbacks signed South Korean two-way prospect Young Sang-yum. Did I even get close, Yak? Okay.
No one will know.
On a minor league deal, the 18-year-old high schooler plays shortstop. He's also a right-handed pitcher. He's considered one of the top amateur prospects out of Asia, and said he's going to focus on shortstop initially, but he's open to pitching for Arizona.
Well, the Diamondbacks told him you're going to focus on shortstop. So we'll see. I mean, it's no surprise anymore when
Players come
over.
from South Korea or Japan, right?
Well, those are the two Asian communities that
Are cranking out baseball prospects left and right. Yeah.
We've long since gotten over the Latin American being a surprise. That's not even close to a big deal anymore. And I think it took a bit for the Asian player, but I think we're there. If they're good, they're good. Doesn't matter where you're from.
Mm-hmm. Bees beat Tacoma Rainiers 10-6 tonight, or last night. They'll play again tonight at the ballpark at America First Square. And West Virginia, the last Big 12 team left, knocked out Troy. They're in the last 4 teams. Now they got to win twice now to make it to the championship series. But West Virginia, not exactly glorious weather. The West Virginias and Oregon States of the world, there's still a place for them in college baseball. You don't have to be in the Sunshine Belt. All right, DJ and PK.
They've been caught out there. A horrible error in the back. And guess who was around to pounce? Iraq plotted their own downfall because you don't want to do anything like that when this man is around. This man is Erling Haaland.
Nico Gonzalez, Lionel Messi. First career World Cup hat trick, ties the all-time goal-scoring record.
Messi, just when you think he's done everything, he does one more thing. He gets a hat trick in the World Cup for the first time in his career. He scores all 3 goals for Argentina. They shut out Algeria. And Messi has one, just adds to the legend. One more accomplishment.
They shut out Tyler Algeria?
Tyler Algeria. And Norway cruises. Holland scores twice, and Norway rolls 4-1. So.
Oh, wait, Holland scores twice? So the country's playing for Norway?
No.
Brad Holland?
Spelled differently. Haaland.
Oh. And the U.S. plays Friday?
1 o'clock Mountain Time.
The thing that I don't understand is how does Russell Crowe have time to make movies and coach the U.S. team?
That is amazing, really, that he would be that good at 2 different things.
Don't those guys look alike?
A little bit.
Mauricio Pochettino does look like Russell Crowe.
He's got a little Russell Crowe thing going on.
Mauricio Fettuccini or whatever his name is?
Pochettino.
Fettuccine. England and Croatia, the big game today. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Well, the news broke today. The Vegas Golden Knights announced that John Tortorella will not return as head coach. News broke during our show yesterday, late in our show yesterday. Surprising since he came in with 8 games left in the regular season, took him to the Stanley Cup final. He wants to coach next year, but apparently they have been lining up their they got a guy in the minors who they've been lining up as the future. So Tortorella will go look for another job. Kind of odd, but there it is.
Well, Torts. Yeah, that's an interesting and unusual story. To come in, get him to the final, and then you're out.
That's a little Utah football-ish, right? I mean, he's not there like Kyle forever, but nonetheless, he was there and he was having success. But they got a young guy they want to give it to, their version of Morgan Scalley. So they're going to continue on with that plan, and Torts will go find something
but he
else.
was only there for a cup of coffee at the end of the regular season.
That part is different. But the players all had great things to say about him. It was all a list of just fantastic quotes. They love playing for him.
Because they won.
Yep. Generally, why people keep their jobs, but Torts will be looking for something else now. Edmonton's still open. Give that a shot. NHL said the Stanley Cup playoffs this spring were most watched on record in the U.S., averaged 1.8 million viewers, surpassed the record set in 96, up 68% over last year.
Cool.
What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. No job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Bob Casper's here for our draft at 8 o'clock, the U.S. Open Championship. We'll talk Shinnecock with Bob Casper. And then Ben Anderson at 9 o'clock, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports and co-host of Jake and Ben. And we will talk NBA draft with him. Plus, we got more U.S. Open giveaway qualifiers. We'll be doing that in a few minutes. Stick around. Stay with us. The question of the day is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident on the transition ramp from eastbound I-80 to US 40. It's adding to the delays that are already in place in that area. Also, the right lane and right turn lane are still blocked southbound Bangor Highway at Parkway Boulevard with increased police presence in that area, so obviously be aware of that and avoid it if you can. Doug Smith has your summer ride. Their award-winning lineup features Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Kia, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Chevy, and more. Visit heydoug.net today with your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Question of the morning. Tony Jones, former writer for the Salt Lake Tribune, covered the Jazz for The Athletic. Now he's back in Philadelphia. But he still follows the Jazz and posts about them once in a while. And he posted the Jazz are torn between A.J. DeBonsa, Cam Boozer, and Darren Peterson. What should the Utah Jazz do?
Torn between two players. In this case, maybe three.
No.
You can only be torn between two, though.
I never liked that song.
Oh, no kidding.
It's too whiny.
No kidding. But I think I'm best
a hit.
when I sing when I am whiny, because that is the most over the top.
I don't know that I've ever seen a manager more shocked than the morning you screamed out, "I kissed a girl and I liked it." I saw a manager in the hallways and they, "What was that?" I was like, "They call it a show." and he paused, he froze, and then he kind of went, tipped his head sideways, kind of nodded like, "Yeah, okay," and then he kept walking.
Where were we?
We were at Simmons.
Okay. Because ultimately,
now you know of the three managers which one it was?
Yeah.
He was shorter, and he worked upstairs in the corner.
The big guy.
It caught him off guard. But once I said, it's a show. I don't know. It's not scripted.
Ultimately, obviously, they will only choose between two unless they trade up.
Yes, because one will be off the board.
But I don't really see any point in trading up at this point.
No.
Because you have to give up stuff you don't need to give up. So somebody else will make a decision for them, and then they have to decide between two.
I believe that to be true.
I kissed a girl and I liked it.
That's it. That's it.
So then that's A, it's a great problem to have, and B, it's sort of a duh.
It is a great problem to have. You're going to end up with a good player. Usually the fear is you're going to end up with did we get a good player? Did we make a mistake?
There have been times you decide between going back Greg Oden or Kevin Durant.
And nobody knew at the time. Yep, it's true. NFL teams have done it with quarterbacks. I mean, the whole Portland took Sam Bowie. Well, nobody was saying it that day.
I don't remember what they were saying that day.
And we're saying that. Later on, it became clear.
Crystal. And so the point is maybe it'll be like that. Hopefully not for the Jazz sake. But that's right now it appears that it's good. And so you have to wait and see what Washington is going to do. And then I think for the Jazz sake, the Jazz have to go into this with probably 5 scenarios. For sake of argument, which is not a stretch, Washington can take any of the 3.
Right.
So you have to have 3 different scenarios there, right? And then
if Washington takes AJ, you have to know if you want Darren or Cam.
That leads you to my other 2. So Washington, go on the assumption they could take. If they take AJ, then we do this or this. If they take
Peterson
Boozer or Peterson, so that's 3 scenarios. Yes. Once they get done with theirs, then you have 2. Do we take player A or do we take player B? So there's 5 legitimate scenarios that they have to research inside out, upside down.
All of which you can figure out just by listing players 1, 2, 3, 4, which we know they do because we've seen handwritten lists before of how they listed them out through 10.
Right. So they'll have 3 different scenarios for Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll be ready to go, but it'll still be a crucial decision, no question, and it'll still be a little
isn't there
nerve-wracking.
Another scenario where they get a call from Team X offering
but you can't plan
A, B,
for
and C.
that.
Why not?
as much because you don't know, because you don't control that.
Well, you don't control it, but you don't control this other thing
Which is
either.
why you have these specific scenarios. I think you do control the 5 scenarios, though. You're prepared for all 5.
You're prepared to react. But you've had conversations, and the way the NBA works, whatever trade, isn't there a 99% chance that whatever trade, if someone calls and proposes something, right as everything's breaking, you've already talked about it. The odds of throwing
it's not going to be brand new. It's not going to. The conversation is
right.
not going to originate at 6:10.
By the way, what would you think?
In 6 days, 6:10 p.m. I understand that. But I think that's highly unlikely because those teams around you aren't very good. And what do they have? And don't risk it. At that point, when DA did what he did, he was going like from 1 to 3. I don't know, do you want to go to 2 to 4, 2 to 5, 2 to 6?
Mm-hmm.
It gets a little dicey there.
I agree.
So you have to be aware of that, but I would spend most of my time preparing each of those 5 different scenarios.
The opportunity to get a really good player who has really good size, you got to stay in the top 4. After that, you're drafting a much smaller guard. And they're clearly trying to assemble a big team, have a size advantage, and you're not going to get a size advantage if you're outside the top 4. You might get a really good player. You might get the next Jalen Brunson.
Well, I think they'll have a tall team irregardless. I wouldn't draft somebody just to get taller.
No, I
I'd
agree
draft
with
somebody to get better.
Right. But these 4 guys at the top can do both things. Theoretically. Like you said, there's still a chance.
Right. Yeah. But I like the fact right now, with 6 days to go, that they are torn. Because that means it's like going to a great restaurant. It's like a chef. And they're making 3 outstanding meals, and it's not good for your health to eat more than 1. But you got to pick the one. Of course, you can come back tomorrow. So it was like me when I was deciding who to marry. You know what I mean?
No.
I had like 6 outstanding candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked the best golfer. I once had a gal, true story, she asked me for marriage advice.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, okay, here's the deal. And she kind of knew me, knew my face.
She kind of knew, but she's asking for advice on this very important topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did.
Strikes me as unusual, but go ahead.
Right. And so I said, here's the deal. You got to have that physical attraction. Mm-hmm. And she's younger. Mm-hmm. And that's very important. Mm-hmm. Very important. No doubt about it. But eventually,
looks fade.
That's going to wane to a degree.
Yeah.
And you're going to be stuck with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So that person you're stuck with, you better make sure if there's one person on the planet that you want to spend time with, it's got to be that person. If it's that person and you're physically attracted to him, the answer is yes. If the answer is no, then you got your answer. I said, in my case, the answer is overwhelmingly yes. I would, if I had to choose one person 100 times over, I'm choosing the one I got. If I can only spend time with one person, go on vacation, live day-to-day, live the boring day-to-day life. A lot of day-to-day life is humdrum, right? So you better really, really, really like that. But that person, the cliche is best friend, but it's true. And so I told her that, and I am not good on it. I never offer advice on my own. I suck at it. Not very good. But she asked, and I felt strong about it. And she just looked at me. She's just, you could tell. She goes, thank you. And it was a real heartfelt thank you.
So did she marry the guy?
Know.
Oh, no, come on, dude.
I don't remember.
You tell that long story, you walk us up. I don't know.
I assume yes, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I wasn't that close to her.
Was it in Utah? Could you track her down, or was it in California, Arizona?
It was here.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
It was here.
Your life?
Yeah.
All right, well, now you have something to do this weekend. We can go to track her down, find out.
It was probably at least 15 years ago.
Okay. Track her down.
That's my one advice. And so I think that's what the Jazz have to do. Who can you live with? Because it's literally
AJ,
live with.
AJ, they've already spent 2 years with him. There was a connection in high school, and there's absolutely a connection in college.
But you got to be physically attracted to him in my metaphor.
Yes. You watched him play basketball. You know the college game doesn't have the spacing. And his three-point shot, it's true, it isn't where you want it to be. And nonetheless, even though everybody knew he wants to get into the paint, and in a sport where it's easier to keep people out of the paint, everything's more condensed, he still got to the rim repeatedly, over and over. And we all knew what was coming. Well, he didn't really want to take a three.
Okay.
And I think he's willing to defend. Can he get better? Yes. But I think he's willing to defend. He's willing to compete. I think he cares about the team winning and losing. I don't think he's look at the stat sheet guy. Well, I got 20, whatever. I don't think he's that guy.
Yeah, I think that you're not going to stay on the floor just because you were drafted number 2. You're going to stay on the floor because you're helping your team win.
Yeah.
I think everybody wants to stay on the floor.
You know what was great was we came in here one morning and they'd lost. I can't even remember to who.
Cougars?
And we're like, yeah, BYU lost. Mm-hmm. And we're like, you know what went wrong? He's like, hey, DeBunce is the guy. And he scores. But you're 6'9", dude. You got to rebound. Now, unbeknownst to us, I don't know that we could suspect, but we didn't know, that very conversation was happening. And in the next game, he heard that and he thought about it. He's like, yeah. And he went out and he got 8 or 9 rebounds or something. And we came in after that game like, wow. That's
K-White told him. His guys told him.
There's a problem. This is what needs to happen if we're going to win. And he looked at it and he went out and did it the very next game.
Yeah, he was told you can't leak out.
That's a box, right. That's a box you want to see checked, and we literally saw it checked 1 week. 2 games, 1 week. There's the problem. This is the answer. Can you do it? Yes, he went and did it in the next game.
Yeah, my feeling and my personal feeling, I haven't been around him and talked to people who've been around him way more than I have, is that he's coachable, he's agreeable, all that stuff. You know, there is some other stuff that they're worried about a little bit, and I get it. You know, family being involved and all that stuff. But I don't have a lot of experience dealing with that at the pro level. I have a lot of experience dealing with it at the college level.
That's the kind of thing that needs to change over time. Kids grow up and they need to do their own thing. That is not the first time that we've heard this with a high-profile player. We heard it with Gordon Hayward. Mm-hmm. And over time, you know, the young person, like everybody else, except they're doing it because it's basketball or it's sports and we're watching, but it's no different than,
yeah, I know.
You know, your kids or your niece and nephew or your neighbor or whatever. Deal. Yeah. Over time, the adults have to let go, and
I don't
the young
see
person
Pops
has to take
marching
over.
into Will Hardy's office very often. So I don't. No. I'm not concerned. I know that that's been discussed.
Metaphorically, they just need to move from the 4th row to the 14th row.
I don't have any big concern on that. This is the pro level. That stuff.
Brad says, as far as Tony's post, that the Jazz are torn between DeBonza, Boozer, and Peterson. What should they do? He says, 7 days out. Publicly, it's all smoke and mirrors. I think they have a pretty good handle on all 4. Much better than any of us. The right decision will be the player Washington doesn't take that works best. It is public.
Okay, sure, but how do you know that, though? You don't know that. Even they don't know it.
They don't. They can suspect it and they can think it, but they don't know it. And that's why we redraft 5 years later, and somebody who's 14th, we would move up to 3rd.
They got a great handle. Every team has a great handle, and every GM and every team has blown a pick.
And the frightening part is that there isn't a draft you could go back. We'll use top 4 because this year there's top 4, where you would say, I would draft 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Every draft you go back, there's at least one where I'd change that. So you just have to make sure you're not that one, that you've gotten it right.
Yeah, and so far, you know, with George, that's the home run.
Oh, with Keontae as the pick, yeah. And
that's 16?
You would go back and redraft that. Yeah, he'd be much higher.
Yeah. We'll have to see about Williams. Well, Hendricks is gone now anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And you use that piece to help you get
Jackson,
which is good.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, did BYU's, did their prospects change? Should the expectations change? Are they now the pick in the Big 12? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got volume increasing northbound I-15. There's sporadic slow spots along the route up in Salt Lake Valley and also southbound I-15 from Farmington all the way down to downtown as well. Biggest slowdown spot remains eastbound I-80 approaching the transition ramp onto US 40 if you're out on the Wasatch back this morning. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Catch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Can you go anywhere without anybody trying to say, hey, Austin, just between you and me, just, come on.
Oh, everywhere I walk, people ask, but we don't tell anybody. I don't tell my wife. I don't tell I don't tell some of the people on my staff that I work with every day where I'm leaning. Like, on top of the competitive advantages and the trades that could kill and some of the other things that would harm, there's huge betting markets now. And
yeah, that's true.
Some guy I play golf with makes $500,000 on who the draft is, and then the FBI's knocking on my door. We can't be having that.
No. We don't want any of that.
No. And that may be in the news right now, so you want to avoid that for sure.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK for Peach Windows and Doors. We've told you a million times, that showroom, unreal. 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City. There's so many options, PK, and sometimes the options are overwhelming. And the cool thing about Peach Windows and Doors is that they'll work with you. They know it's overwhelming. They'll come out to your house, look at your house, see what you're talking about, what your issues are, what you want to accomplish, and they'll walk you through the showroom, show you the possibilities, and help you narrow it down so you're not completely swamped.
Oh, there's no question about that, whether there's doors or windows, and we're talking about doors today. And I went through this very thing. I had a townhome in the Los Angeles area, and the sun beat down on it, as you can imagine. It's a sunny area. And when we went to sell it, the door was just shattered. It was tattered, man. It was battered. It was splattered all over my community. And so
you're going borderline Rolling Stones.
Don't stop me on a roll here.
Okay,
and so we got the door replaced. Mm-hmm. And when you stood outside and looked at the door being replaced, it made all the difference in the world. Plus, you're going to get that personalized service that you talk about. You're dealing with experts here, and they're going to want to make you happy. Let them make you happy.
Peach specializes in custom entry doors, patio doors, French doors, sliding glass doors, oversized sliding glass doors. There are a lot of options. It is about your front door, but it's also about that sliding door that maybe goes out onto a deck, the backyard, the pool, the patio. Maybe it's about the view. Maybe it's about keeping your house more energy efficient. That sliding glass door might be letting in a lot of heat in the summer and a lot of cold air in the winter. Go down to Peach Windows and Doors. Tell them what your issues are. Tell them what you're trying to accomplish. Have them out to your house, and they can give you a lot of ideas and help you narrow it down and figure out what is best for you and your home. Peach Windows and Doors, 2940 South, 300 West, Salt Lake City, and online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big 12 Media Day is coming up, PK. Is BYU going to be treated as the favorite when you get to the Star in Dallas? Texas Tech has lost their quarterback. He was supposed to be the guy, and we saw him at Cincinnati last year. It's pretty good. Now, there's an NFL people anywhere from the first to the fourth round, depending on who you're talking to. Apparently, his NFL grade is third day, which is surprising, but there are specific people you referenced earlier, Rick Neuheisel, who played quarterback in college and coached up some good ones as a head coach, and he thinks he's a first-round pick, and there's people in between.
Plus, he went to McClintock High.
Somewhere in Phoenix?
Tempe,
okay.
His dad was a professor at ASU, I think. In fact, his dad and his mother, childhood books, Dick and Jane, it's exactly Neuheisel's parents' names.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jane Neuheisel. Mom.
Dick and Jane.
Dick and Jane. Yeah. So is BYU the favorite now? Aaron, now they always were. Laughing, winking emoji.
I would disagree with that.
Jimmy, yes, but somehow Utah will be projected to win. You would disagree with that. That's why I pointed at you. It's not the same answer.
Well, Utah's in the mix.
They're in the mix, but they're not going to be projected to win. They're going to be picked at best third, and there are people who are going to pick them fifth, sixth, seventh, or whatever.
Which I think is way, way, way too low. But I get it. There's unknown.
But I also think when you get down there, there's going to be ties, and so four, five, six can all be a tie.
Seventh is a long way to go. But I think if Kyle was there, then
they'd be third
at worst, maybe even higher.
Maybe. Yes, on some ballots.
And it's not a slight on the coaching staff now. It's just the unknown on the coaching staff
it's also some high-end talent, the real difference makers. And I just think the difference between third to sixth could be just the difference between 7-2 and 6-3. It could just be that. And when you lose a guy who provided a third of your sacks, when you lose the entire offensive line, you can still have a good O-line, and it isn't as good as last year's O-line. So there are question marks out there on the line of scrimmage on both sides.
Oh, and everybody has them. There's no
and that's why
complete unquestioned
and
team.
That's why none of this is going to be unanimous. Kevin says Tech is still the champ till someone knocks him off. BYU plays better as the underdog anyway.
Well, they were the underdog against Tech both times, and they didn't play well.
Dylan says Tech still has Hammond. He played better than Morton at times.
He did, but limited, and then he got hurt.
Yep. And it's not clear when he'll be back. I mean, they could lose that. He doesn't play against Houston. They lose the game to a team that's viewed as, depending on how you view them, top half of the league. Maybe
but that's
much
only
better
one
than that.
loss. I don't think that's devastating.
But you start from behind, and there's only 9 games.
I know, but the Kyle, his team lost to SC, and I remember him adamantly, they're not going to go undefeated. We're going to be fun. And they were. They lost the first game. All those games run together. I don't even remember the details.
But that's
But he was so definitive and like defiant in the post game, and he was right.
Yes, but also now you got teams missing each other. There's a whole factor, stuff you can't control.
I don't think there's going to be 3 teams who are 9-1 or 8-1.
Jordan, simple answer is no. My other answer is also no. I hope this helps. So a simple answer is no, and its complicated answer is no. BYU is not the favorite.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Vegas, what they put out there, because they'll have new odds now with the new information that the quarterback is not going to be there. But I would still lean Texas Tech. You know, I went through and looked at all the transfers that they got coming in, and I believe in. Now, I'm biased though. I saw Hammond light up the Utes, and then people say, "Well, he was the quarterback when they lost to the Devils." Yeah, the Devils. That was one of the games that they had all the guys healthy, and they were a much better team when they had their main guys healthy,
as most teams tend to be.
Yes. So
you don't tend to have 2 NFL receivers and 2 quarterbacks and
they're
2.
saying that's a knock on Hammond. Well, he quarterbacked that game. I think it was more about the Devils having their guys than a knock on Hammond. That's the point I'm making.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, Bob Casper, Real Golf Radio, our U.S. Open draft. We'll talk to him about the championship at Shinnecock Hills. Stay with us.
Date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports newsletter.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
And Mike, the other thing is it makes it look fantastic, and you've actually had people come in and tell you, my neighbor's done it and I want to do it too.
Yeah, we do. We get that quite a bit where people do come in and say, hey, my neighbor picked this up and I want the same thing. I want it to look like theirs.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
The new 2026 Outback is here with a new body style, increased roof capacity, ground clearance, and updated technology features. Visit Doug Smith Subaru today to see it for yourself.
Hey, Doug.
Free rock chip repair for the life of your new windshield? This is Greg at Glass Doctor, and it's a rockin' rock chip summer. Come take advantage of our $75 lifetime chip repair program for your current windshield. That's right, pay $75 once, and you're covered for your current windshield. Need a new windshield? Good news. Any new windshield we install gets that same no-cost chip repair. Get a chip? Bring it into us. If it's fixable, we'll take care of it. Check us out at glassdoctor.com. That's glassdoctor.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This 2026 U.S. Open Update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and Bob Casper. Bob's appearance is brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union, Mountainland Supply, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and UNA Golf. Bob, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. I think you are to be congratulated. Awesome. I think you are to be congratulated, Bob.
For what?
How come?
Because I'm driving back from the Utah Summer Games, and I'm on the freeway. I got a long time. I get to listen to a lot of your show on Saturday. A week ago Saturday.
Did you?
It was a week ago Saturday. And Brian got on a roll. And I nearly drove off the freeway in Nephi and crashed into Bar W Beef. Because he's like, when he dropped, I played Pine Valley, I don't need to go back there. Shinnecock's a place I could go back to. I'm like, man, he better thank Bob Casper because Bob has hooked him up. So, Bob, thanks for hooking Brian up for the last 25 years.
We've been very fortunate. We've been able to play a lot of great places, and this is one of them here at Shinnecock.
Yeah, well, screw you.
Oakmont last year, Pebble Beach next year. Yeah, it's good. It's pretty good.
Another reason to hate Bob Casper. This just grows and grows.
Jealousy.
But you know what? PK?
What?
The interesting thing is the president of the USGA right now is John Bodenhammer, and he played with me at BYU.
Oh, he did?
So, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's nice. I text him beginning of every year and make sure he had a great Christmas and wish him a happy New Year and to make sure we're on the list for the media day.
I understand.
Preview. So
I got your agenda.
Nice.
Oh, funny.
Shinnecock Hills, when people turn on the TV on Sunday, on Father's Day, the defining feature of this course that people is going to register is going to be blank.
Hilly golf course with beautiful fescue and green grass and beautiful bunkering and treacherous greens.
Very treacherous.
Very.
Yeah, I was looking at something I saw. I'm looking it up. I think I saved it as far as the number of guys who shot under par at this place.
Exactly.
It's just like a handful or something, right?
Three total.
So more people have career slams than go under par at Shinnecock.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
That's a stat.
3 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just amazing. When I saw that, I thought, come on, what are they talking about? They're talking about today? I looked at it today. It's a practice round. No, they're talking ever.
Ever.
This is the definition.
Ever in the championship.
The classic example of what a U.S. Open is about.
Well, and PK, they talk about last year's event at Oakmont, that's an absolute beast. There are more people that have shot under par at Oakmont than there are that have shot under par here at Shinnecock Hills.
Right.
So, yeah, like multiples more.
Yeah.
So, this golf course is amazing. They've set it up this year a little bit easier as far as off the tee is concerned. You've got some fairways that are 45 yards wide, some that when you've got double fairways working together that are 100 yards wide. But where you're going to get into trouble is if you don't hit the fairway, it goes straight into 3 to 4 inch rough. And then you've got the fescue if you hit it further out there. Bryson DeChambeau posted a picture, a video of him yesterday.
Yeah.
Dropped the ball in the fescue and hit it and only advanced it like 5 feet, 10 feet.
Finally, something I can relate to.
You're better off taking a weed whacker.
Yeah. And then the greens. The greens are going to be big. There's a lot of slope-off areas around the outsides and runoff areas off the greens. But in the middle of the greens, there's always a flat area that if you play to that flat area, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to have a decent putt because you'll be able to putt out towards the corners and where they have the flags. So as Rory said yesterday, you have to be extremely patient on this golf course. And it's going to be putting fairways first of all. Then it's going to be putting, and it's going to be short game.
Where are the holes that you can make birdie? Where can we look for them? Because if no one's breaking par except for 3 guys ever, then there aren't very many birdie holes. But there must be something out there. Where is it?
Well, I think if you're going to do anything, you got to take advantage of the par 5s. And there's only 2 of them. And that's the thing that is tough in a U.S. Open is they like the par to be a 70 par, which means only 2 par 5s. And so you're going to have to take advantage. Is it 16? Yeah, 16 is 1 par 5 on the back 9. And I can't remember where it's at, maybe 5 or 6 on the front 9. But you're gonna have to hit a nice shot into there to give yourself an opportunity to make birdies. And if like we talked about, if you can shoot even par to 1 under par every day, then you're gonna have a pretty good chance to win this golf tournament. But it's going to be a difficult task for these guys, and they understand it. They understand that the 11th hole is a crazy par 3 that sits kind of up, and the winds come up big time here in the afternoon. They're calling for 8 mile an hour gusts on Thursday, but by later in the afternoon they're going to be 30 mile an hour gusts, and you get up on that green and you can get the ball rolling, the wind can grab a hold of it and it can take it right off the green.
With this course being what it is and the rich history and the difficulty of it, last year we had somebody like a J.J. Spawn. It was a little bit of a surprise.
Right.
Right. So I'm wondering, what is the prototype in terms of ability / experience, mental makeup to be able to win?
Well, I think, PK, I think it's experience is what you hit the nail on the head. Yeah, you're good. The last four winners, you look at Raymond Floyd, who had won a PGA championship and won a Masters. He had the experience of a major championship winner. So, he came here and he played some phenomenal golf at the age of 46 and he won the golf tournament. And then you got Corey Pavin, who had never won a major championship before, a short hitter, and was able to get around here and win this golf tournament. And then you got Retief Goosen, who fought it out, duked it out with Phil Mickelson. Retief hit a golf ball that penetrated the wind. He hit a heavy, what they call a heavy golf ball. And he was able to win. And then, of course, Brooks Koepka, another guy who hits a heavy golf ball too. So you've got a short hitter and a couple intermediate hitters and a long hitter, and I think it doesn't bode one way or the other for one of those guys to be able to come out, and that's what's really, really cool about this golf course. You have to be patient. You have to hit fairways. You have to hit greens, and you have to use all the clubs in your bag, especially your short game and your putter, if you want to have a chance to win.
When you talk about some of these fairways 45 yards wide, you also said hilly. As PK teaches me more and more about golf, there's some courses we play where it's like, hey, this looks pretty wide, but the 20 yards on the right side of the fairway can't hold the ball. So it's 45 yards wide, but you've got to be on the left third if you're going to end up in the middle. And if you're in the middle, you're going to end up on the right edge. And you're flirting with the rough, which is okay at the munis I'm playing at, but it's not okay at Shinnecock. So are they really 45 yards wide? Are we going to have some side hills here tripping guys up?
I think it's a lot of all of that, DJ. It's not called Shinnecock Hills for nothing,
right?
It's sands hills, and it has a lot of undulation. So you're going to have a lot of uneven lies. You're going to have the ball below your feet, above your feet. You're going to have downhill lies, or you're going to have uphill lies. But what these guys are great at doing is being able to shape the golf ball to be able to hold it into fairways that are cantered to the left or fairways that are cantered to the right. So they, in essence, can use a lot of that, but they've got to keep away from those big knobs that are in the fairways and that kind of thing. And they can take advantage of those too if they catch a little downslope off one of those. But it doesn't look like the golf course is going to be too dried out, especially at the beginning of the week. And we're possibly expecting some rain in the first round or the second round. And not a lot, maybe 35, 40%, maybe 50%. But if you get the wind, then it dries out the golf course, and the greens are where they're going to have to worry about those greens getting too soft and too dry. The USGA even said that they've added 10 minutes in between the morning shift and the afternoon shift, where they can go out and squeegee the greens and put more moisture in them again, because they're expecting the winds.
Right. We saw that. We talked about that with Brian. Yeah. With this being as difficult it is, how much more do you place on the mental aspect?
Oh, 100%. You know, the USGA says that they want you to get every golf club in your bag dirty during the championship. Okay, that's what they're trying to do. But they also want that 15th club, the one between your ears, to get taxed and become part of play. And you know, at the PGA Championship, we looked at the guys that bombed the ball, that hit the ball a long ways, and they really didn't back off. You know, Rory said, I'm just going to send it. I'm going to hit it way down there and hit wedges to the greens. And he was coming out of the rough all the time during the PGA Championship. Well, he was asked yesterday, how are you going to play this golf course? And he said, there's a couple holes where I feel like I'm really take advantage of the golf course, the first hole and the 13th hole, and hit it down there with the white wind conditions. But he said, do I want to put that ball in jeopardy of getting in that fescue and getting in that deep rough and that kind of thing? So he said, this more than any other U.S. Open, I want to play more patient and give what the golf course will give me. And I think that's what you have to do this week. You have to play patient, take what the golf course will give you, and give yourself opportunities in hitting shots. And you're going to see, we're going to be bored with pars and bogeys and double bogeys this week.
It is time for our draft. Now, this is going to be a little on the tricky side here, Bob, because we're not allowed this year to draft players twice. So if you took a player in the Masters of the PGA, you can't take them now. So you can't take Rory McIlroy, J.J. Spaun, Jordan Spieth, or Cameron Young, Bryson DeChambeau. Goddard is also off for you. Your regional assignment, Xander Schauffele, I have heard him mentioned, is
yes.
Oh, he's top 5.
Well. Yeah.
A possibility this week.
You're falling into a good one there, just because you grew up in San Diego and so did he.
Yeah.
And he's short. So is Bob.
He hits the ball a long ways.
Short-tempered, so is Bob.
Excuse me.
All right, Bob. So
I get my first pick.
Well,
I told you the last two that I was holding this one for this week.
I'm going to take Scheffler.
No, sorry. My pick first. Career Grand Slam. It ends on his birthday, and it ends on Father's Day. Scotty Scheffler's.
Oh, and he just had a kid. It's all set up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Giddy up.
I'm so happy for
Right.
Bennett and Meredith. And what's the other kid's name? I already forgot.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
I'll go ahead and take Rory. I haven't taken him yet.
Oh, giddy up.
Sweet.
Okay.
Those are going to be my first two picks in the PGA.
Yep.
Well, they could be your last two because we won't be able to take them. So you can take whoever you want in the first
That's
and know
right.
they're going to fall to you.
Excellent point. I'm going to go with a theme. Last time I went with all non-U.S. guys. I went with foreign guys. I think I'm going to go this time just all white guys.
Well, you took Matsuyama, so he's already off the board. So
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, on the other hand, Justin Rose off the board.
Wow.
Justin Rose.
You can't take Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood, Ludwig Everberg. Those are your Euros. You
Okay.
also have taken Matthew Fitzpatrick and Corey Connors.
I think I'll go with CY. Cameron Young.
CY? Cameron Young.
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
Not Siwoo
New
Kim,
Yorker?
CY.
No. He's a New Yorker, and no, that's a really good pick, PK.
And plus, he's a Christian.
If
He's devout in his faith, just like me.
Yep.
He went
Yep.
to Mass,
No
I
doubt
think,
about it.
one of the mornings before. I'm going to go to Mass on Sunday.
Awesome. And pray for him.
Yes.
Well, with that rough, pray
Okay.
for everybody.
Well, I mostly pray
No.
for me because I need it the most.
Who knows what danger lurks? All right, Bob, round two. What are you thinking?
Matty Fitz.
My guy.
You want to tell
Matty
that story?
Fitzpatrick. 3 wins on the year, and he finished second last week.
I introduced Matt Fitzpatrick to the golfing world.
No, you didn't.
I did too. I did too.
Hey, PK.
What?
Hey, PK, take his brother for your last pick. Take his brother, Alex.
Why do you do that?
You can
Introduce the world.
That was
to
on my.
him.
You don't give PK
you can
tips.
Take him.
Don't give PK tips.
You're the Wizards. you can
You're
take him.
ahead of him. You're ahead of him, PJ.
Yeah. He's yours if you want him, big guy. I wouldn't take him. He only got in on because they had some funky rule there, and Matthew allowed him to get in with that sand trap shot.
I'm going to take a guy who's got some.
Playing the team.
Who's got some top 10 U.S. Open finishes the last couple years. Is it time for Russell Henley to break through?
No.
Ooh, that might be a good one. He just won it. He just won it in Dallas, in Fort Worth.
Hence,
at Colonial.
therefore, whereas.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good pick. I like that.
He like it. He likey.
All right,
like
PK.
Man, I've got to choose a white guy.
Here's your problem, man.
I'm going with the theme. I'm going with white guys this time.
Welcome to the PJ Tour. Come on, let's go.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
You go 10 minutes and come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh,
Just
my.
stalling
Okay.
who went to Mass and white guys and. What are the name of the kids? It's all this randomness, man.
Okay.
All right.
I'll go with the big guy. The former beast who slimmed down. Lives in Dallas via Fresno.
Bryson DeChambeau.
Yes. I didn't realize. I'm not going with what's his face, the Irish dude. What's his name? Who's Roy's friend?
Didn't you have Bryson in the first round of the PGA Championship draft?
Well,
Or was that
DJ
last-
just
Nope,
read
that
it,
was
so he
last
said
year.
no.
That was last year. You got it. Okay.
Round 3, Bob. This is it.
Okay.
Here we go.
This is it. Okay.
Come on!
Going to take, I am going to take somebody that shot 63 here in the last U.S. Open in the final round, and that's Tommy Fleetwood.
Tommy.
I thought of him, and then I checked the list and realized that I had taken him earlier and was off the books for me. I can't.
Dang it.
I can't do that.
Dang it.
So.
Okay, so Fleetwood.
Yes. All right, you got Fleetwood. All right, I'll go ahead and take Maddie's brother.
I like that.
A-Fitz.
You guys wouldn't even have heard of him if I hadn't have picked him.
Not
in
Maddie
the U.S. Open.
A-Fitz.
Yes, I'm taking A-Fitz.
Yeah, we can't take him because you already took him. Let's see. Who do I want? You know what I'm going to do?
A white guy who went to Mass. Who has cute kids. That's who you want.
Why do you mock religion? Why do you do
Who's
that?
Who's from the Northeast?
You mock religion.
Pick a Jersey guy in New York.
I don't understand I never mock your faith, and you constantly mock mine.
Are you going to pick or not?
You're going to burn. You say you burn on the beach. Get this, Bob. He tells me, I can't stay at the beach too long because I burn. How do you get out and play 4.5, 5 hours of golf if you burn?
That's right.
Cover up.
Cover up at the beach.
That goes against the whole point of being at the beach.
No, that's the very reason everybody wants to go to the beach if you're there, if you're covered up.
Pick someone who uses SPF 50, goes to Mass, has cute kids, and what was the other one? I already forgot.
I don't know. You make up
it's
all
a
the
white
rules.
Guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a white guy.
SPF 50, white guy, goes to Mass, cute kids, and is from Jersey.
Well,
Who is that?
I'm just, you know what? I just want to tell you guys, I really like my picks for this one.
Now, Bob is like, and now back to me. Good honk. Well played.
I'm so confident in my two picks. For my third pick, I'm going to pick Mickelson.
Well, he's not going to be here, so.
Is he going to be at home,
out
though?
of his home club.
Yeah. I had heard about that. I had told DJ about a month earlier.
It's coming.
Yep.
Something happened.
Yep.
I'm deciding between Brooks Koepka and a guy that
I
really
have Brooks
reminds
as
me.
a regional pick, so you can't have Brooks. You gave him to me because I slimmed down, and now I'm buffed
No,
like
you
Brooks.
buffed up, not slimmed down. You buffed up.
I did both.
And
So I had Brooks.
you also like thong bikinis.
Hey-o. Why do you mock my religion?
Yeah. You're so lustful.
Don't pick John Rahm. You already have him as your regional pick because he's an ASU guy.
Okay, I'll go Clark.
Yeah, that's right.
Clark Kent?
Oh, Wyndham.
Wyndham Clark.
Okay.
I wonder how
There's
much.
one thing I've said about you, you're all class.
I wonder how much growing up people when you go first day of class. Clark Wyndham?
Yeah, right. All right, Bob. There it is. They're the picks.
Okay, bud.
We'll run we're running by Brian tomorrow and see if he approves. Throw some names out there.
Good.
See who he gravitates to.
Yeah, you're going to send out the email, correct?
Yeah, he will.
I just hit send right now. Should be showing up any second. I typed it as we went.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy the time and make sure that Brian thanks you properly for hooking him up at so many cool golf courses. I couldn't even list all the courses he listed, but the Pine Valley one, I don't need to play Pine Valley again. That one sent me careening off the freeway.
Do you want to hear the story about that?
Yeah.
We got invited to play Pine Valley, okay? We were leaving in about 2 days to go to Philadelphia to go play, and I play a church softball game with my boys, and I pulled my hamstring. I didn't even get to go play.
No.
Yeah. So Brian took his dad. Thank you very much.
Were you trying to leg out a single or at least a double?
No, it was a ball hit into the outfield that I was running to get. Yeah, and I got bit right in the back, right on my hamstring, and went down.
You did go down?
Oh yeah, I went down, and I could barely walk, and it bruised up so big. Man.
Does the PGA Tour ever go to Pine Valley, or is that like the best course that just doesn't mess with tour events? They're doing their own thing.
Tour events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They haven't. I don't know if they had a PGA or U.S. Open back in time at some point. Nope.
I don't think so.
They're just a classic course, and they do their own thing.
Yep.
And there it is. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, Bob, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the week.
Okay. Take
All
care.
right. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, David Locke, do you sense a shift, PK?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We will get to that. You'll hear David Locke for yourself, his take on the draft, what he's thinking now. So, A, what has he seen? B, what has he heard? C, what does he know? Based on 90 seconds of David Locke, which you will hear next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Is there a point where you lock your board down and say, okay, we're all on the same page. Let's not overanalyze this. This is all what we're feeling, and let's just stick with it.
I think at some point after we get everybody in and spend our time with them, and that's kind of the final bit of information that we haven't been able to gather. And again, I don't want to overrate that and say that everything comes down to a few meetings with us. We'll just try to not lock it in until then, and then, pretty shortly thereafter, we'll kind of just say, all right, this is what we're going to do. These two, this is number one, this is number two. If one's there, we take them. If one's gone, we'll take two. And that's the way we'll do it.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Attention commercial property managers. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Get on schedule today at GoPaveUtah.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for U.S. Open qualifier right now. Give away a golfer. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE, 9663. 801-575-ZONE. You'll be assigned a golfer in the U.S. Open this week. If the golfer wins, you'll receive $300 in clubhouse credit at Copper Rock Golf Course and a $100 gas card. It's brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play.
And I will give a great recommendation to Copper Rock. Love playing that.
$300 clubhouse credit and $100 of gas to get there and back. Nice. Good prize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And give you a rooting interest. All right. Call right now. Yock's ready to take your call. Yock, before you get distracted on the phones, though, we need to hear from David Locke. He comes on our show. He's been really critical of A.J. DeBonsa, the inability to shoot threes. That has been a major, if he were GM and if he were making the draft, that would be a major hurdle for him to get over to choose A.J. DeBonsa. That has really bugged him. He's talked about it multiple times. But you heard a take from him recently. You know, he's got his own podcast and doing all kinds of stuff. So we thought we'd play 90 seconds of that take. Here we go. Yock, hit it.
Which is pretty insane. We're suddenly going to be 6'9" Ace Bailey and 6'9" A.J. DeBonsa. And A.J. is a bona fide lethal scorer. 20-point-a-game scorer. And you know what? The more I watch him, I wish, I said this yesterday on the show. Let me explain this. I just wish he'd played somewhere other than BYU. I think he had something like 300 isolations and pick and rolls. Because there was no one else. But boy, actually when I watch him, pretty willing passer. At times I thought, overly willing, frankly. Double team comes, you guys make the play. Like, not quite like that, but it felt like it at times, like, double teamed again. But really willing passer. Makes the right play. Fast break. On the wing. Pushes it to the corner. Richie Saunders drives the baseline. Not grabbing it at the 45 and going every time. Very willing passer. And I'm actually pretty excited to see A.J. DeBonsa play in a setting with other good players. Because I think, similar to what we saw at Ace Bailey, where Ace Bailey was thought of as a chucker and a ball hog, go put him on the floor with other good players. I think A.J. DeBonsa is going to make the right play 90% of the time. And I think he's going to find out, what Keontae found out really this year, is that 48-minute NBA game is long. You're going to get your 20, no problem. There's 110 points scored in a game. You're playing 30 minutes. You're a scorer. You're going to get your 20 or 24 almost every night without any problem.
So now he's seeing AJ's positives as opposed to seeing his negatives. Now, can we read into that?
Eventually, they come around to what I think. I think that's the lesson here.
Okay.
He got all frustrated and flustered last week, but he had time to calm down. And he's a human being, wired a little different than most folk, and it took him a little bit, and then he came around to my thinking. But, yeah, I do think that he's changed his tune, and I think he is providing a little insight. He can't give up everything he knows. He just can't. Or suspects, because I don't know that really anybody totally 100% knows, even the top-level management at this point, exactly what Washington's going to do and therefore exactly what the Jazz are going to do. But if I had to bet, and I said this last week, I've been saying it for weeks, I don't bet, but if I did, I would say AJ here. Peterson is the most talented, skilled player in the draft. I've been saying that. I have not changed my mind. And why wouldn't you take, if you're the Wizards, the most skilled player in the draft? It doesn't make any sense to take anybody else.
Comes down to medical reports and those interviews. You're sitting across this table from Darren. Why'd you miss so many games? Why is it going to be different in the NBA? Tell us why you're going to play 70, 75 games.
Our NBA guy on Sirius Satellite and NBA TV, Brian Gitzeiler, who is a radio partner of Sam Mitchell. Sam Mitchell is a veteran guy, player, coach, and he coached him in the summers, and he signs off on him. That's a huge recommendation for me. But Washington has to do more than Sam, certainly.
And they have.
And they will. And I think the Jazz have too, for that matter, and probably Memphis. And so with all that in mind, I think it'll come down to that. And then they'll go with AJ because Washington will take Peterson. Now, I could be 100% wrong. I am not running saying, I told you so if it happens. That's my feeling today.
Well, if that does break that way, and I think there's a very good chance that it does, then Doug Gottlieb will be out there, and he will be running and saying it, even if you aren't. If you remember, he did that thing, and he's just sure that the Jazz are falling all over Debonsa. And he's been saying that forever.
Why wouldn't you? I think the willing passer, absolutely. We saw it specifically. Listeners, they can draw this memory in their minds if they watch the game. It was in Madison Square Garden against Clemson. And I think that was the game he was throwing the lobs to Keita.
Yeah.
And there's no question he is not looking to just dominate the ball. Yes, the ball's in his hands because he's so good. It's like, Taysom Hill when he was playing college football and in high school football and youth football. The ball was in his hands because he's so good. He can run over you or by you. You pick the choice. So, of course, the ball's going to be in his hands. But that doesn't mean he can't have success in a team concept. And yes, the way everything broke with injuries, BYU's foundation crumbled, and that's who was left to be the man, was A.J. Debonsa. He had no choice. So obviously his stats and everything were inflated because of the situation, and maybe his shooting percentage was actually deflated because of the situation.
Can totally buy that.
Right. And
everything was that last month of the season, everybody and everything was geared to stop him.
Right. And I've said this, it was so obvious sitting courtside and seeing three guys. It was like they were lining up. Texas was lining up for an onside kick. They had three guys. AJ would be bringing the ball up near half court, and three guys would come up. And you know how everybody's intense when they know an onside kick is coming? That's the way it looked like, with them three guys standing above the three-point line ready to take him. And he still averaged 30. And what's the Sean Miller? They asked him at halftime, how are we going to stop him? We're not. So they didn't. So there, and it was one of 9 or something from 3, something like that. He didn't have a good game shooting from distance, and they lost. So be it. But none of that matters now. I think all the things that you want in a player, and you are big on the tangibles in terms of length, and length is exactly that. And he's got it. He's got the long arms. His strides to the basket. I said he should go to the LA Summer Games and win the triple jump. Because he takes these enormous strides. His legs are so long. His arms are long, and he's going to get better. He has a desire. And plus, he wants to show people. He went to BYU. Guys like him don't go to BYU, and I don't care about the money. The money was the same somewhere else. Everywhere.
Right. Yeah.
But yet he chose the path of least traveled. Obviously. And so you're going to get somebody here, and it's the same thing. So how about this? He couldn't deliver a Final Four to the Jazz, but he delivers
a Final Four to the Cougars.
A Final 2 and a Final 1.
No! The championship.
You get a second player of that caliber at the second pick, combined with some of the talent that you have, and then down the line you add more. To me, it's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable to think that.
It's not unreasonable.
That's unusual. No. Well, speaking unusual, what AJ does is unusual. Nobody goes to BYU like that. That's Stephen A. fell off the chair, basically.
He did. And they were just what we were talking about. I looked up, and they were debating the same thing. Who should go number 1 to the Wizards? Peterson or DeBonsa?
I think if I'm the Wizards, I would go Peterson. I think he's the most skilled guy. And Kevin Young, who spent a long time in the NBA, talks about, he said it to us, that the Holy Grail is shooting. Peterson's got it. He is so smooth. And he's got decent length for his position.
The montage they just put together while they must have been talking about him. Obviously, we have the sound down, but I looked over.
I can see it.
And the first thing I thought as he was scoring is that dude is so smooth. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. And the cool thing, whoever edited and put it together, is they had him scoring a bunch of different ways. Mm-hmm. He was driving from the wing across the hoop, finishing with his left hand. He was coming down the middle, finishing with his right hand. He was hitting a baseline jumper. He was hitting a wing 3. He was jab stepping to the top of the game. He's scoring from all over the court. Lots of different ways, little mid-range stuff.
Yeah, you just watch him take an open 3, whether it's off the bounce or it's in the air. The form is prototype.
Yeah.
He's just a smooth player.
2-word analysis, like butter.
And that's with an A, because if there's nothing that Whitey White doesn't have, it isn't street cred. You've got street cred out there. So when you say butter, and I've been around you, you like the N-words like that. You don't say butter. That's old man. That's white old man, and that's not who you are. Even though that's what you look like, that's not who you are. Butter. I mean, butter. That's B-U-T-T-A, right?
Yak, has it ever been more clear that it is break time?
No, I'm talking truth. Yak, of the 3 of us, who knows hoop the most? It's my man, Snigeldorf the third.
We defer to you on all.
Who knows O-line play the best, Yak?
You.
No.
You put your fingers in the dirt.
Nope. No, I really didn't.
The small rubberized pellets.
Who knows O-line play?
Yak does. Former O-lineman.
Oh, of course he does.
And who knows golf the best?
Casper.
No, you.
I don't know nothing the best.
Bull.
Wouldn't that be bull?
It could be.
Here's the deal with you. You can kiss my big fat class.
When we come back, picking them number 1. Is it the thing to do now? Are the Cougars the top dog now that Texas Tech has lost their quarterback to the NFL? We'll get to that next. Lots of you weighing in on that. Stay with us.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
John Kurtz joins us. You can find his podcast, Open for Business, the Big 12 podcast, talking about the Sorsby trial. I don't think anybody expected him to be available to play next year, and now that looks exactly to be the case.
Texas Tech already had a lot of attention on them, but that has ratcheted up about tenfold now. And, I mean, you talk about being the villain. From a Big 12 perspective, Tech thumped everybody minus Arizona State last year, so you're tired of losing to them. So you've got fans in the conference with a ton of built-up animosity. And now you throw on top of that this situation with Brendan Sorsby. If they're going to have him playing quarterback, Texas Tech might as well line up. They should just dress as Darth Vader when they come out there. Forget the helmets, man. Get the Darth Vader mask and just wear those out on the field. Like, they are going to get more heat than any college football team that I can remember this year. People are going to be rooting very hard against them.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, people, we are at midweek. Yeah, where are you in your life? You at midlife? Early? Late? Well, you just got to start thinking about retirement. And when you picture retirement, what do you see? Probably your goals are going to change whether you're in the beginning or mid or later, right? If you're later, you have a greater sense of urgency. Well, you got to start early so the money progresses along the line that you want it to. That's where my fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth come in, because they can help you get to where you want to go. They will take the time to understand what matters to you. What are your goals? What are you looking at? What are you thinking as time goes on? And then they can help build a plan around that. That sounds good. It does sound good to me. And the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they'll work as a true team. They'll collaborate with you, fine-tune your investments, and they're going to be able to help you weather the market storms, right? Markets shift. There's turbulence sometimes. Sometimes things are going great. Well, You got to have a plan that fits you, not the other way around. Go with Trajan Wealth like I did. Give them a call, set up an appointment. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. I met with them at their offices in Draper. They took the time to meet with me there. Conveniently located where I live. You live up north? Well, they've got offices in Farming. They'll come up there and meet you on your turf no matter where you live. And the website has a lot of information literally available immediately right now. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
In the draft on June 23rd, it's not just about talent. It's about building the right team. And that's exactly what you'll get when you work with the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. By using premium marketing plans and pricing your home strategically, the Stern team has built a championship-level lineup designed to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to win in today's real estate market, draft a team that's been winning for years in Salt Lake City. And that's the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern team.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and zero down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and zero down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee, and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE will win a pair of tickets to see Rod Stewart at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Friday. Date night, 801-575-ZONE. Get your Rod Stewart tickets right now. Good luck. Be caller 12. PK Texas Tech needs a new quarterback. His name's Will Hammond, and they don't know if he's going to be healthy in time for the conference opener. Does that make BYU the favorite now?
Yeah.
Are the Cougs the top dog?
Bear with me. That's BYU's slogan in 2026.
You're good at slogans. Big, gigantic thing hanging on the outside of the stadium. Bear with us. There's Bear Bachmeier running.
Running, throwing, dragging Utes into the end zone. Bullish on Arizona Wildcats going into the end zone. Yeah. And what's cool about it, man, is game 2. The Cats come to Provo right off the bat. Yeah. No offense to Utah Tech, because I love my, the Trailblazers now. I love my Trailblazers.
But
let's get on to game 2, which is the first game of the conference season right off the friggin' bat, right? I don't think anybody else is playing a conference game in week 2.
there should be more conference games week 2 and 3, but there are not. They had to organize that. Take advantage of that. It's good that they're doing this. They're only doing it because of Notre Dame. Should be a little more of that.
Yeah, well, and that's a great matchup. Big game right off the bat.
Yep.
I mean, every conference game is huge, but the Cats should be good.
2 teams that finished at the top of the league last year. They've got important pieces back. Obviously, they both have the quarterbacks back. So let's go. You ought to be 2 of the top half, top third, top quarter of the league again.
I think Fafita's the best passer in the league.
I can see why you would say that.
And if he was 6'2", he'd be in the NFL right now. I have no doubt about that. He's not
6'2". Right. What can he do about that?
Right.
And the league does not like guys who are that small.
Yeah. But he's a fine college.
But he's a really good college.
Plus, he's got 4 years' experience at the same school. Now, he's had multiple coaches, but
he's produced through that. Sometimes
he's coming back with the same guys.
Sometimes that sinks people, but
Yeah. So that's a great game. But yeah, I think the Cougars should be considered right there. If you want to go Texas Tech a little bit because they are the defending, I get that. I understand that. I understand that reasoning.
Well, also, it's about picking the top 2 now because picking who's going to win one game in November, not knowing who's going to be healthy in a sport like this is crazy.
We still pick a winner.
We do.
But it doesn't matter. First or second's good. Although I think there was a clear difference between 1 and 2 this past last year. Wasn't it like 63 to 14 or something?
Yeah. It was lopsided. I don't remember the number, but I get your point. They dominated both games.
They did.
And if you throw in the Utes, they dominated all 3 games and those 3 dominated the rest of the league.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tony, BYU is a favorite if they put a 65-0 beat down on Utah Tech, then yes. If they have a 38-14 game with them, no. The offense should be elite. We'll see if Papinga can get the defense to shine. There is a lot of that.
I'm okay with the defense, though. I think the down linemen should be okay, as good as they were last year. Linebacker, you lose Kelly, who was a big-time playmaker.
That's why he's in NFL draft pick.
Glasgow back. The Ovale kid from Cal was a State of Utah kid. He was really good there. Secondary's got some experience. Jay Drew had a story about Satawala being hurt, but we're getting into the season, and I don't think it'll linger. We'll see how that plays out. And you talk to the guys, and it's a similar thing to Utah when they made the transition. They didn't have the depth, right? Kalani, who was D coordinator at the time, I think it's the second year they're playing, maybe the third year, but I think it's the second year. Yeah, the second year they're playing the Devils, or maybe it's the first year. They got to take out Trevor Riley. He needs a blow, and the Devils go right at him, right at that position. And they
go right down the field, and they score, and they win the game.
Yeah, and I think we saw that a little bit here with BYU when they made the transition, as they should. You're stepping up in competition on a week-by-week basis, right? And so now, what are they going in their 4th year?
Yep.
So, yeah, and you recruited to the Big 12 2 years before, but with the missions, that actually times out pretty good. Now those guys have all been home for 2 years. So the mission should be a distant memory in terms of conditioning and everything else. So now you're seeing them stockpile some more depth to be able to withstand some of this stuff. So they're in a better position. Obviously, it's reflective in their record.
There are people who just they can't help themselves.
In what manner?
Donnie, no, we're the underdog. The Utes are the preseason number 1. Put the pressure on those guys, Donnie says.
Well, no, I don't think the Utes will be a preseason number 1, but I do think they'll be in the mix, and they should be in the mix. They've earned the right to be in the mix. But as you pointed out, there's unknowns on the field and unknowns on the sidelines.
I think 3rd is the highest they'll be picked.
Which is fine.
Some people will pick them down at 6th or 7th, and that might only be the difference between going 7-2 and 6-3.
I think Devin Dampier has an opportunity to be conference MVP.
I can see why you say that. Returning quarterback, good team. He could put up huge numbers.
Right.
Going to have a little more of a chance to throw the ball this year. I still think there'll be a lot of running.
There should be. He's dynamic.
Yeah, and I don't think they got a crazy guy running the offense, but he does like to throw it. There could be a little more of that.
Well, they got the best receivers they've ever had.
Low bar, but I get your point.
Why do you got to be negative?
I think I'm being factual, pragmatic, realistic.
Okay, but you didn't have to rain on a parade. Low bar.
I do think the receiver class could be better. I think if there's ever a time in an offseason to say, this is year, it's going to be different. And you have correctly pointed out, I've only heard that like 15 years in a row. Why would I? Charlie Brown, you're pulling the ball back. What's going on? And I get that.
Lucy pulls the ball back.
Lucy pulls the ball back. You're right. I totally messed up that metaphor. But it is different. Morgan's here. You got a different head coach, a different OC, a different receiver coach. If there was ever a time it was going to be different, this is it. We give Kyle his flowers justifiably because he's so good at identifying, projecting talent.
And you are so groovy, giving him his flowers. Everything that's hip and lingo, you pick up.
Like butter.
Man.
But Kyle struggled a little with quarterbacks and clearly got better, or they wouldn't have Huntley and Rising. Well, and even this past year, I mean, they had two good quarterbacks. So that his ability to identify and develop quarterbacks, or at least let other people identify and develop them, if you want to argue that, hey, he was passing it off to other people and other people identified him, fine, whatever. He's head coach. He gets the credit or the blame. It all comes back to him. So he's getting better there. But receiver, you can't really say that. They never really got good at identifying and developing wide receivers. They were great at identifying and developing tight ends. Outstanding. But not wide receivers. But now it's a completely different cast of characters. Head coach, OC, receiver coach. So what has been true doesn't have to keep being true. If Ute fans want to have hope and say this is going to be different, maybe it will be. You get up and down the line now, you got different people calling shots. The problem is, will everything else be as good? And it is all complicated as much as we want to say this person, that person. As you always love to point out, there's NIL looming, and if you don't have the money, how do you get the best receivers or the best pass rushers or the best offensive tackles and pass protectors? How do you get them? You got to. So what was done 5-10 years ago is off the map. And if you don't have the same money relative to what everybody else has, even what was done 2-3 years ago can no longer be held up and compared. If everybody else is pulling away from you financially, is that true or not? And Morgan did say some of the things at his press conference that you have to say when you don't have as much money as the other guys. We want people who want to be here. We want people who want to get better. I mean, you always want that, but when you don't have as much money, you got to really sell it.
Yeah.
Because it sounds good, and it's true. Whether you have the money or not, it's true. But when you don't have the money, it's the thing you can sell.
Yeah, but Texas Tech wasn't about development last year. They were about paying guys to come in and play.
Yes, I think that their coaches would probably tell you, well, over the course of the season, we want them to develop and get better, which is true.
They were already studs.
But it would
in.
also be true that when they identified them in the conversations that we're not allowed to hear, they said, hey, this guy's going to be picked in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft.
They got Bailey for one reason, cash.
This guy's going to be picked in the first 10 picks.
And that's fine.
Yeah, if you can do it. And if you can't, then you say the other thing.
Right.
All right. Coming up, Ben Anderson, Jazz Insider, KSL Sports Coast. Jake and Ben joins us next. Stick around.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored
to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge of your seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and we're joined by Ben Anderson, Jazz Insider for KSL Sports and co-host of Jake and Ben. Ben, good morning.
Good morning.
So, Ben, 5 years, $140 million, $28 million per year for Walker Kessler. We were talking earlier this morning about this. Tim McMahon had it. You confirmed that. Those numbers are the real deal. It makes sense to me because I thought when we talked about this earlier, like at $20 million, you're going to get outbid. At $25 million, seems bottom of the market. You're probably going to have to pay him $30, so they settled on $28. I don't have to do it. I can just go in $5 million increments. So $28 makes sense, but it does make sense that somebody out there might try to get him for over $30 million. Would the Jazz match anything up to 35? Where do you think, assuming he gets another offer that's better, how far would they go and match him? What's that number look like?
Yeah, I think that's the big question is, where are the Jazz outside of their comfort range? And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Walker wants fewer years so he can get his next contract sooner, where he can get ideally another raise and start making money on top of what he's already making. So, is it 35? Is the team going to offer 35? I kind of, for no reason, just how NBA teams operate, kind of keep coming back to is there a 3-year, $100 million deal out there for him? Where a team says, yeah, we're going to give you more on average per season. It's $5 million more a year. It's a lot. But it's also shorter. So if something does go wrong, they can get out of it quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that. And I think, I think the Jazz trying to put 5 years on there is a sign that they really believe in Walker and want Walker to know that they believe in him. But also they want to have him locked up for a long time at a relatively low number. 5 years from now, $28 million is not going to look like that much on the NBA landscape.
You kind of have the same thing, at least in theory, with Walker Kessler. He wanted to be extended last summer, and Darren Peterson doesn't want to work out or whatever for the Jazz. Well, my thought is to both of them, tough, suck it up. You'll come here because we have the rights, and if you want to play here, this is the way. If you want to play in the NBA, you got to play here. Plus, when they get out here, and Walker's already been here, obviously, and the games get going and you get with the guys, they'll find out. And this is a great place to be. So I don't really worry about this. What's your response?
Yeah, and, from everything I understand is Walker really likes Utah. Walker wants to be here. He wants to be in Utah. His camp also wants more money. I mean, it's kind of simple.
So do I, Ben.
Yeah, so does everybody, right? I mean, that's not actually that foreign, which in a way I also identify with Walker's camp, and I tweeted this out yesterday. Players get to negotiate maybe 2 good contracts in their life. So I actually don't blame anyone for trying to get as much money as possible, but there are kind of naturally competing issues here. The Jazz are trying to build a basketball team, and Walker's trying to build his individual wealth, and those actually don't jive that well together. And Walker's team actually doesn't have very much leverage, and that's the problem, and that's the hard part. Now, they can go out and get more money somewhere else, maybe, but is another team going to lock up $35 million on the free agent market for 48 hours while the Jazz just sit back and say, we're going to match this, but we're going to wait till the last second, so it actually hurts you to offer him a sheet?
Right.
That can certainly happen. And then as far as the Darren Peterson stuff goes, I mean, I will just tell you everything I've heard, none of it has to do with trying to avoid Utah. He just thinks he's going number 1 overall. There is still some positioning obviously being done there by his camp to try and show Washington that he wants to go number 1 overall, and he's fully invested in that. But if the Jazz draft him, I have not heard anything that makes anyone think that he wouldn't be happy being here. I know the report out of Dallas was he was trying to avoid the Jazz. He didn't work out for Memphis either. And the Jazz have been at his, meetings. The Jazz met with him at the Combine. The communication is ongoing. So I think people took that story and thought that meant he was trying to avoid the Jazz, and I really don't think that's the story at all.
And then if Kessler wants more money, just do another credit union ad. You'll be good to go.
Yeah, he'll keep making more money. He's fine. He's got options. He's marketable.
With Peterson and the whole Washington that's the only workout deal, I'm trying to figure if Washington has shown their cards and he knows, or at least heavily suspects that he's number 1, or if this is a power move by the Peterson camp. Hey, we're going to be number 1. You should pick us. We're only going to talk to you because obviously you're going to come to your senses and figure out I'm the number 1 pick. Which one of those two things is it, or is there a third scenario out there?
The people I've talked to really seem to think he's going to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And look, if you want to look at the actions, that would kind of match with AJ DeBonsa also coming and working out with the Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
If AJ wasn't actually fully sure that he was going to be number 1 and Darren was, those actions certainly speak for themselves. Now, I know the betting odds don't say that, and I know kind of the consensus mock drafts don't say that Darren Peterson's going to be number 1, but everything I've heard from well before the Jazz won their lottery to where we are today, I heard this as recently as, Monday. I heard this Monday, but the world has just been way too confident that AJ is going to be the number 1 overall pick. I don't actually think that's how NBA front offices have operated, despite the fact that that's kind of what the groupthink has been amongst people who do mock drafts and kind of cover the draft from a media perspective. So I do think that, as far as my intel goes, that's the most solid I've heard of who actually could be the number 1 overall pick. But again, that could easily be Darren Peterson's camp positioning and trying to say, hey, we're not going to come to Utah for sure because we think we're going to be the number 1 pick, when really they know they're not going to fall past 2 or 3 at the absolute latest. So what do they have to lose? I mean, it's not going to hurt them by not working out with the Jazz. If the Jazz want them, the Jazz will draft them. And this is the very last piece in a 4 or a 5-year puzzle where they've been watching these guys since they were teenagers. They know everything about them. If they don't come in for a workout, it's pretty small potatoes.
Locke had been down on DeBonsa for a good while, his lack of three-point shooting. Now he put out a little video on his Locked On spiel. Seems to change that. Tune has been altered a little bit, being a 20-point-a-game guy, willing passer, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I've seen him up close. We've all seen him on television. I got to cover several of their games. I like the guy, and I get that, he's not the best three-point shooter. We understand that. What level of confidence do you have if the Jazz pick him, which seems like that's what's going to happen, that, to me anyway, that he will be not just good, but in time a star?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a star. I have very little doubt about that, three-point shot or not. But even then, if you want to go back and, look at his whole season, certainly it's fair to look at a whole season. I mean, an NBA season or a college season is 35 games. I mean, we're talking about an NBA player having a slow start if they're shooting 33%. I mean, that's, October 28th or whatever the season starts to December 15th. Nobody chalks up somebody's entire career based on those numbers. And if you want to go in, look at one of AJ's interviews. I think it was with Scotty Barnes Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. And he said, look, I realized I could score 30 a game if I wanted to. And I think if you look at the point where he's kind of talking about in his season where he could have averaged 30 a game to the rest of the regular season, it's like a 16 or 17 game sample. I think it's more than half the year. Look at his three-point shooting. It's like 36%. Like, it even got better within the season, and then it fell off of the tournament a little bit, and they didn't play many games, but you're talking about 4 games over that stretch. So he has shown an ability to, not just score at an extremely high level, because I think he was up near 30 points a game during that stretch, but he was up over 36% from 3. My fear on guys in college about not being able to shoot the 3, you look at their box scores, and if they have 2 attempts a game, 0 attempts a game. AJ's at 6, 7 attempts a game pretty regularly. He has games where he's made 5 in a game. I just kind of think that's something that's somebody who has confidence in their three-point shot. And generally, I believe those guys are going to get better. So even if it doesn't come along, I still think he's a star. If it does, you are talking about the best player from this draft.
Ben Anderson, join us. You will hear him today at 2 o'clock. He and Jake will be on the air here, talking a lot of hoops with the draft bearing down on us. You go back and redraft drafts, and the top 4 are never the right 4. There's always somebody who was picked 8th or 18th or 28th who should have been in there, and someone in the top 4 who shouldn't have been drafted at all or shouldn't have gone in the top 20. So this 4, there's a real consensus. Of the 4, who do you think when we're 5-10 years out, we're going to go back and scratch our head and think, why in the world was that guy in the top 4? That shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I guess the obvious answer would be Caleb Wilson, just because he is the rawest of the group. And you know what, DJ? I really wonder if we're getting better at drafting. Clearly you go back and there's still, when you take 4 guys versus the field, which is the next, 56 guys, obviously one of the 56 is going to jump up. But I don't know, if we're 3 or 4 years from now, we look back and look at this past top 5 with Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper and VJ Edgecombe and Con Knipple and Ace Bailey and say, no, it looks like the good top 5. There's a possibility that's absolutely the case. Maybe we are getting a little bit better at this, or maybe we're not, and that was just a fluke season. So I would probably say Caleb Wilson, just because the skill set is yet to develop fully. And even then, he put up almost 20 and 10 at North Carolina, and they were really good when he was on the floor and not very good when he was not. So I think he's going to be a good player as well. The difference is going to be, who of the guys behind them jumps up. Is it Darius Acuff? Is it Keaton Wagler? Is it somebody 10, 11, 12, 13? I like Vass or Johnson kid from Michigan quite a bit. I think he's a really good player. Someone's going to jump up inevitably, but I understand why these 4 are the best players.
It's an interesting time for the Jazz with this pick that is so fundamental to their success and crucial. But yet at the same time, they just can't be focused on the draft, because then they got to turn around and a week later really starts going with the free agency. Depending, I guess, to what they do with Kessler, what do you see their level of activity being in that particular way to build your team?
Yeah, what I've heard is, if Darren Peterson's the guy at 2, the Jazz probably still need another ball handler in the backcourt to come in and help, and that's not to replace Keontae. That's just to come in and help, off the bench or help with Isaiah Collier. And if it's, AJ DeBonsa or Cam Boozer, they might feel like they need two guys. They might go out and try and get two guards who are, ball handlers who can come in and support and help, because they do need that. They do need more ball handling. Now, AJ's a really good ball handler. I actually wonder if there's more playmaking to his game than he was even able to show at BYU, when he averaged way more assists per game than Darren Peterson did. But if Darren Peterson comes in, is his playmaking actually a lot better than people thought? Keontae George came in and was a much better passer from day one. Ace Bailey came in and was a much better passer from day one. I wonder if that's a stat that kind of gets lost or gets blurred in college, that gets much better kind of naturally once you get to the NBA. But, yeah, the Jazz need another ball handler or two, and they certainly need a lot more defense on the perimeter. So I think you look down some of the names, the Marcus Smarts, the Anthony Meltons that have been out there. I think those make some sense. Gary Payton II. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jazz, flirt with somebody like that.
How much money do you think they're going to have to go get those guys? Because the teams that have gone and taken a young team and jumped up to the championship level, and you go back 10 or 20 years, the Warriors won 4 titles. They did it. The Lakers, who won the three-peat, they brought in a couple of veterans, and usually they bring in one person who's really good and somebody else who's solid, who's really solid. But can the Jazz afford to do two, or you think they're only adding one?
They've got the mid-level exception, which is, I think it's like $20 million this year. It's like $19 million. It's pretty hefty. So you could go out and maybe sign a guy for 2 years and 20, 2 years 25, and then get another guy on a vet minimum contract essentially, and see if that's enough for you. So I could see them going out and trying to get two players, or do you give one guy $20 million for 1 year, or 2 years, $40 million, and really try and make a splash. That seems a little rich for me for a gamble on a team that I'm not, I know the Jazz think they're going to be good next year. I don't know if they know how good they're going to be. So I wonder if they would invest that much or sacrifice that much flexibility for a season or two. But maybe you do 1 year. Maybe you just say, hey, we're going to give you a lot for 1 year. We think we can make a real push, and then we'll reexamine where we are a year from now. I could see that as well, but I definitely think they will be aggressive. I think they will try and fill out this roster more completely for sure.
They've invested a lot of time in these young guys the last couple of years as they've been losing. And right now it seems that we're overlooking a lot of them, or if not all of them. Your guess, your projection in terms of who would be a rotational guy out of these young dudes the last couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. And unfortunately for them, like, if nobody makes the Keontae George jump, and I'm not saying Keontae George, who suddenly became, a 9-figure player in the NBA, I don't think anyone's expecting that from Bryce Sensabaugh or Cody Williams or Kyle Filipowski even. But if one of them can jump up, that would be a huge positive for the Jazz. Now, I don't know how you pay that person next year, but if one of those guys was to jump up, that could become very beneficial for the Jazz and could actually solve a lot of their issues. As nice as Darren Peterson is and the skills that he brings, and he's a better player than Bryce Sensabaugh. But if Bryce becomes a knockdown three-point shooter and consistent, can give you a little bit in the area of team defense being in the right spot, he can be really helpful. If I had to bet on who it's going to be, I do think Kyle Filipowski just makes a lot of sense. He's further along than those guys since the day he came into the NBA. He's going to his third year. I bet physically he's kind of really starting to catch up finally. I think he understands exactly what his role is going to be. 15 to 20 minutes off the bench is going to be beneficial. Conceivably, assuming Walker Kessler comes back, he can always be on the floor with either Walker or Jaren Jackson Jr., which covers up some of his defensive issues, and then he can be really a kind of a playmaker out of the post with them, and I think that becomes extremely valuable. So I would bet on Flip making a jump. Cody Williams I might be the most skeptical on, just because I'm not sure what his actual skill is. But that doesn't mean I'm not a Cody Williams believer. And the truth is, like, if his defense comes along, he might be the most valuable of those three. We just have maybe seen the least from him so far.
I'm curious about the mental makeup of all these young guys, because we can say they're going to play 15 minutes a night, but that's not accurate. You got to dig deeper. There are going to be nights where everybody's available where they're going to get DNP CDs. There are going to be nights where they're in the rotation getting the 15 minutes, and there are going to be nights where multiple guys are out and they're going to have to play 25, and it can be hard to go out there and play 25 minutes because you don't have the conditioning, because you did just take a DNP, and because mentally you're getting a little beat up because your role changes so much. Who can handle that? Because in an era when guys play 65 games and consider it a full season, that just seems inevitable. If your guy 10, 11, 12 on the roster, that's going to be your life.
Well, yeah, we're talking about the young guys right now, and we're kind of ignoring John Conchar. We're ignoring Svi Mikhailuk, who are NBA veterans. I mean, I think Svi has a title. John Conchar is the type of player who, if you were to pluck somebody off the Jazz's bench that you said could have played in these finals, it's probably Conchar. He's running all over the floor, and I know he didn't shoot the ball particularly well with the Jazz, but he has historically. If he makes shots and is running all over the floor, I mean, he's the Jazz's best version of Josh Hart, who was so critical for the Knicks. So, if those guys are in the rotation, you're talking about, Bryce and Cody Williams being maybe guy 10 and 11 on this roster, and 10 and 11 might play 10 minutes a game if they play at all. Now, NBA rotations sometimes are 10. That's generally what Will Hardy has done. So maybe one of those guys gets a spot if you're assuming that whoever the Jazz drafted number 2 plays and that Walker Kessler comes back. I do think Kyle Filipowski is going to be in the rotation because they need him, but if Nurk is back, and I think the Jazz would probably enjoy Nurk if he could come back, it's a lot of bodies competing for very few minutes. And I don't honestly envy Will Hardy. I mean, Will Hardy's going to have to tell either the number 2 overall pick or Ace Bailey, most likely, that you're coming off the bench. That's probably not an easy conversation for 2 guys who are top 5 selections.
DJ, start spreading the news. I don't think Ben's leaving today, but when are you leaving, Ben?
I am leaving Saturday morning, and I'll be in New York, obviously, for the draft. So Monday, they're doing all the player interviews. So I will be downtown, and I'll get all those and send them back. We'll have them posted at KSLSports.com, on our Instagram page, social media, YouTube, etc. And then Tuesday, I'll be at the draft as well.
Do you have Ben's final mock draft 0.0? I don't know how many mocks you'd be into it. You ready to call the top 2 picks?
Well, I'll say the top 2 picks I think will be AJ and Darren. I don't know what order.
Okay.
That's bold, Ben. That's bold right there.
I know, really gutsy. But you know what? I will tell you, I bet you that's how the Jazz feel as well.
Are you going first class? Because you're a first class guy.
I think I'm flying standby. I don't know how I'm getting there.
Standby.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Open air?
Yeah, whatever.
Catch the train to Denver and try to pick up a flight from there.
No.
Yeah.
Avoid Denver at all costs.
Ben, we appreciate a few minutes. We will hear you today at 2 o'clock. You and Jake will take over and take everybody home.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Ben. Ben Anderson, Jazz Insider for KSL Sports, and host of Jake and Ben. DJ and PK, we'll take a break, come back, catch you up to date on everything you missed in this show. A lot of football, a lot of hoops, and a lot of golf. Stay with us.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
President of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. It is Austin Ainge. How often are those top names switching around at the top of a draft board? Does that happen this late in the process?
It does happen. We're trying to force ourselves to keep an open mind. Like, don't get locked in until we have all the information. Make sure we're processing everything correctly. We're almost fighting a consensus or predetermination. We're trying to make sure we go through it as thoroughly as possible before we lock in. We are fighting groupthink. We're fighting media narratives. We don't have a consensus in our rooms, right? Like, there's arguments. My dad and I fight every day about stuff, about players. Coach Hardy and I spend a lot of time talking through it and picturing how it would work with this guy and that guy. And there's a lot of opinions and I work with a lot of smart people.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Brought to you by Texas Roadhouse, the Utah Sports Commission, and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Save 25% on face value of a family 4-pack of tickets. Get your savings coupon for participating Texas Roadhouse locations. See savings coupon for restrictions and details. Rice Cycle Stadium, July 2nd through the 4th.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol keeps climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Free rock chip repair for the life of your new windshield? This is Greg at Glass Doctor, and it's a rockin' rock chip summer. Come take advantage of our $75 lifetime chip repair program for your current windshield. That's right, pay $75 once, and you're covered for your current windshield. Need a new windshield? Good news. Any new windshield we install gets that same no-cost chip repair. Get a chip? Bring it into us. If it's fixable, we'll take care of it. Check us out at glassdoctor.com. That's glassdoctor.com.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. The Utah Jazz, front and center now, PK. We just had Ben on talking about him. We played a clip from David Locke earlier this morning, who is no longer, I wouldn't say he completely did the 180. That was more a 90-degree move, but he's no longer accentuating.
Minimum 120.
Okay, 120. He's no longer accentuating the negative. Hey, that 33% shooting rate from three-point line isn't good enough, which remains true. However, he is now examining all the positives. Hey, willing passer, able score, even when the defense is lined up to stop him, he can take them apart. He can get to the paint, even when everybody is firmly focused on keeping him out of the paint. He still finds his way in there.
Right.
And there'll be more spacing in the pro game. Presumably, he'll be even better at that portion of the game.
And the earrings aren't gaudy. More reasonable, understated, not drawing attention to himself.
You don't mind the diamond studs? It's the dangly things that really...
Yeah, well, there's something going on there. You want attention.
Mm-hmm.
Let your game draw the attention.
Let your game sparkle.
Anybody can look like a fool, but let your game do the talking. And that's what I want to see. And that's what I think he's capable of doing. And we'll see that. Man, I'll be super excited to get him. And I don't think he can discount to an extent that he wants to be here. Now, that doesn't mean that he's not going to take off a free agency because they may not have the money and they may not want him. And who knows? There's a million things between now and then. I'm not so much worried about that because it's a long ways away. And secondly, I'll be dead. So you combine those two factors and it doesn't really matter.
You need to stop that.
I know. I wish they would, but that's what they tell me. So I'm on borrowed time.
Listen to Ben Anderson wherever you get your podcast. Y'all will have it up here in a little while,
at 2 o'clock.
right after the show. And he will be back at 2 o'clock with Jake.
Yeah.
But our conversation with him will be up before that.
I mean, I hand these other shows great ratings. They better do something with them.
Speaking of great ratings, the Knicks. How many people live in the tri-state area?
1 billion.
Well, they had 20 million people watching the NBA Finals. That's the best since the Jazz and Jordan in 1998. And they had 33 million for Game 5, the clincher, as the Knicks won the title for the first time in 53
Which is
years.
a zero surprise.
Right. Nor do they necessarily get to cash in on it right away because they just signed a TV deal, and they're signed for 11 years. So,
but we know there's certain teams, certain players, certain markets
that are going to draw more eyeballs.
I mean, it's a fact.
Right. Bigger markets have more people, and right there.
And it's New York. It's so fabulous they named it twice.
And there might be some jealousy towards some of the big markets, so there might be people hate watching. I'm going to watch this and root against them. And that's a factor, too.
I've never watched a game with the sole intent of rooting against. You bring that up.
Yes.
And I just don't know that that's real.
Oh, it is. It's 100% real.
No,
and I
it's not.
get why you don't do it because the Knicks are probably the team that you have the most sentimentality towards, but you just don't have that
There's no question
my
of that.
team sentimentality, which makes it hard for you to generate the opposite, which is I hate this team, I don't want them to win. But the NFL figured out, and I read a story about it, I think it was in the early 80s, they had somebody at, I think it was at CBS, maybe it was NBC, but no, it was CBS because it was the NFC, figure out, hey, wait, have you noticed that if Green Bay isn't on, the team that gets the most ratings there is Chicago and then Detroit and Minnesota. And they start putting the other teams in division in there, and people are like, I want that team to lose.
Because
And
it's
maybe
a divisional game.
And maybe some of that's emotion and some of that
they've
is
got good players.
pragmatic. Well, they don't all have good players.
No
The
one's
whole
watching
division isn't up at the same
Lions.
time.
No one's watching the Lions. Boy, I hope
But
they
they were.
lose. I never watch Arizona with the sole intent, I hope they lose. I'm going to watch it. Well, for now, it's work. And so if they're playing another conference team and I don't have anything to do and I'm not at the stadium yet or what have you, I'm going to watch it. But it's not, I'm going to turn on that so that team loses.
I think that happens all the time. I think people watch the Cowboys in New York, Philly, and Washington, hope
'Cause
they
it's a
lose,
divisional game.
and laugh
Of
like
course it
maniacs
is.
when they do. But even when Dallas is out of the division race last year, people are watching them, hoping they lose. And you're
yeah,
right.
but you
if it's a
don't
division
turn on
game.
the TV. I hope that's the number one reason I'm going to. I want them to lose. Sure, if the Cats are playing the Cougars, I want the Cats to lose, but I'm not going to turn on the game. So I want them to win. You're making it even. I watch the Jazz because I want them to win, and I'm going to turn on the Lakers so they lose. It's not the difference. The differential is substantial.
The difference isn't there because that difference is substantial. The difference is, did people hate watch the Knicks this year more than they hate watch the Thunder or the Pacers last year? Yes.
No, nobody hates the Knicks. What have they done until now?
Played in New York. That's all it takes.
No. Everybody recognizes that New York is the center of the country. and it's
that's that thought right there leads to some of the hate
every
watching.
American and people who want to be Americans, they want to see New York.
It doesn't have anything to do with Brunson and Bridges or Karl Anthony Towns or Mike Brown. It's that whole, all those New Yorkers. Ugh. They think they're the center of the universe. I hope they lose.
Well, no. But okay, fine. But you don't turn it on so I can watch them lose. That may be reason number 3 or 4, but it is not. I'm saying it's not reason number 1. I disagree with that completely. I think that's your fan. You grew up with a Chargers lunchbox, so that's your fandom. I think most people grow out of that, And the 55-year-old guy, oh, man, I want to watch the Knicks lose tonight. What channel are they on? I don't see that.
I think some people do grow out of it, and I've largely grown out of it, but that doesn't mean there aren't people right behind us replacing us with that sentiment.
Not in today's world. Today's world, there's a million different things coming at him. It's still the 55-year-old dude that it'll be interesting to see what sports ratings are in 50 years because
everything will be behind a paywall.
I just don't see, and then people will buy it.
Yeah.
But I don't think this generation of fandom is nearly as into it as you were.
Interesting. You think fandom's much more mellower now?
It's more fun. It's for fun.
Mm-hmm.
You students go to the games to have fun.
Yeah, we still got people.
Buddies.
We got people screaming stuff. We got people on social media.
You'll always have that, but
texting and stuff. Well, those people aren't having fun.
Right, but
and those
if it
people
would
will
have
hate
been
watch.
50 years ago or 25 years ago, it would have been more. Thankfully, we didn't have that. Whatever I say, you'll always find outliers. So you don't have to say it because it is understood. It'll always be there. If I say blah 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 blah, somebody will say, well, yeah, but that guy over there, that'll always happen.
What about yabba yabba yabba?
Thank you for illustrating it in a better manner than I did.
Blah, 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 blah. Honk. Come on, y'all. Give us a honk, man. There we go. Celebs and stars.
Where's Benny Hill? Is he coming in here?
All right. Celebrities and stars sell. Some people aren't into the teams. They're into the personalities. And a couple of big personalities had big, big days. Messi, who you thought had done everything that could be done. Well, he didn't have a hat trick in the World Cup. Now he's got one as Argentina wins their opener. He gets the hat trick, scores all 3 goals in the game. And Shohei Ohtani scores the only run in the Dodger game. They beat Tampa in a matchup of 2 of the top 5 teams in baseball. Dodgers win 1-0 on his 427-foot home run to center field in the 6th inning. There were only 9 hits in the game, 1 walk, 1 error. It was basically 3 up, 3 down. And then Ohtani went deep. Not some pop-up down the line that barely crawled over the wall. Bang! 400-plus to center field.
He's a threat, man. He is a threat anytime. He is a must-see TV. And
he pitches tonight. He won't hit tonight, but he will pitch.
He's must-see TV.
Or
when
is
he
it today?
pitches.
It's
a day
getaway
game.
day. It's a getaway day.
It's a day game, yeah. There's a ton of day games today. I already looked.
Wednesdays and Thursdays, you have a lot of that. And the series wrap up and people hit the road.
Check my television viewing. I got the baseball ticket this year. I told my wife, call them up, see what you can get. She got it for free.
White Sox and Yankees, 2 division leaders in the AL, are on Prime tonight at 5 o'clock. So
Prime what?
Amazon Prime Video.
Oh.
They have a game. Rays and Dodgers are 110 on MLB.TV.
110? That means they're starting at 12:10?
Yeah. That's what that means.
When I worked at Daily Breeze, we had, in the summers, I work a lot of desk.
Mm-hmm.
And we had about 3 or 4 of us that would just go to matinees, whether it be Anaheim or Dodgers.
Go catch the day game.
Because we had tickets to both.
Your spouse is working. What are you going to do? Sit at home by yourself? So you go with people from work?
Yeah, she was off in the summers. But,
No, yeah, in the summer.
But it was understood. And we had a little tradition going because the company had tickets.
Oh, nice.
In the sports department.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had access to them. Like I told you, Martin Luther King Day,
Mm-hmm.
every year I went to the Laker game because they played a matinee, and my wife was off, obviously being a public school teacher.
Right.
So she and I would go, but we'd go to most, if not all, the midweek day games, particularly at Dodger Stadium, which was closer, obviously. And I remember it was always fun to go and just hang out at the ballpark during the day. Sometimes, unless I was covering the game, which they have so many games that we had 2 or 3 guys who were vacation relief or just time off relief, and I was one of them.
Former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has a grade from the NFL, day 3. That surprises me. I know some people thought he'd be round 1 if he'd gone this year when there weren't a lot of quarterbacks. Now, this supplemental draft, if you use the pick, it comes out of next year, the 2027 draft. There are supposed to be a lot of quarterbacks in that draft. But nonetheless, if you could get Sorsby, I thought he was a second or third round pick. Don't spend your first rounder. You probably don't have to. There'll be a lot of quarterbacks in the first round. And he would have been the second best quarterback in this draft. But that doesn't mean he would have been the second best quarterback next year. And you're really high on Dante Moore in Oregon. A lot of people are. Obviously, Sarkisian has Arch Manning down there at Texas, so he's probably going to go 1 or 2. And there's a handful of other guys. I mean, this quarterback class is probably 5 or 6 deep. We'll see how it plays out and how the year goes for these guys.
Yeah, the supplemental is weird because you don't know what the season is. Mm-hmm. So do you gamble? Suppose you have a better season, and then that pick wouldn't be available, so it would be later. Or you take a kid, but then you have a crappy season, and then you could have the number 2 pick, but you don't have it because you use it.
And I'll be surprised if he goes in the first round of the supplemental draft. Right. No, but it's reasonable because he would have gone in the first round in 2026. But in the supplemental draft, it seems like if you like him, but you really don't want to be committed, throw the 4th rounder out there and see if you get him, especially if it's early 4th. But for someone who's really committed, they got to figure out, do we want to go 3rd? And if you're a really good team, maybe you got to use your 2nd. Because to your point, the Steelers need a quarterback. The Jets need a quarterback. Well, the Jets probably going to have an early pick, but the Steelers, who never had a losing record under Tomlin, never draft in the first half of the draft unless they trade up. Their 3rd-round pick might not be good enough because there's a bunch of bad teams that need quarterbacks who, if they put in a 3rd-round pick, it comes earlier, and the Steelers can't win with their 3rd-round pick. Because they're going to lose all the tiebreakers. They're too good. So the Steelers might have to commit to something a little bigger, which means they lay off.
Can you negotiate in terms of trades? Can you trade up?
I suspect you can, but I don't really know the rules. The supplemental draft hasn't even been used a lot lately. It used to be more common, but guys are so savvy now about getting in or getting out of the draft.
Yeah.
You know, back in the 80s and 90s, it seemed like it happened every 2, 3, 4 years. Now it seems like it happens once a decade or twice a decade, tops. So I'm not really aware of what the rule would be there. My guess is you can, unless they made a specific rule that you can't.
2 BYU players have gone in the supplemental draft. Name them.
I know one. Who's the other? One is Steve Young.
One is Steve Young. Now, this is courtesy of the BYU Sports Nation. I was driving to my league golf yesterday and had it on, and they said it. So
oh, really?
Full credit.
Who is the other one?
I believe I have it, if I recall correctly.
And it is?
Harvey Unga.
Ding, 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 and ding.
There it is.
Because Harvey had the honor code issue, had to leave school, and it was during the...
Teamwork makes the dream work, Yak. We went 2 for 2.
Yeah, it was after the draft had gone down, so he entered the supplemental draft.
I remember Harvey, but I have no knowledge of Steve.
Yeah, it was a USFL-driven thing.
I was going to say,
I don't remember it happening.
I know why, but I don't remember it.
No, I don't remember it happening.
It's probably more like a dispersal draft in so many different ways, too.
And those, everything was covered differently then. It may have just, don't remember the time.
Transaction in the Agate page?
Yeah, right? Yes.
Which don't exist
Footnote. Oh, the Agate page was awesome. There was so much info in there. So many things happened.
And I love reading transactions.
And now it's all on the ticker. You ever flip on a game, the game's mediocre, but you've been out doing whatever, off your phone golfing.
Yeah, but the transactions seem to go much deeper.
They do. They do. But sometimes the ticker's really good if you've been doing something.
It's good for more headline stuff. Mm-hmm. But transactions would have cut down day. They'd list everybody.
Yep. And they'd have, and you could be looking it up, guys who went to whatever schools you were following.
I would always look for the Devils. Yeah.
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 One other Jazz thing we talked about this morning, Walker Kessler. Multiple reports now. Initially, Tim McMahon, Ben Anderson's confirmed the numbers are right, so don't say that those are numbers just out there in the media. Multiple people digging into this. Walker Kessler offered 5 years, $140 million from the Jazz. He reportedly wants more than $28 million a year.
Of course he does now.
It all makes sense that would be and the lower end of his market.
But it is a strategy. Yeah. Everybody knows he's a restricted free agent. Yep. They want this story out. Mm-hmm. Don't even call us unless you're going 30, 35.
Right.
So this is a PR case.
It is.
As they should be doing it that way. Set the market. Don't come out. I'm not going to fly out to fill in the blank city, Detroit, randomly, and you're going to offer me 24. Don't waste my time. Don't waste your time.
All true.
Right.
And don't you think the Jazz hit it right? That's
I always
the
thought
middle
that he
to
was
lower
going
end
to
of his
be
market
between
25 and 30.
Yes.
Yeah.
There'd be some form of compromise.
If you drop down to 20, they're going to lose him. So you got to get up into the mid to high 20s.
But they can sit back.
They can.
And if he doesn't like it, I had to do this and that. Well, get over yourself. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to bawl or are you going to pout?
Ben Anderson brought up the thought: will someone offer him 3 years and $100 million? So he hits the market sooner, can get back out. The salary cap will be going up because the TV money's going up. And
if I were him, that's what I would do, because you think you're that good. And you showed a little flash of being better last year. I think it was 3 to 5 games.
He played 5 games.
Yeah. But it did look like he was...
It looks like he was making progress.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, they got a better version of this guy, and then boom, he's out.
Right.
Which, given the fact they were tanking, gets him 100% healthy. He was trying to play through something.
Worked.
It made sense. It all lined up.
So go take that $100 million. That's life-changing money, even with half going to the U.S. government or local government or wherever government
all
they're
of
going
the above.
to.
Yeah.
And you still, man, if you can't live on $50 million.
I think Joe Ingles talked about that. I believe he said at one point, nobody needs that much money.
Yeah.
He's like, how expensive? Joe was a big coffee guy. How expensive is that coffee in the morning? I mean, how many cups do you need? What do you need with all that money?
So with that in mind, then even if you didn't play, if you just had a knock on wood against a career-ending injury or whatever, you just retired, you'd still only be, 28 tops, and you have an opportunity to get another contract that would be double plus that. I mean, my goodness, yeah, he's in a great situation.
DJ and PK, your feedback coming up next. Is BYU still, well, not still, are they now with Texas Tech having their issues at quarterback? Are the Cougs the favorite in the Big 12? Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Professional basketball teams use their high draft picks wisely to win, and that means great leadership. And when it comes to selling your home, that's exactly what you want to. Here in the Salt Lake City area, the pick is easy. It's the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. The Stern Team has decades of winning results, and with their experience, strong negotiation skills, and proven marketing strategies, they know how to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to make a move, pick the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection
can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win. While supplies last.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It's time for your feedback. What do you have to say about today's show? And we're still getting a lot of yesterday's show. A lot of you are reacting to Mark Harlan. And we've got stuff coming in, and then there are clips getting put out on social media. You can go listen to the entire conversation wherever you get your podcasts, talking about that private equity deal. And it's just all over the map. It's going to be really interesting to see how this works out. There are people who want none of it. North of the wall. There's a reason Utah is the only school doing this. Harlan's a joke, and he's made countless mistakes. He's got no hope. To him, there's just no chance. Cheese Fries is a big Ute fan. Just admit you're jealous. Big things are happening at Utah. Keep your eye on Utah X next week or two, you little man.
Oh, he's got inside info, huh?
So something's coming. Sidelines, Texas State. How did this make it to the newest Pac-12 school? Well, it did. That AD isn't paying attention at the very least. PE is anti-college athletics. Way to help kill college athletics. Well, will the people stay away from it, not kill college athletics?
Why would they? Why
can't
would
be that down
this
on
company want to kill its own investments?
It wants to make money over the next 5 years, whatever that means. Well, the negative, I think what people are holding on to is this company wants to make a lot of money over the next 5 years, whether it helps grow that athletic department or not.
But don't they go hand in hand?
They can go hand in hand, but you can just take the money and run and leave behind something that's a shell of its former self and unable to compete.
Seems improbable, but we'll see.
Then Lane, there's a lot of stuff in here that's pretty fiery, and I've read you some of them, but Lane says criticizing and mocking are not the same thing here. So nothing serious at Lane Abbott. Kind of takes the attitude of be critical, and be critical of different parts of it, but the mocking it, don't take it all as being mocked.
Well, that's because he has his name attached to it, so he has to be reasonable.
See, as soon as you see a name, the odds of reasonableness go way up.
Yeah, obviously. That's why I think most fans are. I think they are reasonable.
Gill Investments. For middle of the pack and below, there's no other option in this current system. So he buys Give Investments buys what Mark Harlan said, that doing nothing was not an option. You could see that trending in the wrong direction, and you have to try something new.
Well, if you want to win at the highest level, now that may be a fairy tale. Everybody wants to win at the highest level, but do you have the financial wherewithal? And with Utah, if they get a ton of money, I suppose you could look at, well, Texas Tech is not Malibu, and Utah, Salt Lake City and so forth is neither. But if Texas Tech can do it, the thing that I would argue is that Lubbock is still in Texas, and it's still surrounded by just enormous amounts of talent, or at least close enough, maybe not surrounded. So if Utah could play at the highest level, that would be great. I think they could be right below, and that's what they've been, which is it's not a slight, it's an outstanding program worthy of envy.
Ryan says, I'm no Harlan fan, but leave it to KSL, BYU, and their cronies to try to make the U of U look bad by doing what is necessary to stay at the forefront of the mess that is college football. To which Trent Brown Coug says, state auditors and finance experts all agree this is a bad deal. It has nothing to do with KSL.
Well, I mean, I grew up a BYU fan. There's no question.
There actually is a question.
And all my allegiance is to there.
I don't believe that.
Ignore all the other stuff, though.
And I have no friends that are affiliated with the University of Utah. Zero.
Yeah, that's not true either.
In their athletic department.
That's not true either.
But that's what people think.
I know.
And yet I got a friend.
In both athletic departments.
Whose brother is a hardcore Cougar and goes on the line. And I think I may have told you this. And this guy, he goes on the internet message board deals. And this guy has always given me the cold shoulder.
Yuck, you ever get a job and have someone tell you you're the enemy now?
Oh, yeah.
You want to say where that person worked?
Yeah, but at least he said it.
He did. Put his face and his name on it.
This guy,
made no doubt about it.
He won't even acknowledge me.
That's weird.
We were gonna. He wanted the other friend wanted us. My friend is the younger brother of this other guy, and we were all in Hawaii, and they were there for other reasons. My wife and I were there. The friend wanted the six of us to go to dinner, and I left, and we were going to hook up later. And I told my wife, this isn't going to happen. There's no way he's going with me.
That's so funny.
And
the truth is, the absolute truth, not playing radio, you have so many relationships with so many people at both schools that when you tell me something is going to happen at one school, I don't automatically know who your source is. And I probably don't know the name of everybody you get info from at both schools, but I do know the names of a lot of people you get info from at both schools.
I have a trusting face. This guy sat across from me once when we were at he went to pick his brother up from golf, and so we had lunch. I have no respect for Kyle Whittingham because he won't even say the letters BYU. He is just a bad blah, 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 blah. And I'm looking at him, keep your mouth shut, keep your mouth shut, keep your mouth shut. And I did. If I told him some of the humanitarian stories that Kyle did on his own without asking.
Yeah. Well, don't let the facts get in the way of a good grudge.
Oh, brother.
We could talk about Mark Harlan and that deal. I mean, I think there's significant risk to it, but I do see a couple places where there could be big upside.
Well, let's see, man.
They could hit. They could, and I get people's reluctance. I get why the auditor wrote what they wrote. I get it. And I told you I worked for a TV station that was owned by a P&E firm, and that was a wild ride. But I think there's upside with Huntsman. I got to dig into the Huntsman Center, how much money could be riding on that. But $20-25 million bucks of new revenue to them would not shock me. Maybe that number is wild. I'd have to dig into it a little more. But I think there is some upside out there. All right, DJ and PK, we're all done. Coming up next, Scotty G and the coach. Stay with us.
Show's over.
And we're done.
We've already run out of time again.
And this is where we say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Don't say goodbye.
We'd like to hang around and help clean up.
That ended well.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midband. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, let's get it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know, we used to complain about this place all the time for being, like, frigidly cold. Now it's the other side. Now we are broadcasting live from the surface of the sun.
It's never good enough for you. Have you noticed that?
That's not true.
It's never good enough.
No, we've had
It's too hot. It's too cold.
We've had a good
You're
run.
like you're like Goldilocks.
Hey, man.
There's a lot of times it's been just right. Just not today.
Do you have, what sunblock you have in there? In that studio? Do you have a gun? Because it's hot in here.
Because I'm an SPF like 240 guy. You know, with me,
you got a special order that stuff.
Yeah, no, this is stuff you have to have highly engineered because with my complexion, it's either regular or extra crispy when it comes to my skin in the sun.
Regular.
You're not
regular,
a vampire.
Please.
No, I'm a KFC chicken is what I am. By the way, you hear that? That's one of those days.
Yeah.
Today. Let's go. How are you, by the way?
I'm I'm well. I really enjoyed our, I guess, audio session this morning.
Yes.
You know, you typically go into film session, but the audio archives of our show and just to, get a pulse of how great you've been, how bad I've been from Lloyd.
It was a
tough one. I mean, I got held up against it, but I'm gonna show up. And I'm not going to let it stop me.
And that's, you know what, that's if we're not winning, we're learning. How about that? And apparently we are winning, but also being forced to do a lot of learning too.
But that's how you get better.
That's how you get better.
Any great coach knows that.
Absolutely.
I was told that, of course.
I remember walking into Jerry Sloan. He'd have these media availabilities after games, and if a team played well, he would be really critical. And then so when a team would lose badly, I'd be like, oh, he's really going to tear into him. And then he was actually taking a softer tone because he's like, I got to build these guys up. But apparently we've been rolling long enough for the next 2 months and stringing it together some high-quality shows that Lloyd's like, I got to bring these dudes back down to earth a bit.
And in all full, we joke with Lloyd a lot, but in full transparency, it was a great meeting. I think communication is the essence of how you get better at anything. You just got to know what everybody's thinking.
Yeah.
So you can get on the same page. And, hey, I've enjoyed my early time here. Hope it lasts longer than the rest of the summer.
So
at least a year. At least a year, right?
Yeah.
You're good for a year.
Yeah, I feel like you guys have the option, too. I feel like I'm on my rookie deal. Trying to just, make it happen.
Rookie deal. Hey, busy show. Chris Level will join us at 11:05. He's the sideline guy for Texas Tech, their broadcast. He's been on the show a lot. We felt like we might give him a little bit of space throughout this early process because, it's emotions are a little tender right now in Lubbock. So now that the dust is cleared, we'll chat with Chris, good friend of the program, at 11:05. Normally he joins us on Friday. We will not be on the air on Friday, so you get a midweek edition of Craig Bullerjack, who will join us at 12:05, and then Brian Taylor, the pride of Burley High School, will join us coming up at 12:30.
Hey, reminder on the Buller segment, we've done a bunch of Highwayman with him because of ZZ Top. ZZ Top has been off the restricted list.
I chose I really did choose Highwayman for Bowler because he reminds me of a highwayman.
Okay, perfect.
But that's actually why I did go with it. It had nothing to do with taking away. I mean, we went away with
I just
ZZ
wanted
Top
to make sure
because of Hands. But
you want to go Sharp-Dressed Man,
Highwayman,
or do you want to stick with Highwayman?
I'll mix it in both.
Yeah,
we can do a little bit of ZZ Top and Highwayman.
That's basically what Bowler said. I think it was a day you were gone, which it's about been half the days.
No, it has actually been quite a few.
No,
absolutely.
But
I
I
saw
think
how you led up to that. It was well done by you. You're figuring this out. Yeah.
I'm taught by the best. No. So anyway, he just said mix that in every now and again. So I was just going to remind you. That's all.
Hey, I'm here for you. You tell me what you want me to play. If you want me to let something breathe a little bit with some music, get to its point, I'll let it breathe. Whatever you need from me.
What was the object of? I mean, today we walked out of that with what being the essence of what we need to do to get better.
Communication.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm just following what you told me.
It is amazing, by the way, as long as Scotty has been in this business, and I have, how bad the communication is in the communication business.
And by the way, it's everywhere.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Every building we've been in, every organization we've been in, communication in the communication business isn't great, but we try to fix that. Sometimes
we're always trying.
Sometimes we're the problem. Sometimes we're not the problem.
More times than not, I am the problem.
Communication-wise, I think I think that's the essence of any organization being good or great.
By the way, I feel like I should give you an update. Not that anybody cares. So my guy, I had a golf lesson yesterday, and my guy is totally reworking my grip and my swing. Like, I used to have my and so it's like it feels weird now. But I was hitting the ball a lot better yesterday. So
and it will feel weird.
It feels really weird.
Keep working through the weirdness.
Yeah, my guy Rich though, he's got it dialed in. He does a good job. So I'm excited. I'm gonna start taking this out on the course, and we're gonna start punishing some people.
I am excited.
I'm excited to see it.
Yes. Believe, Scotty.
That the grip itself looked like it had good intentions. I mean, that's what I can tell so far.
This is my only goal when it comes to golf. I don't want to be the embarrassing guy in a scramble. That's it. I don't want it. I don't want three other guys to be like, "Wow, is this a 3-man scramble or a 4-man scramble?" Because we need to use some of your shots. Like, you're dragging us down. I don't want to be that guy. I don't need to be a 5 handicap. I don't need to be a scratch golf. I don't need to, I don't need to break 80 on the regular. Like, all I need to do is just make sure that I am not the worst golfer consistently in a 4-man scramble. Or at least that I'm contributing to a 4-man scramble.
I think you can get there. I think you're already there, in fact. I think you're already there. Well, this is just you're moving up to 2.
I'll help out a little bit on a scramble, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No, you help. That's all I care about, is to help a little bit, too. I think the last time we played in that, remember we played a little bit in that BYU Media Day?
Yeah, are they doing that again, by the way?
They are. I've actually just got the email. I actually have to reply to our guy, Brett, and get it all set up.
We're in.
So, yeah.
Is it down at
No, I think it's a different course.
Oh, really?
I think it... I'm not sure. I'll double check.
Yeah, probably should be careful there.
Yeah.
Do I go to that, too? Or just...
No, you'll
we'll
need
be doing the show from there.
We're doing a show.
Well, that's the plan.
You don't get to do a lot of...
No, I don't want to golf.
We'll do a little bit of golf.
My wrist, guys, I'm telling you, I got to go get surgery.
Really?
I put it off a year, but...
A little carpal tunnel, or what you got going on?
No, I broke it last year, and I just, I went and saw the doc, and they said surgery's 50-50, whether it'll fix it. So I just let it... I just have dealt with it for a year.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm serious.
Hey, it happens to the best of us, man.
It's fractured, man. And I went and played golf on it the other day, and that wasn't the best choice.
Was it a fall, or what happened?
Yes, I fell.
Yeah.
Down the stairs. It was like,
gosh, you are
I'm old moment.
This wasn't a Carlos Boozer fall down the stairs, right?
No, this one was like Saturday morning, mowing the lawn, and put these socks on. You know how sometimes you're going down the stairs just a teeny bit too quick?
Oh, yeah.
In socks, and you just the wrong part of your foot, and then the rest is history. I put my hand down.
You try to break your fall with the hand? Yeah.
Behind me, and it caught the upper step and just bent it straight back, and I heard it pop. It wasn't great.
Yeah. All right. No bueno.
Sorry, that's TMI.
No, not TMI. Now we know that, you know what, when we get you out on the golf course, you're just setting us up that you're the ringer. So you're like, oh, I'm hurt. I don't like golf anymore. And then you're going to go out and just bury everybody.
I'll just put a bunch of tape on it.
Yeah.
Grit through the pain.
Right.
Rub a little dirt on it. All right, we got a busy one. Let's get to it. Walker Kessler, will he or won't he be a member of the Utah Jazz next year? It's all right here on The Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz don't quite have numbers, but Collier sprints the right side and finds Kessler for the dunk. Outside to Joe, Walker defending. Walker blocked it. Walker picks it up. 3 left-hand dribbles to the rack, and a right-hand layup is up around the orange cylinder and down.
Oh, man, I miss Locke. I miss the calls. Let's get the season going again. And look, he's been making chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what for the last few years. This man deserves some winning basketball, and he's going to get it. The question is how much Walker Kessler is going to get paid next year. Restricted free agent, and there's a lot of hubbub. And again, we said this yesterday about Darren Peterson. We're going to say it over and over and over again. Take what you read, take what you hear from agents, from those close to the source, those kind of stories. Take it all with a grain of salt. Everybody has got a objective here. Everybody has got an angle. Everybody's trying to work it. And let's be honest, everybody's trying to squeeze every little dime that they can. Organizations are going to try to save as much money. Agents are going to try to squeeze as much money from those organizations as much as possible. It's just like anything in corporate America. You get what you try to get, and then you go from there. If you're an organization, you save what you can try to save, and you go from there. This is just a song and dance that's been going on as long as time. And that's the same thing here. Don't think that Walker Kessler is really angry with the Jazz. Don't think that the Jazz are angry with Walker Kessler. This is what we call a negotiation.
Yeah, it is a negotiation. And we've said how difficult it is to build a roster in this day and age, and that you've got to be really resourceful. You got to be crafty. But above all else, you have to be smart. And, this is one of those instances where the number that's been reported, 27.5, 28, I had that confirmed. So that is the number we're talking about. And, just looking at the centers in the NBA right now, if you look around that 27, let's say 25, because I had yesterday, we talked, Scotty, about the range being somewhere between 25 and 35.
Yeah.
So 25 on the low end. Naz Reid is 25. Okay. 27, Miles Turner. So, up one step. Jakob Poeltl, 28. And then it jumps straight to Hartenstein, who's obviously won a championship, been a part of a championship. Jared Allen has done, multiple defensive awards, been a part of many teams like that. And then into Bam, Rudy Gobert, Şengün at 35, 37. So that's kind of how the landscape looks. And in my mind, this is just a ploy. Like, I think it's an opportunity for an agent to say, look, we want all the money that everybody's getting, regardless of what we've actually been able to accomplish. And I'm here to tell you, Walker's been great, but there's a distinct line there to me.
Yeah.
Poeltl at 28, okay? And then above that, you've got a guy who won a championship. So I think the Jazz gave a really great offer. If LA is in fact a team that's involved, he'd have to get, 4 or 5,000 or 5,000, 4 or 5 million more than that just to compete, apples to apples on a cost of living basis. So this is a great offer. And I think the Jazz are not going to, certainly particularly in the first offer, make it some crazy thing. So this is just the process.
It is a process. And look, there's going to be a moment where the Jazz are going to wait and see what offers come in. And if there's going to be a number where the Jazz say, okay, take it. We wish you well. Pat you on the back. I'm really curious to know what that number is going to be. Is it 34? Is it 35? Like, what's that number? And can Walker Kessler really command that number? Coming off injuries, having a bit of a sophomore slump. Like, there's a lot of things that you can talk about Walker Kessler. I agree. I think he's a great player. And I think at $27 to $28 million, great offer for who he is and the skill set that he brings, especially when healthy. But when you line it up like that and you show me, what other people are making, and in that range is Walker Kessler, has he done enough? Is that resume worthy of $32, $33, $34 million? When Rudy Gobert is getting, 35?
Yeah, 30. Rudy Gobert is getting 35, yeah.
Yeah, and so, can you put Walker Kessler right now, at this point in his career, in that same 9-iron away from Rudy Gobert? I have a hard time with that.
I have a hard time with it, too. And it really does come down to me. There's a line right there. These guys have actually, now acclimated to the NBA and won something, done something. And these guys really have promised to do that. But until they do, let's, you can't throw money out there because it becomes a guarantee. Yeah. And you've always got to make the sure thing, And so this is an interesting one, but I do want to emphasize it's agent season.
Yes.
And the emotion that comes from this, the only reason there's emotion in this is because the money, this is the one time you talk money, and then, you settle in on it, hopefully, until the next time you talk money. But there is emotions from the agency. There's emotions from the player certainly involved. And the team has to try to keep the emotion out of it. They have to really, like you said, put a number on a page and say, somebody comes in above that, we aren't going to do it because that will crush us.
Yeah.
One overpay.
Yeah.
One overpay will crush your chances.
And honestly, when you talk about overpay, this isn't, and I've been told this time and time again by a lot of NBA executives that I really trust, there's no such thing as a bad contract in terms of dollars. It's a bad contract in terms of years. So if you're locking in Walker Kessler at $32, $33 million per, you can stomach that for a year or two. But 5 years, that might be a little bit tougher to swallow. Now, I understand Walker's going to try to get everything he can, and he should. If he's got leverage, you use it. There's only a few moments in your life where you actually have leverage, so you've got to flex, and that's what an agent's job is. That's why Walker Kessler's kicking this guy 3-4%, whatever it is. Like, he's like, you need to go get me as much money as you possibly can. Agents want to do that because they can make the most money they possibly can. So, yeah, it's going to be a song and dance. It's going to end up, I think, probably when it's all said and done, Walker Kessler will probably be making quite a bit more than $28 million. I think it'll settle in the 31, 32 range because I think that's probably what he'll get in the open market. And then the Jazz, I think, will match it. I mean, I think that's where it's at.
Yeah, and honestly, that is, I said it yesterday, we're talking, so that would be, in essence, $3-4 million a year that we're off, right?
Yes, yeah.
So that's kind of was my gut yesterday, and that is it. But that's still something that you've really got to push on because at the end of the day, in 4 years, a possible 320-plus games, he's been able to play 200 games. And he's averaged 9 points and 9 rebounds in those. So that's his body of work on paper. And then again, obviously the third and rookie of the year in his first year and had a great regular season. And then the next year struggled a little bit and then dealt with injury. So there is some uncertainty. And that's why I still believe the Jazz offer is definitely a indication they want him here.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, can we settle on a number?
I think I understand like an average NBA fan out there or an average Utah Jazz fan's driving around and they're thinking to themselves, Walker Kessler has been offered a contract that will pay him $27.5 million, $140 million over 5 years, and he thinks he's worth more than that? Wait a minute. Where's that body of work to prove that? But it is the NBA. He does have a certain genetic ability and size dimensions that's going to warrant that amount of money and a skill set. And for all intents and purposes, a good locker room guy, too. I think a team is good with Walker Kessler on it. He's a good personality. Doesn't seem like he ruffles feathers, gets along with everybody, does what he's asked to do. So there's a lot of good things about Walker Kessler. I get the number seems high, and for him to turn it down, don't take things personally. Trust me on this one. I don't know per se, but I got a sneaking suspicion. Danny Ainge, Justin Zanuck, Austin Ainge, they're not taking anything personal. They've been around agents forever. They understand the song and dance. No relationship's going to be damaged beyond repair. It's just part of the game. This is the game that everybody goes through. It's what you do with your boss at work. Only this is a little bit more, a lot more commas involved and a lot more public than what you are dealing with your, your sales job or your ad agency or your CPA firm, wherever you're at.
And yesterday we talked about the importance of reps in anything you do, whether it be radio or, defending the standing at the top of the restricted arc and trying to not, foul a shot, jump vertical, all the different things you work on in life. But reps, you can think about the number of times the Angels have been tried to be bullied by an agent. And I mean, I'll just have you look at last year. None of this stuff, I can assure you this, none of this stuff even raises the blood pressure because they've been through so much of it and they understand this is not Walker saying I'm worth more than that. This is his one shot to get as much as he can. His agency gets paid as a part of it. So it gets messy, but every single year you get out of it and then you remember how messy it gets again when you get into it.
Yeah. And by the way, players get this too. You'll always hear a player say about another player in their contract, hey, he's got to do what's best for him. He's got to do what's best for his family. These guys know, we want to win. We want to be the kumbaya, come together as a bunch of players together, but also go get yours too. Everybody understands.
Right.
That.
That's part of the game.
Yeah.
It is just part of it. And that's the hard part of a team sport, but you do have to address the individual piece so that you're then you can just go focus on the job at hand.
Yeah. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Coming up, we'll continue to look at this crazy offseason for the Utah Jazz. The Darren Peterson situation, look, again, everything's fallen into the same category. We've got a big basket of stories, and they all fall under the same hamper. Like you're picking up the whites, the darks, and you're throwing them into different hampers. Same thing here. All these stories are going right into an agent hamper. They're all the same story. Agents trying to position themselves so that their player maximizes their playing time and their earning potential. They're doing their job. That's what and it's the front office's job to protect the team. Agent's job is to protect the player, and hopefully you're able to come to agreement where at least everybody is either happy or everybody thinks that they gave up too much.
Well, I loved what you said yesterday, about the agents being the same, DP and Keontae George. That has since been, talked about a bunch out in the open, and I think you were right. I think there is again, if you can get 2 max contracts, 2 different places, not share the reps, not share all that, and unfortunately that's how agents think. Instead of, like in Walker Kessler's case, they should be looking at this like Walker Kessler really had to be everything to everyone in the time he played for the Jazz. The way they've addressed the front line and everything else, like he should just want to come here because all he has to do now, run, rim protect, and rebound.
Yep.
And he'll look like a star.
And make a lot of money along the way.
A ton of money.
10:28, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out. Mm-hmm. I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from,
who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
In the draft on June 23rd, it's not just about talent. It's about building the right team. And that's exactly what you'll get when you work with the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. By using premium marketing plans and pricing your home strategically, the Stern team has built a championship-level lineup designed to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to win in today's real estate market, draft a team that's been winning for years in Salt Lake City. And that's the Stern team powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern team.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Once upon a time, I was of the mind to lay your burden down, leave you where you stood, and you believed I could. You'd seen it done before.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. We do it every day from 10 to 2. Hope you're all having a good Wednesday out there. Week's half over. You're almost there, folks. All right, NBA Finals. The Knicks walk away with an NBA title. Now we're all into off-season mode as the Jazz trying to put together their team for the upcoming season. Two storylines in play. Jazz negotiating with Walker Kessler. Obviously, as you'd expect, that thing going back and forth a little bit. And then the Jazz picking at number 2 overall. And look, I don't think that if you hear anything from somebody out there, like, you know, like the old Ferris Bueller line, my brother's cousins, roommates, cousins, you know, boyfriends said at 31 Flavors that Austin Ainge is going to take Darren Peterson at number 2. Don't believe anything right now because nobody knows. Like, I don't think that the Jazz are more than happy to take any one of those three. I think if it's Boozer, if it's Peterson, if it's AJ, the Jazz will be completely thrilled with any of those three. One of those three will be playing in a Jazz uniform next year, and the Jazz will be completely happy about it. But what that order of those three are right now, I don't think the Jazz have settled that in. We talked to Austin Ainge last week about locking the board. I don't think that board's locked by any means yet.
There's still time for discussion. Obviously, this week, a new situation instead of being able to bring Darren Peterson in and go through that process, that the agency on Darren's side, has chosen a tactic. And, my feeling is that there's actually truth to what we both said yesterday. One being that this is a psychological thing, like, hey, we're going to be number one, like a Jedi mind trick in some ways, and just setting that expectation. And then secondly, that piece about the agency, the shared agency really is, that is something that's the way these agents think. And so certainly they're going to try to, for them and their client to be able to get to that big money quick, they're going to try to separate those guys.
So the storyline there is that Keontae George and Darren Peterson are both represented by an agency called Wasserman. Wasserman represents both, although the direct agents for each one are different, but it falls under the same agent umbrella. So essentially what that means is you've got an agency out there that says, okay, do we want, and Darren Peterson has come out and says, I want to be the one, I want to be a point. So would it be in the best interest of an agency in their hopes of making a lot of money for their client and in doing so making a lot of money for themselves, having two guys on the same team who both want to play the same position? I think that you can have both on the court at the same time, and I think the Jazz would be more than happy to do that. And I think both could make a lot of money and do a lot of good there. But they're thinking in their mind, wait a minute, if we can split these two up, have Keontae in Utah, have Darren Peterson in Washington, or Memphis, then what we can do is make sure that these guys are max players on those respective teams. Keontae barreling towards a max contract. He's certainly earned that. And Darren Peterson should be in line for that as well here in a couple of years. So in their mind, they're thinking, okay, let's line these two up on two different teams so that we can maximize their playing time, their reps, and their earning potential. And that makes business sense. Makes total sense. Now, if you're Danny and Austin Ainge, you're like, we don't care. If he's available at 2 and we think he's the best player on the board at that point, we're going to take him and we'll figure it out from there. And you guys can figure it out from there. But we're not worried about 3, 4, 5 years from now. We're worried about him being the best player on the team and what we can do to make that happen. So you're going to get your money. Don't worry. But, we think he and Keontae can coexist together.
And I said it earlier, but the number of times that Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge have been in the middle of something like this where dust gets stirred up. Think about all the years that the Boston media.
Oh, yeah.
We're hell-bent on trading one guy or the other because Tatum and Brown could not play together. Remember all that?
Oh, yeah.
So, again, there is bluster, and it's like you can set the clock by it. The draft comes around, the season ends, the draft comes around, free agency's about to open, and that's where you hear all the stuff. It's crazy during the season. You hear little things, but nothing like you do in the summertime. And it's because everybody's at the trough. They're waiting to, they're fighting for their position, how much feed they are going to be allowed. And it's a process that we go through every year. People forget it. But that's why as a front office and the Angels, like I said, they're very astute when it comes to getting rid of the emotion.
Yeah. No, but nothing surprises them.
Mm-mm.
They've seen it all. They've worked with every agent. Jay-Z, Justin Zanuck's been an agent, so he knows how that works.
So valuable.
But there's nothing that Danny Ainge has not seen. In all of his years in the NBA as a player, as a coach, as a front office, a guy who's led a team to championships, built another team that won a championship, even though he came to Utah before that Celtic team did win. Like, this dude knows how to build championships. He knows how to assemble rosters. He knows how to evaluate talent. He got this. Like, there's nothing an agent's going to throw at him that he hasn't seen before or doesn't know how to handle. And I think there's probably an element of him just kicking back and like, okay, all right, I see what you're doing. I've been there. I've done it. I get it. I get what you're trying to do, whether it's Walker Kessler's agent or Darren Peterson's agent or whoever. It's like, I get it. I understand. You got to do the dog and pony show. But at the end of the day, we're going to do what's best for our team.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. Get rid of the emotion because, again, I'll repeat it. You're putting together, the end game here is let's win a championship. So you're putting together a roster the best you can using, trade exemptions. You're using pick swaps, whatever it is to put a team together, assemble a team, all the currency you have. And if you overpay one guy, and even if it's not that much, but you miss out on an opportunity, you have to be to the number. And that's why these negotiations on both sides get a little bit nutty, but just breathe deep. Don't blame it on the kids. This is not Walker Kessler saying, I don't want to be here. They're not treating me right. There's none of that. It's just business.
It's not personal. It's just business.
It's not me. It's you.
I heard that a lot in college.
Me too. I was on the wrong end of that one.
Yeah.
I didn't get to choose much.
And they didn't even give me the courtesy, it's not you, it's me. It's like, no, it's not me, it's you. It's you.
And I need
so then you took it into your own hands. You started pulling them over.
Yes.
Were you a cop?
Have you? I'm sorry.
Lloyd. Have you not heard this?
Hey, you could knock me over with a feather.
Our guy Scotty was that.
Man, you've done everything.
He was a go-getter.
All right. So, you know what? You see Olden Polonese do something, you think, oh, maybe that might work.
Could work.
You know,
right along.
There's
minus the cuffs.
There is a store in northern Utah, a little bit north of Ogden.
Everybody's favorite store, by the way.
What's DJ smiling? Has DJ heard this story too? DJ just walked to the window and was smiling. All right. So there is a store that is well known in north of Ogden that sells everything. I think that's their tagline. If we sell everything, if you can find it, or something like that.
Yeah, I think you can buy a grenade.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy stuff you can buy up there.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-do.
And so anyway, my college buddies and I, we were walking through that store, and I found one of those like police lights that you can, you know, in the old 80s TV shows that you can, the undercover guys, they'd roll down the window and put the light on the top.
Please tell me.
So, you know, look, we're driving around the mean streets of Logan, and you see a car full of, you know, pleasant-looking young women, and you're like, hey, you know what? What better way to introduce ourselves than to pull that light over, pull them over, and say, ma'am, I'm going to need your phone number. And you know, and everybody has a good laugh about it. It's a good, like, icebreaker, right? You know, everybody's having a good time. Nobody takes it seriously. Actual police officers actually do take that seriously. Surprisingly, they don't like that when you impersonate a police officer. And so I did not get arrested or anything, but I got a good. So there's a feeling out there when you have jokingly pulled somebody over, and then you see another cop, an actual police officer, pull up behind you, and you start to think, uh-oh, we might have gotten ourselves into trouble. And yes, we did get ourselves into a little minor amount of trouble. We got a good little talking to, and everything was fine. Just it was a good. Like, don't do that again. And then everything was fine.
I can imagine what your stomach did when it pulled up behind, though. That is.
We've got a great officer who listens to the show, Officer Tony Brown. I think he may have retired. I don't know if Tony's out there. If he's still going, he's one of our, not the basketball player.
Downtown?
Not downtown Tony Brown. Mountain Crest, Utah State alum. But no, he's an officer, great guy, comes to a lot of remotes, brings us donuts every now and then.
Cool.
And we asked him what he would do if he stumbled upon a kid. He's like, I'd have your butt in jail so fast it would make your head spin.
Oh. But, I mean, I see where you were going, and minus kind of considering the repercussions, I think it sounded like you executed it well.
It did work on a couple of instances. You know, everybody had a good laugh. Here's my phone number, you know. But
I'm going to need to get your number.
But, yeah, after that, it didn't let's just say that thing was confiscated, and it was never done again. So.
That makes me laugh. I actually, in my mind, I had you as like a student cop there for a second.
Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not the.
I mean, come on, man, you didn't do that.
No, I'm not the rent-a-cop guy.
No, yours is way better. I like that you went Ghostbusters on them.
Yep. All right, 1045, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed coming up next.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Love you, DJ. Oh.
97.5, hey, we all love DJ.
But I do.
You know what else we love? Bar W Beef. Bar W Beef down in Nephi. You and I were just there on Monday. Hey, Father's Day is coming up. And what better way to celebrate your dad, celebrate your your father-in-law, heck, your dad, celebrate yourself. Get yourself some Bar W beef. All you have to do is go to barwbeef.com. Any order over $150 or more will get shipped to your house absolutely for free. No shipping costs.
Shout out David Baugh, who was on his way on I-15 yesterday, and he tweeted at the two of us, and he went and tried the grill, had the Aloha burger.
Yeah.
Said that was out of this world. I've got to try that next time, but they're the best. They just won Best of State, so this is a phenomenal company. You need to try their beef.
In fact, I think we should start something called Post Your Plate. If you're on your way down south, or you're coming up north, or you just want a great burger or a great steak, go to Bar W Beef off exit 222 in Nephi. Send us your pictures of what you ordered at Bar W Beef, and we'll retweet those, and we'll have some fun. Maybe we'll have a little contest along the way. Bar W Beef off of exit 222 in Nephi, and you can have that beef shipped right to your house at barwbeef.com. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
I mean, the name really says it all. It replenishes the nutrients that your growing areas are starving for.
It's been proven for 31 years that it's a product that will aid in your gardening and make your plants beautiful as well as looking great.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We got a bonus golfer to give away. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. It's the Copper Rock U.S. Open giveaway. If you are caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Lloyd will assign you a golfer in the upcoming U.S. Open. One lucky winner will receive a $300 clubhouse credit to Copper Rock Golf Course and a $100 gas gift card. Copper Rock, where the pros play. Hey, we got to do Major Pain in the Butt today, don't we?
Yes.
First round tomorrow.
Major Pain in the Butt, World Cup Minute.
We can do both.
We've got plenty of time.
Yeah. It's the off season.
I'm just saying, I need my World Cup Minute.
We do
I can't
need
wait
our
to
World
hear
Cup
about
minute.
Messi.
That's become my favorite segment. It's less of us and more of him.
Yes.
But just a minute. So
and
we
I think
can't
that's what the people want, too, is more Alex and less of us. We will do a World Cup update, our 1 minute World Cup update. I was in with the boss earlier this morning, and we were like, how much? That's not worth a honk.
Oh, the hell it ain't. You're slow on the trigger. See that comedic? Go ahead.
Do you think I was name dropping there a little bit?
No, it's just you do have a certain status. I mean, there's doors I can't get to. And you and Lloyd love to rub that in my, but I've been a rookie before. I get it. Sorry, go ahead.
We were just talking about how much World Cup we should be talking about. I'm like, is this something that we need to be spending segment upon segment? And he's like, a minute here and there. I'm like, well, guess what? We do an actual 1 minute of World Cup update. We'll do that at 12:50.
Just between us, what's he thinking of the direction of the show with the
loves
new guy?
Loves it.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
You're not just saying that
No,
because we're on the radio.
Nope. He's all on board.
You weren't up there planning my demise.
No. But he's not listening. I know. We're good. What you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Okay, we will sneak in a little bit of World Cup because I do think that when the GOAT, Messi, knocks in a hat trick in a World Cup match, I think that's probably worth talking about and what you may have missed.
Yeah, you think?
I mean, probably
the most famous number 10.
I'd say Bo Nix 1 and then Messi number 2.
Might be hanging with him this weekend.
I know. No big deal.
Going to a wedding in L.A.
That there might be
members of the Bronx.
Just don't be wearing your Raiders gear. That's all I ask.
I am wearing a black suit.
Nice. Do you go black shirt too? Do you go black on black? Okay.
No, I can't pull that off. Everybody hands me their keys.
Yeah, if you could park this around the back and
here?
maybe put a little polish on that thing. Make sure nobody scratches it. Use 2 stalls, please. That would be great. So Messi knocks in 3 goals. So big night for him. Everybody's certainly fired up about that. And look, it's cool to see the great one do what great ones should do on that kind of stage. It's a great moment.
I mean, answer the bell. I mean, that's what the great ones do. I mean, I was fortunate enough, like you, to grow up in an era with Michael Jordan doing crazy things. And the thing I remember is every big moment he seemed to answer the call, whether it be an all-star game or a playoff game. And Messi's a GOAT. I mean, the guy is unbelievable, and once again does a great job of performing in the moment.
I think your guy, Alex, is a little bit upset that you guys have driven into his lane.
Hey, we're not experts.
He's a little bit upset that you have driven into his lane.
We're just, look, he can
looks at me, he's like, are they doing a minute of World Cup?
No,
it sounds kind of like it.
This is commentary on the World Cup minute.
Yes, we're just
okay. I wasn't sure.
Frankly, all we're doing is previewing some more extensive content about Messi and that performance.
Come on,
I'm
setting you up for the saying. Give me the saying. Give me the saying.
Hey, sports radio isn't linear.
Bam! There it is.
Thank you, Rick Scott. Thank you, Gordon Monson. Really latched on.
Yes,
that one,
he did.
Yeah.
Every time I hear it, I think of him.
Sports radio isn't linear, so
no, it's not.
Yeah,
it'll be relevant at 12:50 again.
That was just Gordon saying that I don't have a lot to talk about, so I'm just going to keep talking about the same thing over and over again.
Yes, pretty much.
All right, 11 o'clock coming up next. Chris Level will join us. He is part of the Texas Tech broadcast. Fired up to chat with him. Curious to know how fired up he is to talk with us because there's been a lot of news about Texas Tech. What's the fan reaction down there in Lubbock? What are the thoughts on where Texas Tech? I mean, look, you spent a lot of time in Texas. I can't imagine people in Lubbock are too overly thrilled with the Big 12 and other Big 12 schools right now.
Yeah, there may be, planned revolt. We'll ask Chris.
Those tortillas might have a little bit extra something
Peanut
in them when
butter
they're
on them.
throwing them. 10:57, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Zero Res is here to help you out. Get your house looking great. Your carpets looking brand spanking new. And Zero Res has a special technology. It is a patented technology that they use. Nobody else does. If you hire any Joe Schmuckatelli to come in and clean your carpets, they're going to bring in a bunch of harsh chemicals, a bunch of nasty shampoos, and they're going to drive that stuff right into your carpet. It's going to stay there. It's going to attract more dirt. It's going to be maybe even a little harmful for your kids and your pets. Yeah, Zero Res, they don't mess around with that stuff. It's a patented water technology where they force that water into your carpets. They bring it out, and it brings out all that nasty gunk, dirt, whatever the dogs and the cats and the kids have been tracking into those carpets throughout the winter. Guess what? It all comes out, and those carpets look brand new. You don't have the harsh chemicals. You don't have the crunchy carpets. They get drier quicker, and they stay cleaner longer. Now, Zero Res knows that, hey, these are some big claims. So what are they going to do? They're going to back it up with an incredible offer. $129 gets 3 rooms of carpets cleaned and a hallway for free. So all you have to do is call 866-0-RES. That's 866-0-RES, or you can set your appointments at zerores.com. $129, 3 rooms, and a hallway thrown in for free. That's the deal going on right now with Zero Res. Call them right now, 866-0-RES.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
The new 2026 Outback is here with a new body style, increased roof capacity, ground clearance, and updated technology features. Visit Doug Smith Subaru today to see it for yourself.
Hey, Doug.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There are about 4,000 books a year published about leadership. 99% of them are written by self-proclaimed experts who see leadership as a fire that burns within. They assume that leadership is located in us, in the head and in the heart. Well, they're wrong. Leadership, like love, is a co-creation. It requires a relationship. It is found in the space between people. It is a series of behaviors, not traits of an individual. Leaders don't fly solo. They need a co-pilot and a crew. They need to collaborate. Learn more about leadership in an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, the Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Remember, you can catch the show on YouTube. Just search KSL Sports on YouTube. You can also go to kslsports.com. You can see Coach and I in our ugly mugs, and you can also see the very handsome Chris Level, who's kind enough to join us now from the Texas Tech broadcast. Chris, how you doing, man?
Well, I'm good. I enjoyed the Tears for Fears bumper music right there, and I'm just hoping y'all aren't mad at me. I feel like everybody's mad at anybody in Lubbock. Or I haven't done anything, I promise.
Man, I love it because, that's the thing. So Lloyd and I were chatting, like, do we call Chris? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if Chris is answering his phone right now. We may need to let the dust clear on this thing a little bit. But now that it's in the rearview mirror, what have these last couple of weeks been like for you down there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, really, it's been since mid-April, I guess, and there were some times where it was quieter and we were just waiting on it to play out. But yeah, the last couple of weeks have been a lot, man. I mean, and you guys have seen it. Everybody's yelling, everybody's angry, everybody's got an opinion, and they're hitting publish on it, and everybody's integrity and ruining the game, and hey, we're supporting the player. I mean, whatever you're at on it, but it's just it was really noisy. And it just, I was glad personally for closure, just because it's like, it wasn't good for anything. It wasn't good for Tech or Sorsby or the Big 12 or the sport or whatever. Everybody was just yelling. And it's the time of year where there's really nothing. Yes, you've got the World Cup and we had the NBA finals, but for the college fan, there just wasn't a whole lot else going on, and so everybody was just like kind of left wallowing in it and getting angrier about it. So anyway, here we go.
So obviously a trying time, but we're certainly friends, Chris. Come on, man, it's us. It's Scotty and the coach. Yeah. Do you in looking back on it, and we talked about all angles of this through the process, and certainly we had our strong views on the fact that you just don't want to cross that line. Is there a part of you having the affiliation with Texas Tech that, that there was some order restored, and that won't be something that's always associated, like the first person to, really shoeless Joe Jackson to Sorsby, this is the guy that got through?
And here's part of the problem with that is that it already got through. That's what the Texas Tech community is asking very loudly, and I'm trying to be on all sides of this thing.
Sure, for sure. Absolutely.
It. But their point is like this commissioner, this other member of this institution, they let this cat play for 2 years. Well, they didn't know. Well, they should have. I mean, like, and I think that part is what has bothered everybody here. And look, there's plenty that, again, everybody's angry at everybody, and it's kind of like, well, what about this? Well, what about that? I think that's what they were saying all along is like, wait a second, you're sending this statement out, this from the executive committee that you frown upon this activity, that you don't want to set the precedent. But folks, that's the issue, is that he bet on Indiana in the sport of football, and he played 2 full seasons at Indiana. At Cincinnati, excuse me. So, but yeah, to your point, I didn't know how this was going to go. I think that they were very cognizant of the mental health part. You can roll your eyes at that. You can buy into that. But they were like, hey, man, we're taking this a day at a time. We're trying to get this kid help. He's admitted he's got a problem. He's never shied away from all this activity. Once he was caught or approached with it, he's like, yep, I did it. So they were kind of saying here, now, do I think they had intentions on playing him if he was healthy? Absolutely. And that would have been uncomfortable. Yeah. Just because, I saw stuff like people on social media, like, let's put a bounty on this kid. It was just all a lot. And how was it all going to actually play out? I don't know if we know, but it was going to be, and then I'm just looking at from the football standpoint, like, this was going to be a massive distraction.
Yeah.
To the point where his parents reached out the day that the injunction was granted. They reached out to Joey, and Joey has said this on multiple times, Coach McGuire, hey, are y'all sure y'all want to go through with all this? This is going to be a lot. And I think that's ultimately a week or so later, I think everybody realized, yeah, this is maybe too much. Let's seek a softer place to land here and go the supplemental draft.
So I want to back up a little bit, and you mentioned that injunction. I think all of us were assuming that there would be no way on this green earth that injunction would be granted. How much of a surprise did that give to the administrators at Texas Tech? And it was like, oh, we weren't planning on this. And it kind of, in a weird way, it would have been very easy for Texas Tech to say, oh, we'd love to play him, but, the injunction wasn't granted, so what are we going to do? In a weird way, that injunction being granted kind of put Texas Tech in a weird spot. How surprised were they that thing got granted?
Yeah, everybody's been in a bit of a pickle here, right? Because I was surprised that he won it. I think that, and it's been written by a lot of folks, and this wasn't the truth. This wasn't the Lubbock judge. This wasn't the quote-unquote Texas Tech judge. This judge was from Fort Worth. He had an undergraduate degree from University of Texas at Arlington and a law degree from University of Houston. And I think that the general public and a lot of the media didn't expect him to win it, because Texas Tech had said, we're supporting this player weeks before, very publicly.
Yeah.
Joey had, President Skuvanik had, and all that. And there was some reaction, but there wasn't the outrage. But once he won the injunction, that's when you just start seeing everybody just, okay, get to the computer, write the column, fire off the Twitter machine. But yeah, I think that there was a lot of folks that were surprised, but then again, I think some were not. And here's why. This attorney, Jeffrey Kessler, in some of these cases against the NCAA, he seeks out the client, whereas sometimes it's vice versa. I think he hired Brendan Sorsby as much as the other way around in this case. And he's the Harlem Globetrotters, and the NCAA is the Washington Generals. He's never lost. So so some maybe shouldn't have been surprised, but I was just sitting here thinking, like, what is the argument going to be? But it was their mental health bylaws and how they applied them. And there were people that we knew that were at the hearing. It lasted about 3.5 hours, and Kessler's opening statement was like 40 plus minutes. The NCAA's was like 5, and he was citing past cases and precedent and all these different things as it relates to gambling, as it relates to mental health and all that. And NCAA was just like, he broke the rules at the end. I mean, that was kind of their deal. So in some ways I wasn't surprised, but when I did see it, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. So, but now it's all for naught.
We had Brian Santiago from BYU on last week, and I will tell you where a lot of people were crazy and saying things. Brian was pretty level-headed, and it was just the day after the ADs all met. Did you get any kind of feel for how that went from the Texas Tech angle, that meeting with the ADs?
I think that one was much more emotional than the president's meeting and the executive committee. Look, at the end of the day, whether we believe this to be true, I feel like that if Texas Tech wasn't any good, let's just say if this was BYU or Utah, and it was the same. If you were supposed to be good, I just think that causes some of this reaction. Whereas if you're not supposed to be good, so there's that layer, and I think that there's been a lot of legal talk, lawsuits, threatening of lawsuits. Don't sue me. People can say, yeah, you need to kick those guys out of the league, or Tech people can say, we can't wait to get out of this league, forget this place. There's no chance that either of these parties are separating whatsoever. That is just grandstanding or and all that. So I would say this: Brett Yormark has been very good for the Big 12. Texas Tech's leadership knows this as well as anyone because they helped hire him, or were part of the group back in the day, helped hire him, and then were part of the process that has brought some of these other newer members into the league. Their leadership knows exactly how he feels and how they feel about him and all that stuff. And people just have to sort through their emotions. But I think the executive committee, that was probably a little bit different, but I think the athletic directors meeting was probably fairly emotional. I think that, I think that's a fair way to say that.
Chris Level, part of the Texas Tech broadcast, kind enough to join us. He's been a good friend of the show for a long, long time, and we appreciate him coming on. So let's take the fan element out because, fans are fans and they're going to say what they're going to say on Twitter, X, whatever the case is. But just from an athletic director, from an institution, both from the Big 12, the other schools, and Texas Tech, are there scars from this? Or do you think everybody heals and moves on and can move on? Or is there going to be some lasting effects from this?
I think that may be played up by some. In reality, these are partners going forward. There may be some hurt feelings, and I think that I think Texas Tech would have some hurt feelings in that.
Oh yeah.
Hey, why are you not asking any questions about another member institution? I think it's fair to assume any conversations going on about what was going to quote unquote happen to Texas Tech, or whether it's lawsuit related or whatever, Cincinnati's sitting in these conversations. Is anybody listening to what their athletic director says or their school president says? And that's so. Again, everybody will calm down. This will all get back to football and athletics, but there may be some personal feelings that, because the Kansas State athletic, here's you one example. The Kansas State athletic director, I think he was quoted, Gene Taylor, there was some cussing going on and some poor language that he used, and he was hot and bothered, right? And I think he was playing the integrity card and the this is terrible for the sport or whatever. Well, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, well, Mr. Taylor, did you say anything publicly aloud when Bill Self in your own state got caught cheating with the FBI and Adidas and actually sat out games because of recruiting suspensions, suspended for recruiting violations when all that, but you're okay with that? I mean, you see what I'm saying? The moral high ground thing is just look, everybody's got stuff they're dealing with on their campus. There's not anybody that's perfect here. And it's just some of this was grandstanding. Everybody will calm down. Texas Tech needs the Big 12 just like the Big 12 needs Texas Tech, and all parties involved here. Nobody has another option. And as much as everybody may want to yell and point and get really angry, this is a business at the end of the day, and that's what cooler heads will prevail.
So let's talk about the important stuff. How's Will Hammond and his ACL? How's he doing?
Will's the irony of it is that if he doesn't get dinged up, late October last year, we're having far different conversations. In fact, you're probably not having me on because there's not a whole lot going on. He's ahead of schedule. I think that I would have told you early October, and I would say now that like early to mid-September is very realistic. And again, we don't know. There's a couple things. One, is there going to be a setback? But I think if he continues to trend this way, I guess I wouldn't rule out him opening up the season. But the main thing is, what does that look like? At what level is he when he does come back? Does he trust it? Can he run around like we've seen, or is this going to be a process? So there's that. Because Will Hammond's injury is the entire reason why Brendan Sorsby ever entered Texas Tech to begin with. Otherwise, he would be the starting quarterback, and it'd be kind of boring around here right now. That's just the reality of it.
I assume the defense, particularly that front line, is going to be incredibly tough again, but maybe a little different, like more pressure from interior. The ends are obviously going to be great, but what are your thoughts on the defense that Tech's going to roll out there that was obviously such a huge part of their success last year?
Yeah, I think that's very well said. I mean, it won't – look, you don't have a David Bailey on this team. I mean, and very few do. But I think the strength of their defense will absolutely be on the front seven. I think that's where they hit the portal the hardest because they had a lot to replace. But some of those guys from last year do come back. A.J. Holmes was an All-American last year. He does return on the interior of the defensive line. But, they're two ends, Adam Trick and Trey White. The best way I would say it is that Romello Height and David Bailey, maybe you were holding a pair of 10s there. I've had to be careful about using my gambling analogy.
That's okay. We do
That's
it.
all right.
It's
Yeah.
fine. Welcome.
It just every day, like, man.
I know, right?
Man,
Yeah.
Hey, man, roll the dice. I mean, just all these things.
I bet.
if they were a pair of 10s, I think Trey White and Adam Trick are, say, maybe closer to 8.5s. But they are. I think these are draft picks. I think that you'll see plenty of chatter out there about them being one of the best pair of ends really in college or certainly in the Big 12. It's just neither one of them is like the second pick in the draft. But they will probably be better against the run than what Romello and what David were, but maybe not as near as dynamic because what David Bailey was able to do at times last year was just – and I guess I knew what I was seeing at the time and had a true appreciation for it. And you're like, good. I mean, because at the snap of the ball, it's like he's just there. That's what a number 2 pick looks like. But yeah, their linebackers are really continue to be their strength. And shockingly, I don't think they'll have any drop-off at all from Jacob Rodriguez.
Wow.
I really don't. I don't know if one individual will get a lot of the accolades and all those things, but Austin Romaine as a replacement, and then just the Big 12 title game MVP and Ben Roberts and John Curry, they're all back. It's one of the best trio of linebackers. I think BYU can say a lot. I know Utah can say a lot too, but I think that Texas Tech, their front seven will be really good again. Yes. Sorry for being long-winded there.
No, but I think that's spot on. And because we've had a lot of people, national pundits and talking heads and, a lot of, Joe Blows out there that have come on and we've asked them, all right, Texas Tech with Brandon Sorsby, Texas Tech without Brandon Sorsby? Are you still putting them 1? And more often than not, I think we've only had one person that does not have them at number 1 without Brandon Sorsby. Everybody goes, hey, you know what? Brandon Sorsby may have been key to maybe a deep run in the college football playoff, but other than that, this roster is so talented that with or without him, we're still putting him number 1 in the Big 12 because of what they've built down there in Lubbock. And it feels like Sorsby has taken up a lot of the attention, but overall, it doesn't diminish the fact that's a hell of a roster Joey McGuire has down there.
Yeah, I think the best way to phrase that is that the NFL people that we have seen or have dealt with feel, and again, I listen to that more often than a lot of the other noise out there because they're unbiased. They don't care where players come from. They've been doing this for years and years, and everybody's got a different system with how they grade players and all that. But I think that the consensus is there will be more players drafted off of this Texas Tech team than there were last year, which was 9. And I think that speaks to your point. It may look a bit different. I think that it's definitely accurate to say your ceiling is lower without Sorsby at quarterback. And that may have more to do with, how far you could go in the CFP. Could you win the whole thing versus, it's going to be a bit tougher just to win the league now. But I still think that, I think that Texas Tech and probably BYU are probably like the two favorites, the co-favorites. And again, like a lot of people love Utah, but there's a lot of unknowns there, new staff and a lot of new players, and you lost a bunch of guys. But that's there's a tier of teams there, and I think Texas Tech certainly is. They're very talented. Now there's more to it than that, and Will needs to come back and be healthy, and we don't know what that looks like yet.
Do you have a name for me on the offensive side? Somebody maybe a breakout, somebody we didn't see last year, somebody that's impressed you thus far that will be kind of new on the scene on the offensive side?
Yeah, I mean the best name I could give you is Quentin Joyner, and some will go, who's that? He was one of your top portal gets a year ago. He would have been your starting running back last year. Cam Dickey, who went for over 1,000 yards, was third string in mid-August because of Quentin Joyner. Quentin Joyner came here from USC. And like, if people are like, well, I mean, is he really that good? You beat Ohio State for him in the portal. And I think Ohio State knows a little bit about running back. So you bring back Cam Dickey and Jacoby Williams, who were phenomenal for you. But then you add Quentin Joyner to the mix, who he is back here, and I think a potential draft pick as well. And so, yeah, that's the name that I think a lot of people will have forgotten about or don't know about. But yeah, Joey's wife wears a hat sometimes to games, and it just says "Run the damn ball." and I think they may do just that quite a bit this year.
So I'm curious to know the mindset of Lubbock, Texas, because I actually think there's some similarities. Now, granted, Texas Tech's in the Big 12, Utah State's in the Mountain West or the Pac-12, so there's a big difference in terms of that. But I do think there's some similarities. I'd call games for Utah State, and the Aggies have always been kind of in that shadow of BYU and Utah and always trying to play catch-up and trying to carve out as much attention as they possibly can get. And you got Texas Tech, who's been kind of living in the shadow of Texas and Texas A&M, and then all of a sudden, the boosters really step up. They embrace the world of NIL. They go all in. They start building tremendous rosters. They get to the college football playoff. But I got to imagine that chip on the shoulder is still there within that community. They're like, okay, you know what? You all have skeletons in your closet. We had this guy that we're working through. What makes you any better than us? And so I got to imagine throughout all of this, there's been probably an element of that too in the midst of this. Am I getting too psychological here, or do you agree with that?
No. Okay. Two things. What do you call basketball for Utah State?
I do. Yes.
Okay, well, you guys just added a guy that I'm very good friends with. Is one of the best people on this planet is Barrett Peary.
Oh yeah, well, I love Barrett. Yeah.
Hey, don't be ringing his bell. He's got so much hackle.
Coach here was on staff with him at BYU.
Oh man.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, BP.
He's the man.
He's here. Yeah, when he was at Tech, he lived across the street from me, and
oh wow,
he's got a son that's my son's age. And anyway, I've been texting with BP throughout this whole deal. He's been worried about me, and I'm like, hey man, it's all gonna be good. But yeah, BP's phenomenal people. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think it's been termed the whataboutism, because everybody has been like, well, what about this? What about that? Well, like, what about like when this, and everybody just tries to yell louder. But there's definitely the one thing that, whether you're Texas Tech or any school in this league, you can ultimately do that is the loudest thing to say or proves your point, is when that commissioner hands you the trophy in Arlington.
Yeah.
That's really the one thing that you can control. So I'd be willing to say that because of some of this, I don't know if there's more motivation, but I think it's been a unifier, a galvanizer. Not that you needed it, but if you come into this league as a favorite and maybe you get lulled to sleep, that won't happen now. But you also probably don't have as good of a football team without Sorsby and a question mark with Will's health. But that's what everybody hears. Like, I'm going to make that commissioner that I'm really mad at. I want him to hand that trophy to Joey McGuire again, So that's what it. But there's plenty of everybody's moral compass has been all over the place.
Oh
with
yeah,
this stuff.
Yeah, that's
been a fascinating experiment to sit back and witness and just So, but I think that's you make a very valid point. Yes.
Just remember, Chris, True North is depends on who's holding the compass.
Accurate. Well said. You know what? Yeah. That was as good as I felt like my Globetrotters Washington Generals analogy was like. So
well, now,
I think I may take that one on who's holding the compass.
Well, because you're friends with Barrett, I will let you take it, but I'll charge you, and the invoice will be sent.
Okay,
cool.
That's fair.
No, when BP got that job, we were all fired up because I've known him a little bit. He coached CSI, which is kind of the area I grew up in, and so I'm always got a lot of love towards that area. And then coached with him down at BYU. He's more than just a good head of hair. Let's just say that.
And he does have an unbelievable head of lettuce, man.
Yes,
hey, Chris, we need to off air sometime share Mark Adams stories.
Oh boy.
Yeah. That's all I need from you is an old boy.
That's a whole nother show.
And I got Majerus for you, so we'll chat.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm all ears.
Hey, Coach, sorry about that. Chris, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us, man, and great job down there. Looking forward to catching up with you a little bit later on in the offseason, talking nothing but football. We promise, just football.
Hey, all good, man. Boys, I appreciate you not being so angry with me and associating all the anger out there with me. But yeah, ELE, man, everybody love everybody out there, and we'll talk next time. Appreciate it.
You got it. Chris Level from that Texas Tech broadcast here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. One of the good dudes.
Yeah, what a great guy.
Yeah.
What a great guy with I wish everybody could do that. It's like these contract negotiations. Everybody's mad at everybody. You sign the contract, you move on.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You had a really good analogy that, that spray paint may not be able to get completely washed off. And I think there's going to be some residue. There's going to be some scars. But sooner or later that spray paint erodes away and you can move on. It might take a little long. It may take a while, a couple of years.
Maybe get covered by ivy.
Yeah, but
grown over the wall. But
there can be some scars, but it'll eventually heal over. It'll be fine.
And I do get what he's saying. I mean, the bottom line is everybody has a moral high ground as long as they're up above everybody else.
Oh, that's truth.
And everybody's fighting that battle to try to get their guy eligible. But this was just the one thing that went too far, and now it's just forgive and forget.
Yeah.
But I don't know that you trust too much.
11:30, Good, the Bad, the Ugly, coming up next right here on The Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing in your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exterior specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, just a balmy 79.8 degrees here in studio.
I'm shocked you're not wearing a beanie.
My shirt's about to come off.
When did you stop wearing beanies, by the way? You always had it.
It's not in summer. I don't wear a beanie in the summer.
You're still kind of a beanie guy.
Not in the summer.
But, yeah, I tell you what, though. Well, last couple of years, we were running really cold. This year, it's gotten a little bit better. Yeah, I'd say once September rolls around, that beanie's going to make a return here pretty quick. But usually, we're at like 65 degrees here in studio. Now it's like 80.
We didn't have a remote that was that long ago that you were pretty frosty.
Oh, that was cold.
What was it?
It was that pop-up.
It was a pop-up.
Pop-up.
That's what it was.
We were in the shade. The wind was kicking in.
I had to get up and run around the parking lot.
I could hear Scotty's teeth chattering.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the good. New York Knicks, 94-90 victory over the San Antonio Spurs, obviously capturing their first NBA title in 53 years, and let's just say a lot of people were dialed in on that one. We mentioned when it was the Knicks versus Wemby and the Spurs that the real winner in this was Adam Silver in the NBA, and that ended up being the case. They averaged 24.5 million viewers on ABC and ESPN in that pivotal Game 5. It was the most watched Game 5 in an NBA series since 1998. The Jazz and the Bulls in Michael Jordan's run for an NBA title. It peaked at 33 million viewers when Jalen Brunson put the wraps on that 45-point performance. Knicks rallied from a 10-point deficit in the fourth quarter, ended up getting the victory. Overall, the finals averaged 20.6 million viewers. Again, that is the next highest, or the highest since that 98 series between the Jazz and the Bulls. To put it in perspective, last year's finals between Oklahoma City and Indiana, which we mentioned going into that series, like, okay, Adam Silver is not happy about this. Oklahoma City and Indiana in an NBA Finals, that drew an average of 10.3 million. So less than half of what people were dialed in for the Knicks and the Spurs.
Look, man, I don't mean to honk our own horn here, but I feel like we told people, tune in. This isn't like the other NBA Finals you've seen. This one's kind of big.
This is a better series.
And how many times did you did I get honked because I said honking my horn?
Yeah.
But no, again, listen to Scotty G and the coach.
We got you.
We'll keep you at least less confused in the sports world.
Well, and the other thing too, like we mentioned, this is if you are disgruntled with the NBA, and you and I, and Lloyd, I'm sure you can't go anywhere either without people complaining about the NBA. And a lot of your complaints are warranted. Like, I get it. I'm not arguing with you. But if you're complaining about the style of basketball and how it's played, this series was different. And I think the trajectory of the NBA now is different from where it's been. So if you've been mad at the NBA because of the style of play and where it's at, it's evolving. It's changing. It's going back to what we saw in the NBA that we all know and love from the league that we grew up with. Now, it's not going to be completely the same. Teams are going to still shoot, 35 threes a game, but there's going to be better defense. It's going to be more team-style oriented basketball. There's a lot to be excited about. If you like old-school NBA hoops, that's a little bit more of the trend now. So all your complaints about the NBA, at least the on-court stuff, is pretty much gone. Now, if you want to complain about some of the other stuff or LeBron saying something stupid off the court, fine. I can't do anything about that. But in terms of on the court, it's a much better product. Much, much better.
Much better product. More team, more passing, more skill, less. I mean, you do have to get through some of the foul baiting, but they've cleaned that up, outside of a couple dudes. And, yeah, the NBA is definitely evolving, and it went through a rough spell, and it's definitely on its way back. And for all of those, say, I'm done with the NBA. I'll see you next year when the Jazz make the playoffs, because you'll be there.
Yeah.
I just know how it works.
Yep.
People have taken hard stands. I'm done with the NBA. I won't support it. When the playoffs are here, they'll be in the seats.
Yes.
Because everybody has FOMO.
Fear of missing out. Do you have FOMO?
None.
Same.
I'm almost like, oh, God, I'm glad I'm not there.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is funny because
people.
my wife is very much a FOMO driven. Like if somebody's having a party, if there's a family get together and she's not happy about that. But I am very much the opposite. Like I have a fear of not missing out. Like I would like to miss out. I would like things to go along without me.
You like solace at times,
I do
right?
like.
And
I am
time to think and putter.
I'm a homebody for sure.
I've turned into a homebody too, Scotty. I used to be out and about and doing stuff. I like to do this and then go hide.
Yeah, I mean that's why. Look, you know what? That's why my wife and I have been married for a long time. We got an anniversary coming up here in a couple months. And we are great for each other. In fact, she's probably better for me than I am for her because she's like, hey, you can't be at home all the time. We can go out and we can do some things. We can see some people. We can talk. Come on. We don't need to have a big moat around the house that nobody can get in and out of.
But, maybe it comes with our age too.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there was a period of time where if there was a game going, like I was thinking when Messi came, was it Messi that came to RSL, and I would have never missed that in a million years back 20 years ago because I wanted to be in. Now I'm like, tell me about it. I'll see a couple clips and we'll call it good.
Yeah. Yep. Now I feel bad about that. I need to be better.
Well, that's true.
That's my mid-year resolution.
Hey, you invited everybody to your house.
I did.
I mean, that's a social thing.
Everybody's coming to the compound July 18th.
Until you cancel it.
I'm not going to cancel it.
Okay.
That did happen a couple of years ago.
It did. Yeah, I know.
It did.
Hey, I think anything's in play. I'm excited to see where it all
I don't
goes.
want to get my hopes up. I expect the worst.
I did notice you have not RSVP'd on the Google Forms link.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
How about the old coach?
I saw Samson show up on there, so yeah, I know coach is dialed in.
What did I put on there? My full name?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, wait, what? Nakua?
That's my middle name, dog.
It's Samson.
And my son's name.
Nice.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
First name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Oh, so he's a second.
Yeah, and it's not the same like biblical. There's a P. It's actually my mother's maiden name.
I do see that the hair's growing out though.
Oh, it's not getting cut either. This is lasting to the gig. So it's gonna be where.
So that's gonna go. That's gonna make it all the way to BYU Notre Dame.
October.
Yeah. Nice. Good for you.
It's gonna be. I don't know unless you give me an edict, like
I don't think.
I think it's good for business.
I'm not doing that. Nate might. I'm not.
Nate wouldn't do that. I don't think so. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
All right, so you mentioned this during a break. We were talking about golf, and you mentioned that there's a golf ball rollback spearheaded by the USGA. They're thinking golf balls are getting too advanced, so they're trying to tone it down a little bit and not allow these attack golf balls that are just wreaking havoc on golf courses by allowing too much distance. So apparently rules are going to be put in place in around 2028, will be fully in place by 2030, where guys aren't allowed to have the really cool golf balls anymore that can apparently just attack the heck out of a course. Come on, let these guys keep up with the current status of technology.
And you guys know the longest hitter on tour right now? And generally how far they hit it? You'll never get it. It's a name we've actually said on the air because he led the first round of our last major.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
Aldrich Potgieter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Remember that name?
Yeah.
I remember Casper saying, well, Potgieter.
He can hit it a mile.
I thought it would have been like Bryson.
He's 328.4 yards. I remember when people were just barely getting, like Tiger came and started to eclipse 3.
Yeah.
And getting to 3. And yeah, we've definitely... We've got our clubs juiced. We've got our balls juiced.
Our players juiced.
Well, it doesn't.
Am I wrong?
There's nothing else I felt bad about what I said.
I mean, look, if there's rules in place, people are finding ways to get around them.
They are. And
so
they're just going to bring that whole process back, evaluate it, and probably dumb it down a little.
So what do you think? I mean, do you think they should dial back equipment, golf balls, things like that?
I'm actually on the side of technology. I think,
same.
I mean, we're not hitting the ball anymore with a hickory, shaft and a Parsimmons head.
This isn't Bobby Jones.
This isn't Bobby Jones, nor should it be. It's 2026.
So I've had the same golf clubs since, I want to say 2014, 2015. Got a set of Ping G3 irons. I've had them in my bag forever. And so I'm getting a lesson yesterday. And the guy that I'm with is like looking at my club. He's like, here, let me give you this. And I start swinging with that. And I'm like, oh, that just added another 15 yards. He's like, here, let me try this. We're going to go stiffer shaft. We're going to do this. And, I was popping 20, 25 more yards off that. And I was like, oh, shoot. And he's like, yeah, dude, we got to get you up to speed here. And I know probably deep down he's trying to sell me some clubs. But also it's like, wow.
He's putting your elevation way up on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Were you hitting in a bay?
Yeah, in a bay. Yeah. Oh, you think it was?
I can't hit in a bay, bro. I fritz out in there. I hosel jock them across the store.
Yeah.
Kids are
hosel
ducking.
jock them. That's a new one.
Oh yeah. Have you ever hosel jocked?
Never hosel jocked once.
You know what the hosel is?
Yeah, I know what the hosel is.
Just making direct
contact. But I never had the jocked on it.
It's just making direct contact with a part of it, and it becomes you're at that hosel's mercy.
I mean, I've chili dipped.
That may have happened to me yesterday.
You skyballed it?
Oh yeah.
Sky marked it?
I've had plenty of fried eggs.
Fried eggs, yeah. What was the other one you were dropping back in the day?
Oh, I don't know.
He overcooked it.
Overcooked it.
He overcooked it.
So when I first started putting, it was, I didn't necessarily have it down. It was way more of a aggressive stroke. I would imagine Hans was that way in the beginning, where you're just get in there, ball. And then, so I had friends that when I would play with them, because my pace was so bad on the greens, it was hit a house. Every time I hit my putt, Nash, if like we were on the same team, he'd instantly say, hit a house, please. And step up to his ball because he knows mine's not close.
It's better than grow some legs.
Yeah, that's true.
Alice.
Yeah.
I mean, all those, throw us your favorite golf terms. I have one. If you're out there and you want to rip on somebody's touch, the hands of a blacksmith. I got that one from Yoda. He's from Richfield. My God, you've got the hands of a blacksmith.
Yeah, I would like to golf with Yoda from what I've heard.
You have to.
But I think Yoda would not want to golf with me.
No, he would. Yoda's a man of the people.
Okay. And apparently he doesn't have the golf game of the
has
people.
To be.
Well, I mean, he had to relearn to play. Lost 3 fingers on his right hand. I mean, that was crazy.
Lawnmowers will get you.
Make sure they're off.
Yeah. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up, Craig Bullerjack will join us for his weekly conversation. Normally we chat with Buller on Friday. We're going to be off on Friday. So Buller joins us coming up at high noon right here on the Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, when you're banged up, let's say the knee isn't right, you feel like your shoulder, you got a little bum shoulder. Coach and I have been talking about all the aches and pains that go on through life. And sometimes you just kind of strike it up and say, well, that's just life. You're just getting older. Well, that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Go get checked out by the University of Utah Health staff. uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. They've got a bunch of different options for you. If you want to go telehealth, you want to go to one of their specialty clinics, or if you just want to go to that University of Utah hospital, they're there to help you out and get you back to playing condition, back to a great quality of life. Because, look, if you're banged up, you want to go see the right doctors. Well, these are the same doctors that treat the Utah Jazz players, that treat University of Utah players, that treat the Utah Mammoth, RSL, the Bees. These are the same doctors that get those guys back out on the field that are going to get you back out on the course or back on the pickleball court. Whatever you want to do, let's get you back there and get you healthy and getting a great quality of life. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
The KSL Sports Zone
and Beehive Meals
are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week
at kslsports.com/contest.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is a Win Ticket Wednesday. You want to see this guy, Rod Stewart, coming up on Friday at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. All you have to do is be caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. And those tickets are you. And you can go see Rod Stewart in action.
His hair and all, 81 years old.
I was gonna pull him up on Wikipedia and ask you if you could guess how old he is. He's 81?
81.
Wow. And still out there making it happen.
Sir, he actually was, he was knighted or whatever he was sirred.
Sir Rod Stewart.
Sir Roderick David Stewart. So if you're close to the stage, give him that one. I know your middle name, dude.
Sir Roderick. Let's go.
What's the best or the closest you've been to the stage at any concert?
Well, I've been to a couple like festivals where you can just walk up and be right there, but at like a major show.
Major show.
Probably 7th, 8th row around there.
So I had the one and only time. Well, I talked about the Wynn, Steve Wynn.
Yeah.
But I actually went to, and you guys rip on me for this, Def Leppard.
Yeah.
It was Def Leppard, Poison, and Heart, and it was a great show.
Yeah.
And they had a little runway, so the front of the stage and then where you walk out there and rock.
Yeah.
And Joe Elliott, but right at the end of that, I was right on the front. So as those guys, they came out and played an acoustic set. I mean, I literally could have just slapped his boot.
Yeah.
That's how close I was. It makes a huge difference.
You could extend like one high five.
Yeah, he didn't give me the time of day, but I tried. Like, come here. Oh, yeah, to the drummer. Either that or a low 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, every single time I go there, I'm reminded that that's not a favorite of you guys. So I will make sure and put a bunch on my musical list.
No, Def Leppard. I no hate for Def Leppard. They're solid.
I don't like the candy apple stuff.
Yeah.
Pour some sugar on me and all that. That's not my. I'm 83. Rock till you drop.
There you go.
That era.
See, that's the thing. Like one of my. I don't really want. Well, I have to call him a guilty pleasure now because he's got so many like power ballads that are dopey. But like, if you go to old school Bryan Adams, like
amazing,
the Run to You album or Reckless album is like one of the. It's a great rock album. And then he got sold out and did the Robin Hood, Everything I Do, and it's like, okay, now you stink. But that old school stuff, awesome. Like sometimes you got to go back in time a little bit, and you can really find some gems.
See, even Bryan Adams will do something not necessarily right up his alley for the money.
Oh yeah, and that's fine. Like I don't besmirch the guy. Like, hey, go make that money.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to get $2 more million in your contract, if you're trying to, get the attention of the world through a soundtrack. I mean, everybody's at this game of life.
Yeah.
In their selected career, you're just trying to make the most of it you can.
I was watching a documentary.
What?
We both can do that on Green Day, and how they were underground and everybody loved him, and then they put out the Dookie album and made millions, and everybody's like, "You sold out." I'm like, of course they did. Of course you should. Or you think they're going to do this for peanuts? No, they need to go make their money. Be happy for them. I don't see why you got to be so upset. Like apparently, but it really bothered them that they had their core group of fans really turned on them when they became mainstream.
And I don't get it. I mean, I guess I do, but if you're the end game is to do what you love and have it pay for your life, well done.
Yeah.
And everybody else, yeah. Go find some other band to like.
I've been one of Tim's biggest fans, and he's starting to turn on me.
You think Tim's selling out?
He's starting to. I've just been a big fan of his, and he's starting to turn on me.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Just on the other side, you're starting to turn on me a little bit.
What do you mean by this? I'm missing this.
Just joke. Nothing.
How have I turned on you?
I'm kidding, Tim.
And how big a fan? I mean, it took you 6 weeks to hire my butt. I mean, it was right in front of your face, and you just made me sweat like I'm sweating today in this room.
All right, so look, when you got engaged to Rachel, like I'm sure you're like, okay, I just want to make sure it's right. Just want to make sure it's right. Like,
I wasn't.
I made sure it was right for 20 years.
I wasn't thinking very far down the road.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Lloyd took 20 years to marry his wife. They dated for a good 20 years.
You're not even 20 years.
Pretty close too.
All right, you're just a different, again, guy approaching it different. I'm a little more impulsive when I see what I want.
Okay, how long were you dating your wife? Because Hans was 3 weeks? Or what was it like until he proposed to Amanda?
It wasn't that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
It was after his mission?
Yeah.
To Provo?
Yeah. His Provo LaVelle Edwards Stadium mission? Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so how long from first date to engagement, if you don't mind me asking? If it's private, then never mind.
No, it's great. And it's an absolute miracle, first of all, that she's still with me, and second of all, that neither of us chose a really crazy person. But we actually started writing. I knew her before. We wrote a year.
Oh, okay.
You guys were like pen pals?
She waited for you?
A year. No, I mean, she was doing
but
her thing.
You weren't necessarily dating before. You just were pen pals.
We were buddies. She came to my farewell and wrote. I was just passing my book around. I've got pictures of it. Sean Bradley was at my farewell, which is kind of random. But there was an address book.
Oh, good for you.
There was an address book, and I just had her put her name in it. But I had her put a name in the same letter of the friend she was standing by, so it wasn't even in order. And then a year out, the group from American Fork went on a trip around the U.S. to different historical sites and church history sites, and happened to come to Boston, and one of the stops was Plymouth Rock, and they asked me to come down and speak to the group when they got in town. So they stayed in KOA campgrounds and stood out by a fire at about 11 o'clock at night, and just happened to see her that night, and then we started writing. So we wrote for the second year of my time there, and then I got off the plane, and we were engaged in 6 weeks.
Attaboy. There you go.
Nobody writes letters anymore. That's nice. That's cool.
We kept them all, too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. That's awesome.
She uses them as evidence that I actually once had somewhat of a soul.
All right, 12 o'clock straight up. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
So you see that car you really like, and you're like, okay, I need to get some financing for that bad boy, but I keep hearing about how crazy interest rates are. All right, let's just settle this right now. Get yourself an auto loan rate as low as 4.99% with America First Credit Union. And I might add, they're going to throw on some additional incentives. How about this? Don't make a payment for the first 90 days. That's right. It's a great opportunity for America First Credit Union members to get some payment relief, competitive rates, and 90 days with no payments. That's right. So look, what do you want to do with those 90 days of no payments? You can stock that away. You can put it towards some credit card debt. You can maybe just stockpile it for some extra, you want to put some new rims on that car, whatever you want to do. Boom. It gives you a little bit of flexibility to play with. And it's only available with America First Credit Union and their auto loan. You're going to get the great rates, 90 days without making a payment. Apply today, right now. Again, all you have to do is go to your local branch. You can apply online at americafirst.com, but your auto loan rates, there we go, as low as 4.99%, and you don't make a payment for the first 90 days. All you have to do is go to americafirst.com or go to your local branch or just call americafirst.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
For many people living with hemophilia, everyday activities can sometimes come with a risk of unexpected bleeds, and over time can lead to lasting damage, impacting mobility and independence. Today, the conversation around care is shifting from bleed management to proactive protection and joint health. Experts say treatment advancements are helping patients maintain higher levels of clotting factor for longer, reducing the risk of breakthrough bleeds that can contribute to joint damage. While some approaches focus on less frequent treatment, doctors emphasize that protection between doses and maintaining sufficient levels of clotting factor may be key to helping patients stay active long-term. To learn more about a different hemophilia treatment option, visit managinghemophilia.com and talk to your healthcare provider about whether it is right for you. Sponsored by Sanofi.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
Chris Level, who's kind enough to join us now from the Texas Tech broadcast.
You guys have seen it. Everybody's yelling. Everybody's angry. Everybody's got an opinion, and they're hitting publish on it. And everybody's integrity ruining the game. And, hey, we're supporting the player. I mean, whatever you're at on it. But it's just it was really noisy. I was glad, personally, for closure. It wasn't good for anything. It wasn't good for Tech or Sorsby or the Big 12 or the sport or whatever. Everybody was just yelling.
This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, if you are missing seeing the great Craig Bolerjack on your TV screen on Utah Jazz broadcasts, have no fear. We've got him for you. All you have to do is go to KSLSports.com or search KSL Sports on YouTube. And not only will you see Coach and I, but you'll see the great Craig Bolerjack right now here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Live streaming of the show in video format, whether we like it or not. Bowler's kind enough to hang out with us. Bowler, how are you, sir?
I'm good, guys. How are you? This is something new, man. What's going on? Radio on TV? Is that what we're doing?
You know, some of us, me, got into radio for a reason. And, you know, you have a face for radio. So, you know what? Radio seemed like a natural thing. But no, now it's all about the video these days. So,
yeah. Yeah, Timmy, you look great. Scotty, I mean, you know what? Just fit as a fiddle.
Hey, look, man, nobody...
Timmy, you look great. Scotty G, you're there.
No. Hey, Scotty, people tune in and wonder why Scotty's hanging out with a homeless cat that just found his way in to the studio.
I don't think so, man. Hey, it's fun. This is all new, man. You know, you gotta give what the fans want, right?
Yes, and that is Craig Bolerjack. By the way, so we're less than a week away from knowing who the newest member of the Utah Jazz is going to be. I'm ready for this thing to be over because it seems like every day there's some new story, there's some crazy headline, and it's just you've been around this business so long, Bowler. You know it's all bluster. You know it's all just agent talk. Nobody takes this stuff seriously, but there are still some people that do.
You know, it's all about positioning. It's all about messaging, Scotty and Tim. It's all about you're trying to play, you know, if you're playing poker, it's the bluff game, right? And, you know, the way you keep your eyes, you know, that's why they wear sunglasses, right, in Vegas, because they don't want to give away any type of emotion whatsoever. But no, this is typical. This time of year, this is what general managers do. Agents also are involved, as we know, with smoke screens or conversation of who, what, when, no, yes, we'll work out, no, we won't. Here's my top 2 picks. It includes Utah. It does not. So, look, the Jazz are well prepared for this. I trust the Ainge, Austin, Danny combo with Justin Zanuck and what Ryan is in on with Coach Will Hardy. Look, it's a huge pick. There's no doubt. There's some real great talent, Tim and Scotty, as you know. And no matter the outcome, in my opinion, they get a high level player that's going to help this team right out of the gate.
Bowler, obviously the Walker Kessler situation made a bunch of news yesterday, and I just want to look at it from, our perspective. I guess we all have opportunities to step up in life and get the next contract. And
sure,
we've talked to people today about not blaming the kid. Like this is agent season, and this is going to be an important one. Just talk about why Walker fits with. Why this is going to be easier actually for Walker coming back because of Jaren Jackson and Lowry with them.
Oh, yeah, that front line, if Walker decides to sign, is formidable. I've said this, several times in the offseason. Just think about the complications for defenses to handle Marketing, Triple J, and Walker Kessler. You got to choose your poison. Now, look, offensively, Walker has more limitations, but just being in the paint and the ability to offensive rebound or a defensive rebound and start a breakout, I mean, there's a lot of value there. But I think that those three would obviously cause a lot of havoc defensively for every team in the NBA. Look, I don't know if there's a better or bigger front line. Someone's going to argue there is, but right out of the gate for the Jazz, Marketing's ready to go. Jaren Jackson Jr., we just saw we just barely got a taste of what he could do right after the trade. And now Walker coming back from the shoulder surgery in year 5. I think, he's at a level now where, he's going to be ready to take it to the next level. And look, you can't blame both sides. There's a certain amount of money to a lot, because they have to take care of other players. I get it. And then, of course, the agents, and this goes not only for the Jazz, but every agent that's dealing with a restricted free agent right now is, show me the money. But they have to be smart about how much money they're going to give. And, of course, you're going to ask for more. I would. You would. Scotty?
Heck yeah.
You would.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think it's just a game they play. They throw out a number, and then another number comes back later. It's just part of the process of how this all works out. You remember the old stories that went around with Larry and John especially? They just wrote down on a piece of paper in front of each other, slid it back and forth until a deal was struck. I mean, no agents, right? Nobody else in the room, just two men doing their job. And it's that's old school, but it's kind of fun to look back and relive some of those stories of the Stockton Malone era. I mean, it was a different time, mind you, as we all know.
Craig Bowler-Jack joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as draft day coming up in just 6 days from right now. And then we get a little bit of Summer League, and I think this is probably the most anticipated Summer League that we've seen from the Jazz in recent history, because whether it's DeBonsa, whether it's Darren Peterson, whether it's Cameron Boozer, there's going to be a lot of eyes and a lot of pressure on this kid right out of the gate.
As expected. I mean, just as expected. With Memphis having the 3 pick and the Jazz having the 2, it really makes for an interesting Summer League up at Huntsman Center, because Delta Center, as we know, is in its second phase of renovation. And that's why we have a draft party Tuesday night out of Southtown in the parking lot with a 30-foot screen out there. So that's going to be fun, too, to see the fan base kind of have their opportunity to celebrate the first number 2 pick since Darrell Griffith in 80. I mean, I'm doing my math. That's 46 years, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that is a long time. And the Jazz have formulated a plan to rebuild. And there's a lot of youth still on this team with mixed veterans, but I'm excited for them. And the number 2 pick ought to jump in and fit in. That's what they're hoping.
What I guess I want to remind people, because I saw some things on Twitter last night. Why were they having it at Delta Center? Hey, that thing's torn apart, right, Bowler? There's nothing. We'd be ducking.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that
beams
last night and again this morning. I'm going, do you follow the Jazz? Yes, the Delta Center is in phase 2. And it's for hockey as well, for sightlines. And last year was phase 1, this summer phase 2, and next summer will be the third and final phase. of the Delta Center. I tell you, it's held up through time, has it not, guys?
Yeah.
If Larry would have to be proud of the guts of that building. And I've said it before, working at Triad Center back in the day, I remember watching that building go up on the fast track system. And there was a blizzard one night, and I looked out the window. There was a lone welder covered up in a little hut, and you could just see stuff flying all over the place. But man, they never quit on that building, and it's got a lot of memories. And I got a feeling there's going to be some more that will be generated inside that building as well.
So when you look at, again, I want to go back to the fact that you've been covering NBA and GMs and stuff. And I remember, I don't know if it was the video, if you were in the video or not, but there was Frank Layden on the draft night when they, I think it was Carl, where he's like, okay, if this happens, we're going to draft this guy. If this happens, then we're going to draft Carl. And he just laid it out for everybody. And it's like, boy, that would have been fun back in the day to have that kind of insight before a draft starts. But now it's all about, hey, we're hearing this guy is wanting to go here and this agent's saying this, and there's so much mystique. But how much trust do you have, or how much confidence do you have when you've got a guy like Danny Ainge and then Austin Ainge, who's learned everything he knows from Danny, and then don't overlook Justin Zanuck, who's been around the block? Like, you're in good hands here. And whoever the Jazz bring in, I feel pretty good about knowing who's pulling the trigger on this pick.
Yeah, you got to give Justin Zanuck, JZ, a lot of input on this as well. Look, he's a former agent and has a great relationship with multiple players around the NBA, and he knows the ins and outs, and he knows the agents that are currently working with players. So that's a plus, because you have an open phone line, I'm guessing, around the league, and you have to establish that. And we know what Danny did as a player. We know what he did working as a GM and building a title. He won a title as a player, won a title as building the blocks in Boston. And Austin, as you know, they said, okay, it's your turn. And then we bring him here. Ryan and Ashley bring him here to work with his dad. So, yeah, I would think that the DNA of that family and the way that, they played and the way they compete and the way they strategize. Scotty, you brought up an interesting point, because my first summer was 85. And those were the interesting days, because you're right. They opened up the war room. And I remember looking at a wall with 3x5 cards with, A, B, C, and D kind of lined up. And they let us come in and actually take some, cover video and give a look of how they were strategizing those selections. And that was the summer of Karl Malone, 85, when Frank, we're bringing a mailman to Utah, I mean, that's iconic. But we had a much easier look into the process, but it's much more complicated now because of analytics, because of social media, and all the above with agents. And there's so many things you have to work through, and I can understand the secrecy. The Jazz will not show their hand. Washington has the first pick, and that's the first domino. And I guarantee you the Jazz have multiple scenarios up on a wall to say, what if we do this, if this happens, if that happens. And, they put a lot of work and time scouting into this, and I can't wait. You're right. We've heard every scenario. One day it's AJ, one day it's Peterson is the number one pick, another day Cam. So everyone's jockeying, and I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't.
No.
And I think it just works itself out in 5 days time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's saying anything. You know that. Everybody's siloed right now. And so intel you're getting is probably not great. Or there's a method to the madness for the reason it got released. We've talked a ton about Will Hardy, how excited we are for him to be able to, actually jump in and take a team, try to make the playoffs. We're also very excited for you, Bowler, you and Thurl. And I just want to get a thought, as we put this whole rebuild, this, because we're going forward now. But so that's in the rearview mirror as we approach the draft. Maybe one or two good stories from the last couple of years that have just kind of sum it all up.
Well, I'll tell you what, since COVID, it's been tough.
Yeah.
March 11, 2020 in Oklahoma City is when it all went down. Gobert positive, and the league shuts down, and we call multitude of games off the Jumbotron at Delta Center. That was a test of just anyone, and the preparation and the skill set we try to, find and polish. And, what did we do good tonight? What happened here? Audio. I mean, it was chaotic. But I tell you, the group of guys I work with, JB, Joe, Travis at the time, Stokeman, and everybody, I mean, they did their job as best we possibly could. And then comes, the trade, and then we knew there was going to be a year or two. I didn't realize it would go maybe 4, but it has. And the last 2 with 17 wins and 22. I got to be honest, it tests you as a professional. And look, wins and losses, you're judged sometimes by the success of the team as well. And we tried, Thurl and I and LG, Lauren Green, and our crew. I mean, we did everything we could on every given night just to continue to try to explain what the ultimate goal would be. And we're here now. And like you and I and Timmy have talked before, Scotty, is that there's a plethora of minutes played. Senzabaw's better for it. Keontae, Collier, Filipowski, the list goes on and on. And then we saw several 10-day contracted guys who came in and tried to impress. Did I know them? No. Bez Mbang, who? And I think he made his debut on the road. And, you've got to do your homework and start taking a deep dive into who this young guy is. And, all the 10-day guys came in with one goal. That was to impress and get a shot to make this roster or be invited back to camp in September. So we'll see how that works out. But, man, it's been a challenge. It's been a challenge for fans. But I think we all just kind of stayed with it. And the beauty, honestly, is the fan base helped Thurl and I in the booth. The energy at Delta Center has not changed. It's been the same. And Tim, you're there every night. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I'm stunned around the league how some fans just kind of feather away, but then roar back when the good times arrive. But this Jazz fan base has grown with Bryce, with Flip, with Keontae. And in the end game, that's only going to make this team better because they know who they are. They know the road they've taken. And I think that's going to play a huge role in the next 5 to 10 years.
Whether as a guest or a co-host, I've done a lot of radio with Bowler throughout the years. And one thing I know that got under your craw a little bit, the super teams, the overall direction the league was going for a while. With that being said, you had to enjoy this year's playoffs because you saw teams play defense. You saw a team win a championship. Now, I know New York is New York and everybody's going to be fired up, but that was, if you take the New York logo, that was off of it. That's just old school team basketball. You had Brunson, who's not a top 10 player in the league, but boy, he played big in big moments. That team played like a team. They were likable. They were fun to root for. San Antonio, same thing. They play great defense. They've got an alien in Wemby, but overall, you got guys that accept their roles. This feels like we're kind of going back to what we loved about the NBA and loved about basketball growing up.
Great point. Great point, Scotty. Look, it was a time where you had to have 3 guys, right? And that's what every GM was looking for. Give me the third piece. Well, now it's kind of translated back to, can you play team basketball? And Tim, I tell you, I still think that team actually gives you a better shot because it's actually deep depth. Not just 3 guys, but you get 10 in the game whenever coach calls your name and you understand your role. Look, New York at times had no business winning because they could never hold a lead early in the first half or even build a lead. San Antonio dictated that game. And you know what? I think youth was on display. Talent was on display with Harper, Castle, and Wemby. That's going to be a hell of a good team for a lot of years. But what New York had was more veterans who did not panic, Cat being included. And Brunson, for a 6-footer, Tim, come on. He does things, and that's why he's in the league, and that's why he's the Finals MVP, because He's tenacious, unstoppable, and he is a tough leader, and they followed him. But you know what? He had something to prove too. And that kind of is another part of the old school, is just because I'm a 6-footer and everybody told me I couldn't, he decided to say, yes, I can. And I thought he was on display and made that definition quite clear of who he is on the road, by the way, in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because I go back to Brunson with Dallas, and Scotty mentioned it yesterday. Luka and Brunson on the same team. No wonder, that playoff series seemed so difficult because those two guys just really had the series on a string, and as one attacked, the other one waited their turn. But I never, at that point, I definitely didn't know that he'd be able to lead a team like he did. And I certainly, if I'd have been given an opportunity, I'd probably said, if it's him or Donovan Mitchell's going to win a championship first in this league, I'd probably pick Donovan. And, Jalen Brunson's just proved you just keep gutting it out. You just keep trying, and you build a team around you. You got to sacrifice a little to do it. Took less money, which is a huge reason why the Knicks won the title.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, that Donovan Mitchell-Brunson conversation will always be discussed, and now you have to wonder if they'll play it forward one more year in Cleveland or what kind of decisions they make. I didn't know if the Harden experiment would work, but they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. Donovan's took a lot of heat again, and the one-dimensional conversation continues to kind of jump up there about defense. And Timmy, you're right. I mean, what are the commonalities, right, of the last 3 championships? Boston, Oklahoma City, and New York. Incredible, tenacious team defense. It never lets up. And that's what happened in that, the second half, and especially the fourth quarters in that series, is that New York just willed themselves to put a wall up, force the turnovers on young San Antonio Spurs players, and then hit buckets. I mean, defense gives you that extra possession, and that's what New York needed. And now, party on in the Big Apple. I mean, it was really an incredible year for the NBA. I mean, I think, did I read that right, Scotty and Tim? The ratings were the highest since the '98 finals with the Jazz and Bulls. That says a lot because it shows you the love-hate of New York. And then the young San Antonio Spurs, which have always been popular, especially when Popovich was in charge. But yeah, that was a great series, and hopefully the Jazz are going to dive in to the Western Conference playoffs next year.
All right, how much fun did you have seeing Jordan Clarkson able to celebrate a championship?
Yeah, it was great. Talked to his dad through text. You know what? JC's journey has been interesting. Fan favorite here. Not a lot of playing time in New York, but still had some moments. Got on the floor in the finals. The flame is burning, man. I tell you, I can't imagine the emotions of what he must feel after being a very patient team type guy in Salt Lake, watching the young guys grow, gets his shot in New York, and man, oh man, he's got a ring, and he's got memories, and I'm happy for him, man. He's a good dude. He always told us, what Timmy, when we were on the floor, it's all about love.
All about love. And you see it. You actually, Bowler, you see teams that play with that, right?
Yeah, you do.
And you see teams that
and
don't.
It's not fabricated. I think, again, how do you win titles? I mean, you have to be totally connected. And, OKC was a year ago. New York, obviously was and is. And Boston, they had magical moments. And there's something to be said about how you build. And, Mike Brown, after they fired Thibodeau, you just say, okay, what are they going to do now? But they all have a commonality, guys. I mean, and the Jazz are trying to build that same concept, and you have to live it every day, every practice. And I think the Jazz have a great foundation right now, and exactly that is who we are, what we want to accomplish, and what pieces do we need to get it done. And that's why this number 2 pick is such a big one, because as Ryan and Ashley have said, this isn't just a small window. This is about 7 to 10 years where the Ace Baileys and this number 2 pick and Keontae and others will make this a playoff-bound team. It's going to be rough because the West is very young. There's some changes going on, but on top of that board is OKC and San Antonio. That's who the Jazz are going to have to fight and build to win if they want to get into a title opportunity.
You hitting up any concerts this summer? You been to any? You got any on the docket you're going to?
You know, I'm going to go Sandy Amphitheater to see ABBA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bowler.
Yeah.
Rod Stewart's going to be here on Saturday. You a Rod Stewart guy?
You know what? Maybe back in the day, but
or what? Friday, sorry.
Is he 84 now?
81.
I'm just kidding.
81.
81?
Yeah.
I got to applaud anybody who goes down and performs. You know, I wanted to see Aerosmith, and I had tickets, and then it was canceled. No, it was delayed, then canceled, and finally I got a refund. But I was hoping it was like a 2-year run where they thought Steven Tyler could get his voice back together, and that hasn't happened. I would love to see Rush one day. They have the new drummer, and I guess she was a hit, in her debut over the last couple of, I guess last weekend she made her debut. So, yeah. I love the fact that and I am going to go see ZZ Top.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
They've been rebuilt.
Red Butte.
They've been rebuilt too.
Yeah, but I wonder if there's like a beard card that you have to be a member of ZZ Top. Like you can't be a member of that and not have like significant facial hair.
You got to have it down around your, below your third button on your shirt, Tim. Are you growing that thing now?
Yeah, well, I'm trying. I'm growing my hair for the show this fall. But hey, I got one for you, bro. This is one we got to go to. You and I, Bowler.
Okay.
September 16th, Utah State Fair.
Okay.
Leonard Skinnard.
Oh man, Freebird.
And now, obviously, there's not a bunch of them left.
No.
But I did see this show a couple of years ago, and it is phenomenal.
Their numbers have waned throughout the years, yes.
Lord knows they can change.
Yes.
And have a lot since the accident.
Well, they've been flying like free birds around there. Yeah, the plane accident and just age is kind of taking its toll. But I tell you what, that 9-minute version of Freebird, wow.
It's the best. It's the best.
Wow. Unreal.
That's our out song, man.
Yeah, that's we finish every show with Freebird because, Freebird. Honestly, whether it's the Olympics, whether it's the U.S. men's national team, whatever, is there a better song to encompass all things America more than Freebird? I don't think it exists, honestly.
I'd say the guitar solos, if you like guitar, which Tim does, I do. I mean, I love that, and drum solos I always had as a kid. I think I told you both. I mean, my first concert was Foghat. I mean, people are just rolling their eyes right now, I'm sure, in the cars and wherever. But, it's just Fool for the City. And, I don't know what it is. I love rock and roll. Not the hard stuff, but I mean, just the old classics. And I listen to those every day, man. I got them plugged in on my radio, and I'm always excited to see one jump up and say, hey, Aerosmith's playing on Classic Rewind. So I'll punch that in and rock on down the highway.
I love it, man. Bowler, you're the best. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the festivities coming up next week. Again, the big party down at Southtown.
You guys coming out to the parking lot?
I think I don't know. I haven't seen the invite. Maybe
invite's here.
I think Lloyd's got other thoughts for us that night.
Yeah, we're going to be
on assignment.
We got work. They're not letting us fan out on
this.
Missing
on free Dippin' Dots, I'll tell you that.
Oh, that's right. But we're going to get our shakes
and tickets to the Summer League.
We're going to get our shakes down at JCW.
It's up at the Huntsman Center.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. That's going to be great. Bowler, thanks again, man. You're the best. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. See you soon.
You're the man,
later.
Bowler.
There he is, the great, the one, the only Craig Bowlerjack, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are all better off for spending some time with Craig Bowlerjack.
I do feel like I should pay him for therapy because my heart rate just drops when Bowler's around.
You just feel better. Life is good.
Tim, Scotty.
Let's see. Saw Rush in L.A. Anika Niles is a phenomenal drummer.
She's
Tracy
incredible.
on our YouTube chat line. By the way, if you want to interact with the show, go to our YouTube site. Just search KSL Sports. on YouTube, and there's a chat function there, and you can let your voice be heard. All I ask is that, be gentle. Like, we've got fragile egos.
No, we're ugly already. You don't need
to point us out. Like, yes, I'm bald. I get it. We don't need to go there. I mean, if you do, that's fine, but whatever. Like, I get it.
I don't think that's the first thing that people notice about you.
Oh, really? What do you think they notice?
The eyes.
Oh, stop it. No, they don't.
It's the eyes or the voice if you're talking.
Yeah.
They can't get over the voice.
Yeah, they're like, you don't look at all like you sound. Like, okay, thanks for that. I know what you mean by that. I've gotten that forever. Like, so many times people go like, you're the guy. Oh, you don't look at all like you sound. I'm like, okay, I know what you're saying. You don't need to be subtle about it. Just come out and say, you look like the business end of a gorilla. I get it. Okay, it's fine. All right, 1236, 97.5.
I mean, you could have hired a better-looking dude next to you. I mean,
that's not true.
I know that was part of what Lloyd was spinning around in his head for 8 weeks.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Darren Peterson's camp thinks he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. In fact, the quote is, they are very confident he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, so he doesn't need to come work out in Utah because he doesn't think he's going to be on the board.
I think it's foolish of Washington if that news is out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that really damages them, so way to go there. You don't have to assure anyone a dang thing. Why would you weaken your leverage?
The Wizards don't really have an angle of why this would want to come out.
We know where it's from,
Who
for
does
sure.
it benefit?
Yes.
The only person who this could actually benefit is Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
If he is looking at the draft boards and saying, oh man, I'm going to be the number 2 overall pick, that seems to be where everybody's leaning. So last gasp effort, Darren Peterson's camp says, we're canceling our workout with Utah to show Washington how invested we are with Washington, so they feel forced to take us.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
This is Colin Curie from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf. Stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
This 2026 U.S. Open Update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Taylor, Real Golf Radio, joining us right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BT, I'm sorry, Craig Bullerjack stole some of your time. Hope you're okay with that.
You know, Bowler's one of my favorite guys. When I first tried to get into the business, I was interning at KSL, and Bowler was he was the coolest, man. He spent a lot of time with me and was a great mentor, and chance to follow him on the radio is a treat. So no problem, man. We'll all love Bowler.
So how ugly could it get at Shinnecock if that wind keeps howling?
So I was just standing out on the second green. It's a par 3, and I'm watching these guys hit. It's downhill, downwind, and these balls are landing like pin high, and woo, see you later. I mean, there's no chance. Like if those guys are just playing practice rounds, they're just getting a sense for, throwing it in there, and the wind's going to shift a little tomorrow, so that hole probably won't play the same as the wind's blowing right now. But it just gives you an idea of downwind shots. It's just going to be so hard. I mean, I'm looking at ball striking. It's one of my favorite terms in golf is when someone says, man, that guy's a good ball striker. I mean, that's like the cool thing. If anyone ever came and said, BT, dude, you're such a good ball striker, even if they don't know what it means, like that's like the ultimate compliment. So, but what it does mean is it's your combined stats of your total driving and greens and regulation. It means you have good control of your golf ball. You're finding fairways, you're finding greens, you're hitting it close, you're able to control what's going on out there. That's really what it's got to come down to is guys that are able to be disciplined. Look, it's going to be like I think about like Tiger when he played, the Open Championship at Liverpool when he hit all those stinger irons everywhere and the golf course was baked out. It's not going to be baked out like that, but just the way he controlled the ball, the way he flighted it down, that kind of thing. I just think it's going to be one of those master classes, and you're going to see carnage. You're going to see guys that are getting in trouble. They're going to chip it on the green. It's going to roll off the other side into a bunker. Now they're going to have to get up and down from there. And I'll tell you what, bogeys aren't going to be bad. Double bogeys obviously are really things you got to try to avoid, or others, as they say. But a bogey isn't going to be terrible this week, and it's going to be fun to see who can manage the game in the next few days.
Winning score going to be in the black?
So I saw a stat that 600, and if I get this right, 645 or 654, I don't remember the number, of players who have competed in U.S. Opens at Shinnecock. Just 3 have finished under par.
Wow.
So that's probably one of the more blow my mind stats. And I've been here for the last 3. And it's really a hard golf course, especially if it gets out of hand, which it has the last couple of years. Now the USGA has said they are committed to not letting that happen. So they're doing a few things that are unique. If you remember in 2004 when Chief Goosen won, it got on Sunday, they kind of lost the golf course. And they actually had to go out and water the 7th green, the Little Redan par 3, in between like every other group that came through because the players couldn't keep their ball on the green. And that's embarrassing. That's not something that I don't even know how to equate that to some other sport. It's just weird. It's not right. I mean, it would be like having to go and repaint the the lines on the football field, every other possession or something strange, right? That's not ideal. And so they've committed to doing things a little different the entire week. So they moved up the early tee times so that they'd have a nice half hour between the morning and afternoon wave, in which the greens crew is going to go out and spritz or syringe all of the greens before the afternoon groups tee off. That's going to cool down the blade of grass, keep it from baking out, getting too stressed, and hopefully maintain an even playing field throughout the day and help that grass survive throughout the week as the tournament goes forward. So those are some measures they're taking. The USGA knows they got a great golf course here. They don't want to do anything to put it over the edge and have it be controversial. They want this thing to play out. So with that said, the winds are going to be the great equalizer, even if the golf course is a little softer than it's been. If the winds blow like they said, I think that even par score is going to look real nice.
BT, I'm not just so you know, I mean, I'm new-ish to the show here. I am not a good ball striker. I never have been. A little glancy, a little, over the top, a little. I just get through it. But just so you know, I don't have that great skill. But this
Fair
is.
enough.
I listened to you talk about it yesterday with DJ and PK about this for guys that can drive the ball. This is a great course, but that's only if you can hit that second shot. And sounds like to me you're going to have to get creative getting that ball to stick.
Yeah. Rory talked about it in his pre-tournament press conference, and he said that it's the reason I know they were teasing me about my golf courses, talking about all these great golf courses and whatnot, but the reason why this one's so fun is even just walking out there today, and we just got on property this morning, so it's been fun to walk around the golf course and get kind of reacquainted, but it just has a look to it that just says, man, I want to go hit that shot. Like, that looks so fun. Like, I would take it right over the corner there, let the wind bring it back. Like, I feel like I could hit that fairway where so many times you walk into a U.S. Open, last year at Oakmont, the year before at Pinehurst. Like, it's just like you're looking at it going, I don't have any idea how I could hit it far enough that you need to in order to have any chance of getting it to the green and yet hit it straight enough to find a fairway. And out here, it doesn't look like it. It just looks like you've got room. But as Rory, so set that context. So Rory said that it is one of those that it's tempting. He said it looks friendly enough that you want to kind of push it further toward the green, but you're in the back of your mind, you don't know that you should take that risk. And so there's a bit of a more comfortable spot if you lay it back just a little bit, where you know you're going to be in the fairway. Sure, you're coming in with a little bit longer second shot or approach shot, but it's a safer play. And here's the reason why that has to be a thought, is because unlike some golf courses where the ball might run off into some heavy rough, this is running like straight off into a fescue. And some of that stuff's been watered pretty routinely in leading up to this championship. And I saw you guys may have seen the same video of Bryson DeChambeau, trying to advance it, and he hit it about 10 yards, right? He's a pretty strong guy. So there's just probably some situations, if you get it into that stuff, you're just going to have to punch it out and move on. So, it really is going to be one of those. And I think you're probably referencing, we talked about the leaderboard last time. It's unfortunate Tony's not here this week because, he was tied for the 54-hole lead with Brooks Koepka, and, you had Tommy Fleetwood go out and shoot 63 on Sunday. Very different players, bombers, irons. Tommy's a consummate ball striker, right, that guy. And so you'll see some of those players that aren't maybe the biggest bombers out there contending because they're with the wind, downwind, hitting the fairway, ball will go. And I don't think distance is going to be the big factor this week. It's just going to be controlling the ball and putting it in play.
So the U.S. Open is always known for beating up the golfers quite a bit. So it tells me that it must be really bad when the U.S. Open's like, okay, we got to try to find a way to keep this course somewhat fair. How do they walk that line? Like, what are the things that they can do to try to at least make this manageable? Because even if the U.S. Open is admitting that this thing could get away from them, it must have the potential. I mean, I was watching video of that wind on 11, and ball stopped there, and then all of a sudden wind picks it up and just rolls it right off.
Yeah, so a couple of things they're doing, and it's almost like John Bodenhammer, who has BYU ties. He played with Bob on the BYU golf team back in the early 80s, and now he's the chief championships officer for the USGA. Super nice guy, comes on the show with some regularity. But, he almost had to grimace a little bit because they're going to keep the green speeds in the mid-10s on the stimp. So That's geeky golf stuff for meaning the greens are going to be pretty much the same speed that you're putting them on most public golf courses, around the state of Utah in midsummer condition. Typically in a USGA championship, you would expect to see those green speeds exceed 12, 13, sometimes even getting into 14 and 15 if you're talking about Oakmont when it's not soaking wet. So that's what it is. Slick greens, firm greens, that's kind of a calling card of U.S. Open Championship. And so given what you saw in that video, it's the same reason why the Open Championship over on the other side of the pond, why their greens are slower, because a true links course, which this is, a links course, some people would argue it's not true links land, but it's a linksy style golf course. When it's open to the elements and the wind specifically, if the greens are slick like they are in some golf courses, ball just will not stop. And now you got a problem, right? I mean, guys can't even put their ball down without it rolling away. And you've seen that in Open Championships in the past when the winds are up. And so you're going to see slower greens. We already talked about how they're going to put a little bit more water on the golf course in order to soften it up a little bit. And that right there, you would say softer conditions, slower green speeds should yield lower scores, which very well may happen. And if that happens, it happens. But I think with the forecasted wind, I think that's going to negate some of that, and you're going to kind of see it all even out to be, 2, 3, 4 under to 2, 3, 4 over would be my guess, depending on how really strong those winds blow.
The career Grand Slam, we talked about it with Justin Thomas, the PGA, and now we've got another opportunity here. Scotty Scheffler, and is the guy that most people think the favorite to win. But that would be a pretty awesome accomplishment for Scotty at a crazy age still. And like Bob said yesterday, I mean, it's kind of puts him on a trajectory of a Tiger Woods type situation.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? I mean, the Grand Slam is something that, Tiger did it in our era, but then you're going kind of way back, right? And, some 2 or 3 decades. And so to be able to, see Rory get that done last year and, Jordan Spieth's been chasing it for a while, but now you've got, Scotty, and there's a lot of pretty interesting things about that, right? I mean, first of all, he turns 30 on Sunday, of U.S. Open week. It's Father's Day. I mean, there's a lot of things that would be just like really great sappy storylines around Scotty getting it done. But it's a hard thing to do. It's going to be challenging. I don't know that I don't feel like that's a big weight yet. It got to the point where Rory was carrying that millstone around his neck, every April. And it just seemed to get heavier and heavier as the years ticked on. I don't really feel like Scotty's even in that yet. Like Scotty's so in the middle of just trying to, be as good as Scotty is, that it's a storyline. He talks about it. He acknowledges it'd be great. But he's just like, I just need to go out and get a little bit better. I want to try to get back to where I was a year ago. I want to put myself in contention to win. I want to win another major. I want to win another event. He won his first one, and then he's had, a bunch of seconds and top fives, and, it's just, which is a phenomenal year for most everybody else. Scotty's got a high bar, the one he set himself. And so it would be awesome. It would certainly be historic, and this would be one of those, to have a career Grand Slam happen at Augusta, to have a career Grand Slam happen at Shinnecock. I mean, the first and oldest golf club in America, essentially, one of the founding USGA clubs. I mean, that's some pretty storyline stuff. So, look, he has the game to do it. He's still talking about ball strikers. He's number one. And, putting those total driving and greens and reg stats. So he has all the tools, all the stats. He's got the mental game, I think, to be patient through it, which is going to be required this week. And he's obviously championship tested. So I like it. I still think if you had to boil it down to one guy, I'm taking Scotty Scheffler. And so we'll see if he's able to pull it off this week.
Well, I need to correct myself. I said Justin Thomas. I certainly meant Jordan Spieth. I lumped those guys together because they're always in the same posse. So my bad.
All right, I'm going to ask you one. I'm going to ask you one more question, and I'm trying to think the right way to phrase this because I know you want to be politically correct, and you want to be above the fray a little bit. But the Phil Mickelson stuff, doesn't it just kind of bum you out? Like, here's a guy that was awesome and considered like the every guy golfer, and just the last few years, I mean, the fall from grace, it just kind of bums me out a little bit.
Isn't it interesting that both he and Tiger have had pretty similar paths?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really wild that they were the top. I mean, they had transcended, those two players, this generation. And now, you were like, oh, well, Phil's got the gambling thing, but Tiger's got the lady thing. And then, and then Tiger's got the drug thing. Now Phil's got, issues, going on with sexual harassment and whatever. And so it's, and then you've got Phil. And here's the interesting thing is right now it feels like, which I would have never thought, but it feels like Phil's kind of past Tiger.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because not only does he have, that's egregious, right? When you've got, allegations that happen at his own club and that he gets kicked out by, and that quickly, that means, let's not kid ourselves. It had to have been on camera. They don't make that quick of a quote investigation and make that swift of a move if it's not pretty cut and dry. And so my guess is that thing's, it was on camera and he was out. And then, but he's also the guy that basically did the insurrection, right? I mean, He basically, drafted the whole plan to, submerge the PGA Tour. And that feels worse than anything that Tiger's done. Again, that's all debatable, whatever, but it just feels that way. Like, okay, Tiger's got some challenges. He's got to get himself right. He's got to do, all of those things, right? He's got to keep everyone, including himself, safe on the road. You can't be driving when you're dealing with prescription medications, that kind of thing, right? All of that is very serious. I'm not demeaning or diminishing any of that, but it just feels like, man, and you go back to Shinnecock's a lot of history. Phil was so close to winning that elusive U.S. Open here at Shinnecock twice. And he just, he also had where he got frustrated and hit the moving ball here. That's a scene you'll see replayed over this week. And, to have come off of becoming one of the, oldest winning major champions and then to fall, it was all there for him. He would have been in the broadcast booth. He would have had the statues. He was already in the Hall of Fame. Like, it was all laid out for Phil Mickelson to just enjoy. Like, he was every man's favorite, right, guy. And it's almost a position you can't think of a way he could screw it up.
Yeah.
And Phil did it spectacularly.
Oh.
Like, as he did with everything, he was spectacular in how he screwed that whole thing up. So, yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Well, hey, BT, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Look forward to catching up with you again later on in the week.
You're welcome. It's good to be out here in Long Island. Such a great place. Such a cool spot to be. And thanks for letting us share it with you.
I mean, the Hamptons is kind of right up your alley, right? I mean, that's kind of your that's kind of the company you keep.
There's a vibe. There's a vibe.
Long
here, man.
Island's
I'm telling
the spot,
you.
dude. People don't know,
so
BT.
cool.
They don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks.
look, how spoiled are we? Long Island this year. Next year, Carmel, Pebble Beach.
Oh,
17-mile drive. Like, let's go. Let's go.
Nice.
Sorry, man. Sorry. Hang in there.
Yeah. Thoughts and prayers. There he is.
See you, boys.
Brian Taylor, Real Golf Radio, brought to you in part by Mountain America Credit Union, Mountain Land Supply, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and Uinta Golf. All right, it's our 1 minute of World Cup. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Good friends at Utah State University want to see you take your profession, your marketability, you as a employer and an employee to the next level. It's a executive MBA program courtesy of Utah State University. The John M. Huntsman School of Business is going to give you all the details on leadership, how to make great decisions as a leader, how to handle business operations. So many great skill sets that you need to take your career to the next level is available for you at Utah State with that executive MBA program. Now, look, we can all come up with excuses. Look, excuses are easy, right? I don't have the time. Okay, well, guess what? They can. You can knock it out in a year. You can take several years if you want. You know what? I need to start in summer. That's fine. Summer, fall, spring, you can start whatever semester you like. Well, I don't have I can't get up to Logan every day. Well, that's fine. They've got satellite campuses up and down the Wasatch Front, and they can you can do it completely online. well, you know what? I don't even want to take care of the application fee. Well, guess what? That's waived for you as well. $55. No big deal. Waived. It's all yours. All you have to do is go to UtahStateMBA.com. Get to that website. Just get the information and learn more on how they can help you. It's UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go. It's a 1 minute of soccer update. Now, Alex, I apologize. We may have overstepped our bounds a little bit. We may have driven into your lane earlier in the show. I mean, Messi had a hat trick. Like, we had to talk about it a little bit. I'm sorry. But
There's
Alex
no
is here.
bylaws to this. We're trying.
You guys are okay.
The legal counsel of one Alex Napolis has now served us a cease and desist. And we will shut up now and allow Alex to have his 1 minute of World Cup. We talk 1 minute World Cup hockey, World Cup soccer every single day. So, Alex, start the clock. The time is now yours.
Well, of course, the big story of the day yesterday was Lionel Andres Messi, one of the greatest of all time, made his debut at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and he got a hat trick, his first ever World Cup hat trick, as Argentina took down Algeria 3-0. The other big stories of the day yesterday was, of course, the other greatest players in the world right now. It's Kylian Mbappe, the Frenchman, who made his mark against Senegal, got 2 goals in the 3-1 win for France over Senegal, and then Erling Haaland scored twice in their win win over Iraq. 4-1, the final score in that one, as Holland gets 2 against Iraq. Austria with a 3-1 win late in the night against Jordan. They win 3-1, a late penalty in that one for the Austrians. And then 1-1, Cristiano Ronaldo. How do you respond to Lionel Messi's hat trick? Well, Ronaldo didn't do much. 1-1 for Portugal against Congo. And then you have, of course, the big story for the U.S. men's national team is Christian Pulisic still recovering from an injury that left him out of the second half against Paraguay. His dad is still day to day.
Nice. Man, you have a good job of hitting that post, man. Good job by you. All right, so give us the correct pronunciation of Messi there.
Lionel Andres Messi.
Not what when
Lionel.
Well, what Michael Jackson called Lionel in that documentary. He would call me Lionel, but Lionel.
Oh man! All right, so how nervous are you? Should Americans be over that injury?
Not very nervous. I think it's mostly a little bit of let's hold our cards close to the chest, make sure Australia doesn't know whether or not he's playing. But I find it hard. It is a calf strain, and you got to be careful with those. But I do find it hard to think that Christian Pulisic does not play against Australia on Friday.
Does a hat trick really count as a hat trick if it comes against Algeria?
Yes, Algeria is actually one of the stronger African nations in this tournament. Their goalkeeping situation a little bit shaky, and obviously you saw that last night. But it's still Algeria, one of the favorites to advance out of that group. And
so Algeria's a good team then.
They got some good players.
Got
some good players, and it's a good hat trick.
Like hockey, do they throw octopi on the any country? Throw octopi?
Do you celebrate anything?
No,
anything dangerous.
Nothing thrown on the field. Okay. Just everybody loud cheers.
Hey, by the way, when it comes to, I know people, is there a match made more in heaven? Have you seen the video of the Scotland fans taking over Fenway?
Oh, yeah.
Boston and Scotland coming together. Can you think of a better marriage? I can't imagine what alcohol sales are looking like in that city right now.
Oh, man. I bet it's darn near dry. You go down that north end, and there is establishment upon establishment. Great place to be, but I imagine it is a wild scene.
I mean, I think if there is two fan bases that could just be arm in arm, walking together on to the pub, would be the Scottish and the Bostonians. I mean, that is about as perfect of a marriage as you could find.
My brother from Boston. That's the Irish. That's the Sammy Adams ad.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Alex, I got a little vibe there that you're more of a Lionel fan.
I like both of them, obviously.
But you took a shot.
Greatness is greatness, and they're both arguably the greatest of all time. But that's one of the stories, right? This is their final World Cup for both Ronaldo and Messi, and so everybody's got an eye on how Ronaldo and Messi is going to do. Obviously, Messi gets the hat trick yesterday, and then right now Ronaldo and the Congo playing, and they draw 1-1.
Do they? Is there a little rivalry between the two? Is it pretty outspoken between the two?
Oh yeah. Especially when they were in the same league back playing in Spain back in. Before 2014, 2015, I can't remember what year Ronaldo left, but that rivalry was there, and both of those obviously playing for Real Madrid and Barcelona, big rivalry there, and so having the guys on opposite sides of the rivalry made it so much more fun.
Man, you learn something new every day. That's why you tune in every day to the 1 Minute World Cup Update with Alex Napolis. All right, we'll continue on your 1 o'clock hour, final hour of the program next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
There's only one Ozempic. Hello, I'm Ozempic. Because this ad is 30 seconds, I can't get into everything I'm FDA approved to do, so I'm just going to play my jingle again. But first, ask your doctor about which FDA approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA approved Ozempic. Now here's that jingle again. There's only one Ozempic.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it is time for our major pain in the butt. All right, this is the moment where before every major, we get each a chance to pick 3 golfers. Then, however those golfers end up doing, we combine the scores, and whoever wins gets a lot of bragging rights and then gets to have first pick in the next one. So, with that, Coach, you won the first edition of the Tim Lacombe-led show of Major Pain in the Butt. So, Lloyd is not here. He had to step out for a meeting. So, Alex Napolis, who's Mr. Reliable, he's like the Cal Ripken Jr. of the show. He's never out. He's always here.
I got you guys. Reliable. That's his phrase. I got you guys.
I got you guys. He will be. So it'll be Coach, myself, then Alex, and then the 3 of us will then assign Lloyd the golfers for his team. So, with that, Coach, you get to go first. You get to go first. Now, so remember, this is a snake.
I'm picking one.
Yep.
Then it's going to you.
Correct.
Give me Scotty.
All right.
Just because I love the name Scotty and I revere it, so I need to have a Scotty on my team.
Are you keeping track of this? Okay. All right. Alex has got. All right. So I will go. Give me Rory. We'll play it and go boring here. All right. Alex, who are you going with?
Give me Shoffley.
Oh, good job by you. That's a good middle finger to Lloyd right there. Lloyd loves Xander Shoffley.
And then we will give John Rahm, because he actually is that would be an odds pick that would be in Lloyd's favor.
Actually, I was going to go maybe at plus 10,000, Jacob Bridgerman.
That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, Jacob Bridgman will be the Lloyd.
I'm going to supersede the guy who's been here.
And then we will go coming in at plus 8,000. We will go. You know what? Ryan Gerard.
I think we keep it in the family.
Yeah, let's do that. So Ryan Gerard is Lloyd's next golfer. Alex, you're up next.
Oh man, give me. I'll take Fitzpatrick.
Okay. I'll take Rahman. John Rahm. I'll take him.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
So I get 2 here. This
Yes.
is what happened last time. I'm just making sure.
Yep.
Give me Cam Young, the hometown boy.
Like it.
And give me Ludwig Aberg.
Nice. Let's see. Who do I want to go with for my final? Or actually, is this final selection?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is final selection. How's Morikawa doing these days?
Yeah, he's on the upper tier.
I know. He's kind of beat up, though, isn't he? Isn't he dealing with some stuff?
Yeah. I think DeChambeau's playing great golf.
Yeah. Go ahead and pass on that one. Give me Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, I like that pick. Tommy's he's a gutty dude.
Yeah.
And he's got cool hair.
He does have cool hair. All right, Alex, you're up next.
I'm going to go here with let's go Russell Henley.
Ooh, good pick.
Like that. And then for Lloyd's final pick, he will get Bud Cauley. Cauley. Bud Cauley will be Lloyd's third.
What's his number?
He's at plus 10,000.
So if Lloyd wins this thing, man, it will be hilarious because it's probably the closest he'd ever come, and we just went with long shots.
Yeah.
Has he ever won one of these?
Yeah, he's won a couple.
I've basically been doing it forever.
Yeah, but not many.
I don't plan to lose, so good luck. You too.
So at the U.S. Open, I always I love the Masters. That'll always be number one because it's Augusta and it's awesome. And then don't really care much for the PGA Championship. The British I always like because you always get the weird conditions, the wind. So that I enjoy the British. U.S. Open, it all depends on the course for me. Next year is going to be awesome when it's at Pebble Beach. It's awesome, and then Shinnecock's right up there too. If it's Pinehurst, I'm a big Pinehurst fan because I used to live out in that area. So I'm all about this one, just simply more because of the course and some of the storylines around the course as well.
There's no doubt, and I mean the length of time that's gone by, the great champions, the U.S. Open. It's something that you kind of set your clock by. Summer's here, and
yeah,
I'm excited because on the heels of that is my favorite. I like the British. I like getting up early in the morning and experiencing that. But this will have its challenges, and we've heard about it. Guys will be able to drive the ball. Those approach shots, being able to land it, and then negotiating what happens when you hit a perfect shot and it rolls off, and you have to keep your composure. So it's a big mental. This one's a mental game as well, much more so than some others because of the conditions.
Yeah, and because you can do everything right, and things don't go your way. It's like when you're coaching, you can play 30 seconds of great defense and still give up a Hail Mary shot at the end, and you're like, oh man, and you come deflated like I did everything. It's like, okay, it's fine. You did everything right. Sometimes the ball goes through. Nothing you can do about it.
Next play mentality.
Yeah. Next best action.
Yeah. Just we can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
We can only try to do something now.
In the immortal words of Jerry Sloan, you can't play backwards.
Stack good decisions.
Yeah. Look
Same
at that
concept.
We got cliche after cliche.
Well, but they're all used
they're cliche because they're real.
I mean, if you're doing things good on and off the field, you're bound to be blessed.
Magic happens.
Prosperity athletics at its finest. Serve God, win championships.
Oh, yeah. All right. So we talked a little bit about the situation with Walker Kessler. Just to circle back on that, everybody take a step back, take deep breaths. Jazz have the negotiating window until July 1st. Then he'll get his offer from somebody, and then the Jazz will have a decision to match. If I were to say over-under that the offer that Walker Kessler signs, if I put it at $31.5 million, are you taking the over or the under? Not with the Jazz, but with somebody else out there.
I don't think anybody's going to kind of come in over that. I really don't. I think, and I could be surprised. I do know the window is 25 to 35, but everybody's trying to do what the Jazz are doing. They're trying to add great players, but they're trying to do it at the best possible cost. And once again, I want to reiterate, I think Walker's been great. And I think Walker, through no fault of his own last year, the injury happened. But the scenario is that, you can't necessarily pay a guy on what you think he's going to be. You can't pay a guy in line with what guys are making that have made all NBA teams, all-star teams, things like that Walker's still trying to aspire to. The agency wants that money, and it's almost like this, we want to guarantee that he's going to get this whether he does the work or not. And the Jazz are on the other side of it, like, no, hey, we want you around, we'll pay you. And I read I think he's in line with the other centers in the league in pecking order.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
So I would not expect it to go too much over. I think it's going to stay in that range, and the Jazz are going to try to do everything they can to remind him that, hey, the good's great now, but it's going to be better when it's actually something you've done on the court.
Let's just use a flat number at $165 million. That's where the salary cap will be next year. So let's just use that 165. Jazz might be a little over, a little under, but let's just use that 165. If Walker Kessler signs a contract at $30 million, let's see, that would represent 18% of the cap. So that's what I always tell people, because no way that guy's worth 18, all that money. Don't look at the money. Look at the percentage of the cap. If you look at the value of Walker Kessler towards the Utah Jazz next year, is he worth 18% of the salary cap? I would say a healthy Walker Kessler, yes, would be worth 18% of your available salary cap. That seems to be the right number. I remember using that when Joe Ingles got a big contract. And everybody's like, that's too much money. It's like, oh, that's actually 22% of your cap. Don't you think Joe Ingles is worth that? And you're like, okay, that makes sense. Walker Kessler, I think 18% of $165 million seems fair. And I think that's a fair number to be looking at in regards to him. Now, going over that, 22, 23% of the cap, I don't know. But 18, I can live with that.
And honestly, that's what you're trying to do. I mean, I've got the next few years pulled up, and the Jazz are in that spot now where they have a ton of talent, and they actually have some wiggle room. They have you have your minimums. You have your veteran minimums. You have your MLEs that are out there, and so the Jazz can go out and really be creative, but you've got to be prudent, and every dollar counts because the cap becomes fairly inflexible. You don't want to overpay a De'Aaron Fox. You don't want to lock in and overpay a Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
So again, if you keep it merit-based, and I think that's what Walker, I can see where they're pushing for, hey, if he was healthy, his numbers would have been this. But the reality is we're dealing with a guy who's played 201 games of 320 possible, and he's shown, there's no question he's on the up and up, but I think he is, I think the offer from the Jazz is realistic. I think it's in the range, and I wouldn't expect him to deviate too much. I can see it going a little bit higher, but there will be a point where it's like, you want him for that much, take him.
And that number is probably being discussed in the Jazz front office. Like, okay, where's our walkaway point? Because whether you're buying a car, whether you're buying a house, you always have that walkaway price. Like, the guys comes back. He's like, well, I talked to my manager, and the best we can do is this. And you're like, okay, well, that's my walk away number, and I'm out. And you have to be willing to walk away from any situation instead of getting yourself hamstrung on a bad contract. And so I'm sure the Jazz have their walk away price on Walker Kessler. They're not happy about it. They don't want to do that, but there's a number where you just have to be financially sound. And if it gets crazy, which I don't think it will with Walker, but if it does, then you have to be willing to say, no, that's too rich for our blood.
Well, and I promise you this, there will not be a situation where he just walks away. There will be, if something were to happen, the Jazz will get something for it.
Oh, yeah,
and,
yeah.
The sign and trade.
Yeah.
Right. So this right now, though, is posturing by the agent. And just like with Darren Peterson, like we learned with Ace Bailey. When Ace got here, everybody was like, asked him 400 times, how do you like Utah so far? Because they were so worried that it was a personal thing. And it's not. This is business. So in all this process, cut Walker slack, cut DP slack. I know you sit back and say they could just tell him to sign. It's not really how it works. So let's get through it. But I think we have to be really smart and prudent too, because we're trying to build a champion.
Yeah, and honestly, there's so much time here too. Like this is going to go on till July 1. Then after that, then look, the timeline. Don't get wrapped up in this. It's just part of the process. I think that's the kind of the theme of the show today. Like, don't take it personal. Just business.
Don't worry, be happy.
Yeah, exactly. Be happy for everybody getting paid. Be happy for the Jazz are going to be better next year. They'll be a playoff team, and Walker Kessler most likely will be a big part of that.
And the guys making the decision, the guys going through all this, not even phased, not even flappable at this point. You just sit back and realize this is a wild week. Let's get to Tuesday. Let's have our plan ready and execute.
Mm-hmm. It's got. If you're the Jazz, you almost have to be a little bored because when you're picking 14, 15, you're going through all these mock scenarios, and you're probably sitting in your boardroom and like, okay, let's list off if this happens, then we do this, and there's like so many different scenarios. Here, you've got essentially 3 scenarios. Did they go Boozer? Did they go AJ? Or did they go Darren Peterson? And okay, what do we do in those 3 scenarios? So there's really not a lot to a war game, if you will, like because. It's like, okay, if they do this, we do this. They do that, we do this. And that's it.
And I think the one side story where the Kessler situation dovetails with the draft is, if they don't feel like things are going great in that avenue and, we'll need to add another big, I think the decision's pretty easy for them. But maybe that's something as we see what happens, maybe that'll give us a tell on where they are. Because I fully expect them to do all their due diligence, but I'm still thinking it's AJ or DP.
I agree.
But if they were to draft Boozer, I know they love him, but the fit thing, if they were to draft him, then I think they maybe know something we don't. There may be a spot that somehow, some way is going to pop up.
All right. Coming up next. Hey, look, Lloyd's back. Hey, Lloyd, did you see your golfers we picked for you?
I did, but is there any way I could? Because actually, every golfer you have on here is somebody I wouldn't have drafted on your guys's. So can I redraft?
No, you weren't here for the draft, so you get assigned those picks.
Okay, all right. Bridgman, Gerard.
I mean, we felt
Gerard, huh?
Yeah.
Cauley, okay, fine.
Austin was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, exactly. I think
we've
that's
kept it a theme, a show.
I think that's a good squad for you. I think you got a good chance there.
Okay, I'll take it. That's fine. I'm good with it.
You're going to win this thing. I
He's got to be like probably the worst odds people that are in the tournament, right?
For the ones receiving odds, yeah.
I mean, there were a couple 100,000 to 1, but we didn't want to stick.
Yeah, I don't think Bridgman's actually ever made a cut.
Hey, that means he's due, right?
Yeah, I doubt it.
That's fine. That was not my call. That was seniority.
I'm actually good with it. It's fine. It's good.
And I'm going to win anyway. I mean,
exactly.
We're all playing for second.
I know.
Soch.
They gave me Scotty. They gave me Cameron Young. I mean, those are the 2 guys that I was.
And you got Ludwig?
And then Ludwig Auberg.
Yeah, it's a good team.
Is it Auberg or Oberg? Auberg. He's a Dane?
Let's call the whole thing off. All right, 1:30. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me. Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is another edition of Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, we put on a roulette wheel that we've called Brendan, and wherever that little white ball lands is what we end up talking about. It's always time for a new name for the old roulette wheel. We got some storylines posted up on the wheel. So Lloyd, let's do it. Fire it up.
He's fine. Everything is fine.
Everything is just fine. Lloyd, Coach, you guys were all fired up about Bo Nix and needing a second surgery. It was completely unrelated to the first surgery.
Oh, well, that's good.
So everything is fine. He did not have another problem with the ankle. No, he went in and they removed some bone spurs. So that's what was going on. It wasn't like he re-aggravated the ankle injury.
Wait, bone spurs in his ankle?
No, in his foot.
Oh. Well, the foot is awfully close to the ankle.
I'm just saying they were unrelated.
Same leg?
It was a cleanup procedure.
It was a cleanup procedure.
Same leg?
Cleanup on aisle ankle.
Everything's fine. Did not take part in team drills, but did have limited practice today in their mini camp practice. So, yes, everything is fine. Bo Nix, despite your hopes and prayers, will be just fine to start the season and on his way to an MVP caliber year.
Cut down before he ever had a prime.
Hey, Stidham, I need you to stay ready, kid, because Bo ain't making it through the season. And I don't mean to wish that on him. I just, much like the Spurs winning that game, I just have a feeling about it.
Oh, I'll wish that upon him.
I have to take an egg to the head, by the way.
Nix fractured his right ankle on January 17th during that game-winning drive. All he had to do was just go down, man. And then the Broncos, if he doesn't take that last little dive and take that hit.
Well, if you believe Sean Payton, that ankle's been bothering him most of his life.
It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when.
It's true. I mean, he said that. He's had ankle problems.
I do like this quote. He said, I think it's funny. No one has ever really cared about me this extensively for a long time, so I don't think it's a bad thing. He laughed. But I think he's on to us, second guessing and wondering if there's actually more afoot. Pardon the pun.
Ayo.
The game's afoot. He said, I felt pretty good, still having a little bit of an issue with bone spurs. That's what we did, even though I probably could have gone and played the whole season again. It was just aggravating for a little bit. So I thought, hey, since we're down, let's go ahead and get it cleaned out and get back and be ready to start the season at full health. Yes, I fully agree with that, Bo. Take your time, get it right, and let's get back to the Super Bowl, which you should have been in had you been healthy.
Wait, did you say get back to the Super Bowl? He's never been there.
No, the Broncos get back to the Super Bowl.
Near it.
Okay. I was like, wait, what?
This is awesome.
Are you counting it that they should have been in there as they went to the Super Bowl?
He's
pretty
counting.
much?
Oh, yeah, because if he doesn't get hurt, they're in the Super Bowl.
They're in the Super Bowl.
So it might as well
Let's
just
get us
count
back.
it as a Super Bowl. Because the Patriots weren't beating them. That was if Bo's healthy, the Patriots aren't winning that.
Fan gymnastics is something special.
I think Don Morton in '79 is what I think. When I think Broncos, I go all the way back to Morton taking snaps.
Craig Morton?
Did I say Dan?
Yeah, Craig.
That was his brother.
Dan, Craig, Bob.
Yeah.
Hey, I got the last name right, but do you remember that guy?
The Cowboys, former Cowboys quarterback.
Yeah, he was tough now.
Yeah.
And the unis were just supreme. I love when they wear those throwbacks.
Yeah, they got to bring those throwbacks back. New stadium, bring them back.
Bo said, I have had kids at the park asking me if my legs are crooked. I think it's sort of crazy. We live in a culture where you get secondhand sources from Lloyd and Tim.
Yes.
And you just run with them and believe them. So I guess you're right. I think he's okay.
I need you to accidentally step on that.
Well, there's been a change of plans. I'll talk to you.
Wait, what?
Family stuff. I'm not going to be able to make the trip.
Oh.
Bad family, too. So tough stuff.
It's all good. All right. Go ahead and spin it.
This could also be a Bo Nix headline. He just can't walk away.
Literally, it hurts. Get Stidham.
I don't like you sometimes. Sometimes you make it very hard to like you.
That's like all the time.
But he laughed at
all
him.
the time.
He laughed at you.
Not sometimes.
It was funny. It was funny.
That was good.
LeBron, just go away. I mean, I like LeBron James, and he can still play. But now that is he or is he not going to retire? It's just because right now it feels like LeBron is going to go and give it another run. Will it be with the Lakers? Will it be with Golden State? Is he going to piggyback on somebody else to try to win a title? But there are now rumors that LeBron James is, in fact, ready to come back for yet another NBA season. He can still go. That's the thing. Like, he can still play and play at a fairly high level. Maybe not by LeBron standards, but by everybody else standards, he can still go. But don't you just want to walk away and enjoy the rest of your life?
I guess he's got
he golfs a lot. Why not?
He's got Bronny's pension to think about. Well, I think the longer he
that's
stays,
true. He's got to get Bronny his 3 years. Yeah.
He's
that makes
tenure.
that makes it worse. That's worse.
That's what he did. I mean, you're made the coach of the Murray All-Stars, and I guarantee you.
No, I'm just a bleacher coach.
I know, but if you were made the head coach, your kid would be the first baseman when he wanted, the pitcher when he. I mean, it's just kind of how it works. So LeBron's looking out for his kid.
I coached Brody's flag football team for the sole purpose of making sure my kid got lots of reps.
Oh, I thought you were going to say benched.
No. I'm like,
I'm more on the benching.
My guy was my short yardage running back. He got lots of opportunities because I'm like, look, if I'm going to do this, my kid's going to shine. So yeah,
I like the flag football. You said flag, right?
Yeah.
I like the just how you can roll around in a circle. I mean, you can make yourself really hard for that flag.
Oh yeah.
But you got to act crazy now. You can't play like Orthodox football.
No.
You got to do all sorts of crazy.
Oh
stuff.
yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah, you can wrap those flags around a little bit. You can game the system a bit.
Yeah. I'm sure you had super glue on the side.
Yeah,
right?
the Bountiful Rec League, they weren't overly pleased with some of our shenanigans.
I can't imagine.
Check his hands.
Not overly thrilled. But right now, many believe that LeBron James will be back for yet another season. What do you think? Like, he just can't walk away
bro.
He can't walk away from the limelight. Once you get a taste of that attention, and then you realize I might have to give that up, it's tough to do. But just go on. I'm sure Ernie and Shaq will welcome you on to Inside the NBA, and you can still be the guy, just in a different format.
And keep telling people you're the guy. That's the important part. I guess I got to cut him some slack because Jordan went to the Wizards.
We try to forget about that part.
That was not a fruitful time, nor one I like to remember. It's kind of like slowly watch a ship out at sea.
Yeah, but how old was he when he made that move? I feel like he was younger than.
Oh yeah, he was.
Oh, he was still in his late 30s, I think. Yeah. I don't think he was 40.
Yeah, like he wasn't like that. I mean, sure, maybe the body was closer where.
I will say this: LeBron James is better at his age. If we have these GOAT conversation, right. I will always take Michael in the GOAT argument, even though it's as dopey and getting overplayed. But in terms of their impact on the game late, LeBron far exceeds Michael.
I agree with that.
That's not even close.
The the fiasco and all the baseball. I actually went out there and watched him play baseball.
Really?
Yeah, in Birmingham.
No kidding.
I was out there on a trip.
The Barons?
Man, you got stories for
Birmingham
days.
Barons.
I've got a Michael Jordan. You love cards. A Birmingham Barons Michael Jordan baseball
You have
card.
one of those?
I do.
That's worth some money.
I do.
Have you looked up? Yeah,
I have
talk
not,
about that.
But yeah, I do have it.
Cool. My buddy. So we were going to the game. We stopped, bought some cards, and he ended up pulling Michael's card out. I was bummed. But it was just we got right field seats,
and it's on a plaque too, by the way. So it's all protected.
Oh yeah. It was out in right field, and he acknowledged us a couple times and cheered for him. Couldn't hit the curveball.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Trouble.
But he got a double. I think he did a double, if I remember right, in that game. But it was neat to see somebody in a completely different uniform, using skills that you didn't know they had.
Yeah. I mean, look, you got to spend some time on that gambling suspension somehow. So you got to.
You said it, not me, but I think that's where I think there was a lot going on back then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a few things that when I hit the great beyond that I'm going to want to know about, like JFK.
That's my first.
There's a lot of things I want the storylines on, but the Michael Jordan walking away for 2 years, that's going to be one that I'm going to ask questions about.
Right in the prime.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go.
I think I'm going to shut it down for exactly 2 seasons. Oh, really? Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Spin it, Lloyd.
Quick drive from Henderson to Vegas.
So apparently the Vegas Golden Knights, they're cutting corners on costs because they don't want to fly some guy across the country to introduce him as the next head coach. So they called over to Henderson and hired their American Hockey League coach, in their group and said, hey, you want to be our head coach over here in Vegas? The guy's like, sure. His name's Ryan Craig. He took over the Vegas AHL affiliate, and now he is the new head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights. So like, hey, he's like, well, can you pay me mileage? Yeah, okay, fine. We'll give you 70 cents a mile as you drive down here to Vegas. But, yeah, so imagine the Angels hiring the Bees manager is essentially what they've done. And so there you go. Ryan Craig, the new head coach of the Vegas Golden Knights.
Well, the key to that job is the development piece. And I mean, guys that are in the developmental leagues are obviously really focused on that, but they must see something they like there. I know why Tortorella is not around anymore, because he's just a tough dude to hang with all season long. You can bring him in for 20, 30 games, but beyond that,
like,
I think he's a guy you want to be like, enough torts.
Yeah, we can't deal with this guy for
Done
a full
with
season.
Torts.
I think that's great. Good for him. I mean, if you look at the NBA, the lineage, now I don't think anybody's been hired directly from the G League to be a head coach, but a lot of these really successful coaches have spent time in the G League.
Yeah, and even like Austin Ames was the head coach of the Maine Red Claws for a few years. I think it's a great way to figure out how to, like we talked in the very first segment, learn to communicate, learn to tell people, it's your opportunity to learn to be a leader. And, Austin did a great job in that. And now he's got a big old decision to make on Tuesday. So he's come a long way from the Maine Red Claws.
What a great name, too, by the way. The Maine Red Claws.
Do you think that?
Yeah. Really, is lobster that much? I mean, I had lobster in Maine. It was fine.
I think it's more fresh.
A little fresher. I mean,
a little more brine.
I mean, once you've had Red Lobster, it's pretty much the same thing.
No, that
you can't even say that with a straight face.
I've got to the point where I can't even drive by one. Let's get sick. And nothing against you. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah. Hey, the cheddar biscuits are delightful.
Oh, they are
used
so
to
good.
be. I don't like them anymore.
But now you can get those at Costco, so it doesn't even matter.
Really?
Yeah, they just got the powder. You can mix it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can make your own.
How about that?
Who is this? Is that
I don't know, Dad. Who you got over there?
Is that Bobby Flay?
Is that Julia Child over there?
Is that Wolfgang Puck?
My eyes aren't working too well. All right, we'll wrap this bad boy up next. Get you ready for Jake and Ben straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive meals. Scotty and I have been talking about Beehive meals for weeks since I've been here. I've actually had Beehive meals in my life for a couple of years. During COVID, my wife and I became empty nesters, and we needed to, still eat really well, but we just didn't want to put the work into it because it was just the two of us. Convenience-wise, one of the best things we've done. We have it on subscription, so the meals show up like clockwork. And the one thing I can tell you, they're really quick, they're really easy, and the flavor is what sold me. So Beehive meals, go there now. Obviously, you can order and have it shipped anywhere in the country. BeehiveMeals.com.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Accessing. The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe, right here on the Zone. Hey, the Zone and Beehive Mills are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Mill Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Coach is rocking the Beehive Mill shirt. You got the RGS exterior hat. I'm telling you, you gear up my guy, you're going to wear it. Looking good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking you want to advertise with us, throw us a hat in here and we'll take it to our sales team and say, go see these guys.
Go see these guys.
And then we'll wear it when you do a deal with us.
Yeah. And by the way, I was thinking, and we kind of throw this idea out. I like how I come up with these ideas and then I just throw them out on the air.
That's what I just did.
And then they just kind of die on the vine. But I was at I was at Bountiful last night with my kid. He was wrapping up some stuff for football, and they had their big fundraising event. And I was looking at all this Bountiful gear. I'm like, you know what? On Fridays before high school, we should be rocking send us your high school gear.
I tried to get that going.
Yeah,
let's do that.
Send us your high school gear. We don't need anything fancy. You just send us a shirt or something hat, like that, and we'll rock your gear on Friday.
$100. No. I'm totally kidding about that. That was just an add-on.
You did the training. You know better.
I know. I can't
be
do
better.
That. Lloyd, I was joking. Lloyd.
We don't want those T-shirts stuffed with manila envelopes.
No.
Just make it payable to my wife.
I'll send out my wife's Venmo. Just kick it over.
No, I think that would be cool because, again, one of our aims we talked about this morning, we want to be a place where you can come and understand what's going on locally every single day. What are the hot stories? But we don't want to do it. Like we had Texas Tech guy on today. There was no arguing, screaming.
No, I think he came on a little tepid, thinking he was anticipating it to get ugly.
Like, what the hell's wrong with you out there? I mean, certainly we're not going to cause controversy.
And Chris is a good dude. He's been a friend of the show for a while. If it was somebody else out there, if it was Kirby Hokut, then maybe we might take a different tone. But Chris is good people. So
don't want to be getting in scraps on this show.
No, we're all about the good. We're all about the vibes. The Jordan Clarkson. It's all about the love.
Love cures all.
But yeah, if you if you got you want to love up your football team this fall, we got you. We'll cover it. I might be rocking a little bit more Bountiful than otherwise, just because of my kid. But
I mean, I'd love like a Box Elder Bees shirt or
Bear River Bears.
Bear River Bears. The Beavers is a thing.
Oh, man, that reminds me of Lavelle. Lavelle sang the Beaver song. You hear about that?
No.
So he would always be driving down south, and he said, when we'd be driving down there and we didn't have radio or anything like that, and we'd see places and we'd start singing songs, and I saw Beaver High School and saw that they were the Beaver Beavers, and so he came up with a fight song for the Beavers. Oh, we got to track that down. And so Lavelle Edwards sang on the air the Beaver fight song that he had invented himself.
I love that.
And it was one of the greatest moments in the history of this radio station because none of us could hold it together.
We're going to have to play it another day because I do have it on the hard drive. I know for a fact I do.
Okay.
I have it.
We got to track that down.
It might have dropped off the system somewhere.
You got that big
but
bass,
I do have it.
That big gravelly voice. Oh, I'm a beaver.
I'm a beaver. You hear him it's so good.
You're Murray Spartan, right? That's your graduating.
Yes, Murray Spartan.
And you're Declo.
Declo
Hornet. And I am one of the greatest mascots of all time, American Fork Caveman.
So that's where you got the diploma from there.
Yeah, I moved back here by court order from Texas in February
Oddly,
of
you're
my
actually
senior
looking
year.
like a caveman these days.
That's body shaming, Lloyd. We're not allowed to do that.
Wow. Is it because I carry rocks in my backpack?
Is it like the Geico commercial? Does he look like that guy?
Radio is so
he's
easy.
Caveman
can do it.
So easy.
So
yeah. Oh, the American Fork Caveman. That's
a good one.
That's as good as it gets right there.
But I'm with you. Let's make that a community thing. We're not obviously we don't need clothes. We're doing this to
just t-shirt.
To rep you. Rep your brand.
Jordan Beat Diggers.
Oh, that's great. My parents graduated from Jordan. Both.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Nice. So yeah, I'm trying to think who's what are some other good ones?
Delta Rabbits.
Oh yeah, Delta. Those guys don't mess around down there.
Grantsville Farmers.
The Tooele Buffalo.
Home of Brett Applegate.
Yes.
Drew Hansen.
See, that I didn't know. You told me that the other day. I was like, I didn't know Drew Hansen was a Tooele Buffalo. There you go.
We love the locals. We love the community. So do business with us. And yeah, we'll rep your school. Send it to us.
Yeah.
We ain't afraid.
No, not at all. All right, unless they play Bountiful, and then we might have a problem.
Yeah, Bountiful supersedes. At least for Scotty, I can make a game time GDT.
Yes, game time decision. Look, if Woods Cross sends us some stuff, Coach will wear it. I can't in good conscience wear that, but Coach would.
No, I'll support you.
Jason Freckleton and the crew there at Bountiful, I got your back.
Is that the coach?
Yeah, good dude. Awesome coach.
Freckleton.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, I'm watching you, Freckleton. You make sure you play that Gerard kid.
Coach Freck, let's go.
Be problems otherwise.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake and Ben coming up next.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There are about 4,000 books a year published about leadership. 99% of them are written by self-proclaimed experts who see leadership as a fire that burns within. They assume that leadership is located in us, in the head and in the heart. Well, they're wrong. Leadership, like love, is a co-creation. It requires a relationship. It is found in the space between people. It is a series of behaviors, not traits of an individual. Leaders don't fly solo. They need a co-pilot and a crew. They need to collaborate. Learn more about leadership in an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us part of your day, however you may be consuming the show, streaming, over the air, on the YouTube, KSLSports.com. We appreciate you doing it. The Portuguese tied today. A disappointing and a disappointing result at the World Cup. I don't even remember who they were.
Because you wanted them to win or lose?
I'm not disgruntled with Lloyd. I'll cheer for his squad.
Okay. 1-1 with the DR Congo.
Apparently, Cristiano Ronaldo is at that point in his career where he is unbelievably old and slow, but still has the ego to demand that the whole team run through him. So it's putting a limit on their abilities.
Well, that's not great for him because all the other stars so far at the World Cup have been A+. Yesterday was a great day to be a soccer star internationally.
You're talking about Lionel?
Lionel had his hat trick, a couple of braces. Mbappe had a brace. Holland had a brace. So for Ronaldo not to step up and match the talent, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's disappointing. That's what I'm telling you. It's a huge disappointment. And the English are playing right now against the Croats. And aren't the English typically huge disappointments at the World Cup? Isn't that kind of their thing too?
Yeah, everyone thinks they have a chance and they never get that far.
And they never do?
Yeah.
Going back to the old days of David Beckham?
They're probably the Knicks of the World Cup.
If they were to win, which will never happen.
Yeah, but before this year. The Knicks before this year. They have a chance every year, but nobody actually thinks they have a chance.
Okay. Well, there you go. They're currently tied with the Croats. Oh, it kind of worked. Look at that. It typed some things, but
Jake's
then
keyboard
stopped.
is not working.
Well, it
It's
is
kind
technically
of working. But it's not working consistently.
But now it's frozen.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's bad.
It's one of those days, you know. That's one of the great lines from what is that the it's Old School, right? Not Wedding Crashers. Old School, where he talks about then one night you take the early flight home from Altoona or wherever and find your significant other.
Yes.
Other guys.
Huh?
The other guys.
Yeah, the other. Yeah, exactly.
Is that the other guys?
No. This is it's definitely Old School.
It is Old School.
Because then
That's how the movie opens.
Because then he moves out and moves in next door to the college or whatever,
Yeah.
the university, and they make it into a fraternity.
Correct.
What a ridiculous concept for a movie.
Yeah.
Pretty great, though.
Enjoyable.
I mean, it's why it may be the only time Will Ferrell's been funny, outside of his Harry Carey impression.
I got a lot of blowback for my Will Ferrell's had a very disappointing second half of his career. Hot take. Was a month ago or so, but I stand with it. Stand by it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was funny. The Harry Carey thing was funny. Old School was funny, and he wasn't the lead. That's why he was funny.
I think that his best work came when he was not a lead.
Wedding Crashers, he was funny, but he was only in the movie for 10 seconds.
Yep.
So does that really count, you know? Like LeBron in that Amy Schumer movie. Where everyone's like, oh, he was good. It's like, well, he was in it for 10 seconds.
Right.
And he was playing himself.
Right. He can do that.
He is able. He was in that horrible remake of Bewitched with Tom Cruise's ex.
What was her name?
No, well, not the spicy Latina.
Nicole.
Yes, Nicole, the other one, the one from Far and Away.
Nicole Kidman. Yeah.
Who am I thinking? Javier Bardem's current
Bardem?
wife. His Vanilla Sky co-star. What's her name? Oh, Penelope Cruz.
Penelope Cruz, yeah.
That was his rebound from Nicole, if you recall, before he settled on the Batman chick.
Yeah.
And they talked her out of doing the sequel. Isn't that the legend?
Katie
Holmes.
Yes.
and Tom Cruise is like, oh, you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that. It's going to be bad for you.
You don't want to
be typecast.
Going to be terrible for you.
She's not been cast in anything since.
Missed the biggest movie of that decade?
Yep. Once Rachel Doyle actually got some lines. Big part of the second episode.
I didn't think Maggie Gyllenhaal was particularly good either.
No, and I didn't think Katie Holmes was bad in the first one.
So pretty bad advice.
Yeah, bad advice.
Is what that is. That was still the best of those Batmans. And that was like 6 Batmans ago, right?
See, and I like the first one better. With Katie Holmes.
The one with Liam Neeson? Okay. I thought Heath Ledger, maybe this is cliche. I thought Heath Ledger's performance put that second one over
Absolutely.
the top.
That's the difference maker there. Aaron Eckhart, though, pulls everything back a little bit as Two-Face. I didn't think he was great. And I didn't think Gyllenhaal was as good.
The third one was so unbelievably bad.
Yeah.
It almost ruined the first two because he was on a good trajectory there, but then really got rough.
I like the new one with Robert Pattinson.
Who's that? The
Twilight. Edward.
Really?
Uh-huh.
What happened to Ben Affleck? Wasn't he in there somewhere?
He did Batman, Superman, which are the worst of the group.
Man, even DC runs out of ideas. Huh?
Yes, they do. Yep. Limited availability.
Casting, you know what? And I'm not even anti Ben Affleck. Just not a Batman.
Correct. I like him more as Goodwill Hunting's brother or friend.
Bad movie, good casting, Val Kilmer as Batman.
Uh-huh.
Also bad movie, good casting, George Clooney as Batman.
My wife would fight you on both of those. She loves those, especially the Val one.
The movie itself?
But that was like baked into her nostalgia era. You know, she's 7 years old when that movie comes out, and you get it on VHS and you watch it 1,000 times.
I do find the behind-the-scenes talk about that one funny, that Tommy Lee Jones hated Jim Carrey.
Uh-huh.
Because Tommy Lee Jones took himself seriously as an actor, and Jim Carrey was such a buffoon. But then again, Tommy Lee, you're playing Two-Face in a Batman
Correct, you're playing
movie.
a cartoon character.
How serious could you be?
Why
pal?
are you mad at the actual cartoon character next to you?
But you know, I love Tommy Lee Jones,
Likewise.
so I could never be mad. Have we done Tommy Lee Jones?
I think we have, but it's been a while.
We could revisit
We could probably revisit it next time he has a movie.
Today is Wednesday.
Oh, that's right. I haven't even thought about that.
I had another idea, as long as we're spitballing, but I don't think we could do this one, so I don't feel bad bringing it up here. But with Jordan Clarkson joining the likes of Bobby Hansen, of Jazz players that go on to play a minor role on a championship team.
Okay.
I just don't know if there's 10 of those. And then I tried to expand it out to Jazz players that have a NBA title. And even there, I think we would have a tough time getting to 10.
Even guys who joined the Jazz after winning a title.
Right.
That might be fun. I think we could get to 10.
Brainstorm it and see if
Okay.
you think we can get to 10. Because I still don't know if we could get there.
Okay.
Certainly not easily.
Okay.
Because there aren't that many Jazz players that join after. I can think of a big one, but only like one.
Yep.
And Jordan goes to the Knicks. Bobby, well, we don't need to do this.
Yeah.
But
I think we can get it. I bet we can get there.
You think we can get to 10?
I think we could get there.
I don't know. Not many Jazz, think of this, not many Jazz players went on to win titles. They just didn't. Even like not big roles on titles.
Sure. Bit part players.
Yeah. So
we could include, if we wanted to, if you've ever played basketball in Utah.
Oh, like collegiate?
So even collegiate guys. If we wanted to include Jazz players and collegiate players. Because that adds at least 3 or 4 really easily.
NBA titles?
Uh-huh.
I could think of one.
So.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we workshop that. I was because I thought of, I can't remember. I was hearing a promo, somebody talking about Jordan Clarkson. I thought, how long could that list be? And then anywho.
Yeah.
So we could broaden it out there. Okay. All right. What you got Wednesday? What are we going to do that today? 4:30? Coming up at 4:30. So stay tuned for that. Is there an automatic number 1 Tommy Lee Jones?
Batman?
No, I don't.
Can you do a miniseries?
Oh, I think Lonesome Dove qualifies for sure. Is that number 1? Okay. All right. Stay tuned for that. The big news.
Don't go anywhere for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, right. Obviously.
Sit your butt down.
Sit down and take it in. Maybe it's our friends from the future, Ben. They could be podcasting.
Sure.
Then 4:30 means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get to it when we get to it, and you'll like it.
Harry Kane, by the way, just put England up 1-0.
That's a very English name.
The most.
That's a very English name. Well, that's too bad. Come on, Croatia. Get it together.
I'm with you.
What are they doing? All right. Big story of the day continues to be Walker Kessler. Further reporting, including you confirming some reporting, Ben, as his restricted free agency continues to be a hot topic.
Yeah, the question was, do the Jazz actually even have an offer on the table for Walker, or were they committed to making him get to restricted free agency before the offer comes? And the answer is the Jazz absolutely have an offer on the table for Walker Kessler today of 5 years and $140-ish million. A little less than that. Think 137, 138, somewhere in that range. But 4 or 5 years, about a $28 million average, which is, if you just look at the list, I mean, it's really not hard to say how the Jazz got to this number. In fact, yesterday we walked down the list of centers and how much they make. You are right there with Miles Turner, Isaiah Hartenstein, Jakob Poeltl, I think, is there a little bit. But, these guys who are the best of the centers in the NBA who are not either all-stars, MVPs, or all-NBA players. It's just like It's very obvious what the Jazz did. I actually think what the interesting number is 5 years. You don't see 5-year deals anymore in the NBA. There's a lot of 2, 3, 4 at the max with these young players. 5 years is a real investment. The Jazz are saying, Walker, we believe in you so much. We want you here to be, like the starting center for 5 more years. That's a huge investment in today's NBA. And Walker's camp obviously wants more money. Otherwise, he hasn't signed
more per year
because he hasn't signed the deal.
And might not want 5 years, honestly.
Yeah, he may not want 5 years.
I mean, that is one of those kind of changes that LeBron brought to it. Used to almost the automatic thinking was you took as many years as possible, and now that's not the case. In fact, I remember when Darren Williams signed only a 3-year extension and was quite vocal about choosing only to sign a 3-year extension. So maybe the 5 years isn't the incentive for Walker.
Oh, no, it's a golden handcuffs.
That it might be. I'm not sure. I'm sure they want that per year number to be a little bit different. And I don't know. It's a difficult decision. And do we want to play this clip or do we want to save it? Because it is challenging with the situation that the Jazz are in that they have multiple players that they have to pay. And so they've got to thread this needle because they've got to worry about Keontae George, and they've got to worry about this new draft pick, and they've got to worry about these other salaries where the actual number per year really matters to the Jazz.
It does. The problem here, and yes, we can play this clip coming up momentarily from the what's the Windhorse podcast called? Hoop Collective.
Windbag Unleashed.
Windbag Unleashed. Windbag full of wind. And they have good reporting here, obviously, but yeah, the issue is it's the obvious flaw of restricted free agency. The flaw being that the team has so much power. They own all your rights. You truly cannot leave if the team does not want you to leave. So if the Jazz want to match whatever they want to match, they can make you go and get your contract, which is exactly what they did for Gordon Hayward. The Jazz, in a sense, own all the control here. And the only control the agents have is going and finding another deal, which is already limited because the team offering that deal knows you may not sign that player. You may make an offer, and then for 48 hours, that money is locked up, and they still don't end up on your team if you know the team's going to match it. So you don't even send the offer, which means there's basically no leverage for Walker Kessler's camp. And by the way, all of this is coming from Walker Kessler's camp. I don't think this is anything about Walker not wanting to be in Utah, and this is a part of this clip that we're going to play that I think is just it's factually incorrect.
I don't think the number is from Walker Kessler's camp. I think that's from the Jazz.
I agree, and I think that's a design to get out the message that this is a really fair deal for Walker Kessler.
Of course it is.
Walker, why are you not signing this deal?
Yep.
This is a good number for you. Why are you not signing it? Yes, this is absolutely a card that is being played on the Jazz's side as well to say, this is fair. This is a good number. You should sign this number. And by the way, I think the Jazz are right. But it doesn't matter what I think.
It does not.
Walker Kessler's camp says, okay, we know that's in our back pocket and understand the shenanigans here of how they're playing us. And shenanigans sounds dismissive. I shouldn't say that. Their strategy. They know what the Jazz are offering. They say, great, we'll put that in our back pocket and we're going to go shop around and see if we can get more money. End of story. But the only leverage to really get you to say more or offer more is to say Walker's unhappy. Now, everything I have heard, everybody I have talked to has said, no, Walker loves Utah. Walker wants to be in Utah. Walker's happy in Utah. Walker would prefer to end up in Utah. But he just wants as much money as possible. As much money as he can get. But his card right now to play, or his camp's card right now to play, is, he doesn't want to be here. He's frustrated. And I don't even want to say he doesn't want to be here. I've not heard that ever, that he doesn't want to be here. But I think that is the message you're going to start hearing is, would Walker rather play somewhere else? And in fact, Windhorst, I think, says the wrong thing here and implies that Walker doesn't want to be here. I've not heard that ever.
Well, let's play the clip.
Okay.
And we can respond.
And we have a story in The Athletic yesterday by Sam Amick, quoting sources that say Walker Kessler would like to not play with it. What was the exact line? I don't want to.
I mean, the short version is Walker Kessler's upset with how the negotiations have gone.
Right. It doesn't want to play for the Jazz.
Yeah.
In other words, we want to be able to sign an offer sheet and you not to match, or you be willing to sign and trade us.
And that's been the messaging from his camp for a while. They were not thrilled that the Jazz didn't send him to Indiana before the Pacers ended up trading for Ivica Zubac, which, by the way, that took away a potential destination. the Wizards trading for Anthony Davis took away a potential destination. The trade deadline didn't help Kessler's positioning. And the Jazz's thing is like, listen, we get it. It gets hairy, and restricted free agency is not like a pleasant experience, but we're making, I'm speaking as if I'm the Jazz. We're making a very fair offer, the most dollars ever given to a big who's never been an all-star. And, if you can get a better offer, that's certainly your right. And then it's our right to match or not.
So the issue there is Windhorst tries to summarize something that is not said in the article, and people are running with that, which is the problem. Here's what the article actually says from Sam Amick in The Athletic. League sources say Kessler, meanwhile, has long wanted to remain in Utah, but is extremely disappointed in the way his situation is being handled. What's more, there's been a long expectation that there would be a long-term priority and part of the solution after the Jazz spent recent years in rebuilding mode under the direction of owner Ryan Smith. I've heard nothing that say that that's not true, that he's still a part of the long-term plans, hence the 5-year offer, and that he wants to remain in Utah long-term, that he wants to be here. So what Windhorst said was wrong there, but he did say it, so people are going to run with it. And I think that is an important distinction before Jazz fans freak out or think Walker is actually asking to be out of Utah. I don't think that's the case. But do I think his camp is frustrated that the Wizards are no longer a destination because they have Anthony Davis, or that the Pacers are no longer a destination because they traded for Zubats? Sure, that's his market. Those are teams that could raise his price tag, or maybe had said, hey, Walker, if we trade for you, you're going to be a restricted free agency. If we put this offer in front of you, would you be interested? I mean, they do tamper. Teams obviously tamper. So I'm sure they were frustrated that they thought either Indy or maybe Washington would offer more money, and the Jazz didn't send him there to get it.
You see, I think that was Windhorst. I think that was his. Let's see, what's the best comparison I can think? That was like his Pavlovian go-to because he's the clutch mouthpiece. So automatically his response is,
they don't want.
He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't
even
want to be there. We're twisting arms here.
Yeah.
You guys don't know the score of the game. This is what we do. We twist the arm of the franchise with threats.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I think it could be.
I think anytime he sees a story of, well, there's some conflict, he goes right to he doesn't want to be there anymore. Get ready. Walker Kessler's going to fat his way out.
Well, look,
just like James Harden all over again.
To be honest, this is also a flaw with what Sam Amick wrote in his tweet in the first place, teasing the story, which was Darren Peterson won't go to Utah and Walker Kessler's frustrated. Yeah. What bad optics. And then people just start to blend the two conversations, and they're completely unrelated with two totally different motivations for these stories coming out.
Actions mean a lot more than words. When I look at this, Ben, I don't believe anyone, especially now, but contracting, I don't believe any of this stuff. But what I can tell you that I've witnessed that surprised me about Walker Kessler is that he was around the team an incredible amount last year.
Yep, he was.
He was with them on the road on trips that he absolutely did not need to go to for a player that shut it down for the entire year. And he was with them at the end of the year, again, where he had even less incentive to be with the team, around the players, around the new players in Jaren Jackson Jr. And he didn't talk, Ben. Well, he might have jumped on. He jumped on with Bowler, maybe a game. I mean, but he didn't really talk. But he was there, and he was participating. And if he did not want to be a part of what the Jazz have going on, or was trying to make some sort of contractual statement, he wouldn't have been there. So, his agent can wave stuff around. I'm glad you switched your word to strategy, because that's probably the more fair way to do it. Their strategy is to do this. And to go back to our guy, Windbag, it is his go-to. This is what agents do. They talk about players who are grumpy or dissatisfied or whatever. It creates to your point earlier, the only leverage really that they have. So I honestly have no idea what to believe about Walker Kessler, nor do I really care, because he doesn't really have a choice in the matter. But I do think actions like being around the team when he didn't need to last year do say something about their want to be a part of the team. I honestly. And so if you're looking to read into something, that is worth reading into. What his agent or whomever is feeding to Sam Amick is not. And Windhorst's uninformed reaction to what Sam Amick said certainly doesn't matter to me.
Right.
Because I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Agreed.
most likely because Walker's not a clutch player and Windhorst has a lane. He has a lane, and Walker's probably not it. And that response was honestly you're right. People running with it are foolish because that is
it's not what the article says.
He tried to sum up the article with something that
not what the article says.
Not what the article said at all. And if you're telling me that Walker is frustrated during a negotiation with the Jazz not giving him all of the money, well, is this your first day covering the NBA? Because it happens every single year. Every single year, there's 2 or 3 high-profile restricted free agent that this always happens.
Every year. Last year it was Kuminga. It was why do I always forget his name? Plays with the 76ers now. I'll pull up his name. But it happened with Cam Thomas Cam Thomas we talked about last year. It happens every year.
It happened with DeAndre Ayton. I mean, you can go back in the Jazz where it happened. Where they've signed players that got matched and where they've lost players that were offered and where they've matched players that were offered.
Yeah, Quentin Grimes, by the way, is the name I was looking at. And yeah, he turned down whatever the offer was, $20 million or whatever. It's like, well, make sure you're not getting 10. But this is going to be the question for Walker. I do think the nice thing for Walker is most likely this offer will remain the offer. Worst case scenario, he could fall back to this.
Where it gets dicey for him is I know plenty of players that have overshot on their second contract and it led them to not having a third because they become the old maid and then they get passed around and then it's over. I mean, look at Enes Kanter. As soon as his second contract was over, he was done.
Done.
And there are other examples of that, especially when the cap peaked with the new TV deal, which is something we're going to see again. All of a sudden, these wild players started getting these crazy deals. It benefited Gordon Hayward. He got that big deal from Boston in large part because of that. And it didn't, well, I was about to say it hurt Gordon. It certainly didn't. He signed another huge deal after that, which shame on Charlotte. Way to go. Nice move there. But if you sign a second contract that helps you win and be a part of a winning team, that third contract is going to be awesome. The problem is you tell a player they shouldn't make every dime they deserve.
Correct.
Yet another reason I should like Jalen Brunson unless he played for a different team. He even altered the way he played. I was about to say the way he played, but I thought he played totally differently in the playoffs.
Now he's going to get some crazy $800 million contract next and make up all the money. All of the money will be made up to Jalen Brunson. But to be fair, he did take less to win the title.
And won the title.
Yep.
And if he does take that, he won't be winning any more titles.
Correct.
Because he's not good enough to be paid that much money. No offense to him.
He will not be winning any more titles.
There's nobody out there that really is.
That was it for the Knicks.
Honestly, hasn't that become more apparent as the years have gone on that the quote-unquote supermax, there's really nobody who's worth it.
Really hard to justify.
Really hard to justify. Yeah. I bet the Spurs find that out the hard way. The Thunder are going to find that out. The Nuggets are in the process of finding that out.
No, it's
and honestly, what are you going to do? Let that star go? Of course not. But there's just not a player good enough to live up to that deal.
But this is the tension you're talking about is exactly the tension of the Jazz and Walker Kessler. The Jazz love Walker. I mean, I promise you, the Jazz love Walker the person. They really like Walker the player. They want him to be a part of their team. But you can't pay the wrong person too much money because then you're not building a championship team anymore. You know, you're not building a contending team. You're just paying your dudes because you like your dudes, and that's not the job. That's not Austin Ainge's job. It's not Danny Ainge's job. It's not Ryan Smith's job. It's not Justin Zanuck's job. You've got to get everybody in the right place at the right price. And that's the hard part.
Croatia's just terrible. I mean, come on.
I'd love to visit.
Oh, I'd be down to
visit.
visit.
You could go right across the ocean and see Tunisia.
I hope they're
your
better.
Friends in Tunisia.
I hope they're better at, field hockey than they are at soccer.
It's 1-0.
I'm losing faith.
Okay.
Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Is there a point where you lock your board down and say, okay, we're all on the same page. Let's not overanalyze this. This is all what we're feeling, and let's just stick with it.
I think at some point after we get everybody in and spend our time with them, and that's kind of the final bit of information that we haven't been able to gather. And again, I don't want to overrate that and say that everything comes down to a few meetings with us. We'll just try to not lock it in until then. And then, pretty shortly thereafter, we'll kind of just say, all right, this is what we're going to do. These two, this is number one, this is number two. If one's there, we take them. If one's gone, we'll take two. And that's the way we'll do it.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
New siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us part of your day. It is time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials, J. Brooks Jewelers. I think that was right.
Your computer's not working yet.
Yeah, I'm not there. I'm not there yet.
All right.
But man, shout out to J. Brooks.
2 locations.
2 locations for you.
JBrooksJewelers.com.
That was word for word. You got it.
Nailing it.
Yeah.
All right. Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, it's smokescreen season, lying season. More smoke at the top of the draft. Sounds like the Jazz might be torn between 3 different players.
Tony Jones, our friend. We wish to just get Tony on the show. I don't know. We haven't talked to Tony in a while. Did the Croats just tie it? Shout out to our
equalizer from the Croats.
You lost faith. I have not.
I'm back on board.
Tony Jones wrote in The Athletic yesterday that the Jazz are torn between A.J. DiBonsa, Darren Peterson, and Cam Boozer. I have long said, do not rule out Cam Boozer to the Utah Jazz. I've said that since the beginning of the process. In fact, it was the first tweet after the Jazz moved up to the number 2 pick in the lottery. I would not be surprised if we look back and say, oh, duh, they hired his dad. They must have really liked him. Now, obviously, Carlos has Jazz ties, and you can have value in bringing him in regardless, but it would be a little coincidental to say, oh, they hired him a year before, and then they get the number 2 overall pick, and then they draft his son, and none of those were related. Not the Jazz getting the number 2 overall pick. I don't think the draft is fixed, but yeah, maybe the Jazz just like the Boozer kid the whole time, and that would make total sense to me. On the flip side, and again, it's how you can kind of justify all of this being a conspiracy, is like, there is so much Darren Peterson and Cam Boozer talk to me right now that I could easily believe the Jazz are trying to figure out some way to get A.J. DiBonsa, who has been in our state for now 24 straight months, to slip to them at number 2 if they think they can. And then they just take A.J. DiBonsa because they know him better than anyone in the draft, and they say, yeah, we love him. Like, all of those things make sense to me.
It wouldn't surprise me for any of those things. That's the problem with the news game this time of year is that, and honestly, this has been getting worse over time because anonymous sources used to be taboo in journalism unless it was absolutely necessary, unless it was deep throat in the parking garage in the 70s. Unnamed sources were kind of taboo, and slowly but surely everything in news, not just sports news, is now unnamed this, and you have to trust me on this. Somebody very important said it, and hey, I'm not trying to be old man waves of clouds, but
Sure.
It certainly makes it easier to manipulate
the popular discussion surrounding things. And believe it or not, it does matter, manipulating those things.
Yeah, of course.
Because even franchises don't know what to believe, you know? The Wizards see some of Ben's reporting and say, okay, well, where is this coming from? You know, it makes it difficult. I suppose it makes it good sports radio fodder. Do you think the Jazz have a player they would prefer out of the three, or do you think they really are torn? I'm going back and forth depending on what hour of the day it is, like Kyle Whittingham choosing to go to BYU.
I would be very surprised if Austin Ainge's board isn't all but solidified. And he came on our show 2 weeks ago and said, yeah, you build your board, and I don't tell my wife my board. I don't tell anyone my board. And the Jazz as a whole group have their big conversations and say, well, we like this, and we like this, and we like this. And kind of seems like Austin even keeps that to his chest. Not what his co-workers are saying, but his actual board kind of seems like he keeps it to himself. So I don't know if you walk into the wrong conference room at the Jazz practice facility right now, if you see the board that just says it's AJ at 1, or it's Darren at 1, or it's Cam at 1. I suspect that's not where it is, but I would be surprised if 6 days out now the Jazz don't have a very good sense of what the plan is. But once you get to that point, now you start trying to angle around of what you hope happens.
I would guess the Jazz wouldn't be disappointed with all three. They're going to have to choose between two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Much nicer when you have the second pick than, say, the fifth pick, where you have to rely on what all these other teams are going to do. So I would guess it's way more firmed out than the narrative would lead you to believe.
I don't think the Jazz are losing sleep at night not knowing what's happening. In
I
fact,
would guess not.
As I've reported, people who have dealt with the Jazz have told me that the front office is, quote, calm.
Yeah, I'm sure they're fine. If this was a one-person draft, or if there were less of an argument to be made for truly four players, maybe the Jazz would be feeling a little bit differently. But honestly, let the Wizards pick the wrong guy at 1, and then pick
your other guy.
Pick one of the three that you like the best.
Yes, you make a board that's too deep, and you pick the guy who's there at 2, or the guy who was there at 1 on your board, if he falls to you. Yeah, that part of it I don't think is actually that complicated, nor do I think the Jazz are going to overthink it.
I would guess the Wizards know what they're going to do, but if they've told the player that, then they're foolish.
Yeah. But again, one of the issues I'm running into consistently is fans arguing with me. Vegas says this. Polymarket says this. Vegas is making money off of what you think you know, not what they know.
People,
they don't care.
But that's my complaint with the Magic Vegas predicting
Absolutely.
Wizard, is that people don't understand what those are. They don't understand what odds are. They certainly don't understand what Polymarket is, which is shares of something that's going to happen. So, for example, if the numbers change on Cam Boozer because Darren Peterson is refusing to work out in Salt Lake, well, yeah, those are people that are just feeding off of what the popular narrative is and betting accordingly. It's no bigger, or it's no different than, well, Ohio State looked pretty good last week. I think I'll put my $20 on. It's not. They're not trying to predict anything.
The Spurs were the favorite to win the title in Vegas. Why? Because that was the thought of all the people. So people thought, I'll make some easy money. I'll take Spurs over Knicks. They just beat the Thunder. Easy breezy.
Right.
They just took your money from you because they didn't care if the Knicks or the Spurs won. They just put it in a spot where they can get the most money out of you. Harry Kane just scored again.
People don't know that. They honestly, in a perfect world, they just want the juice. They want 50-50 even split with money, and then they just take the 10% for taking the bet.
Uh-huh.
That's their goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if all of a sudden the line moves one way, it's because they want the money to balance out. That's it. It's a math equation. It is not a prediction in any way, shape, or form.
Right. So when you see things change, they're just changing to get more money.
And part of the reason that Austin Ainge doesn't want the FBI to show up at his door.
Absolutely right. You know what? That's a good decision by Austin.
That's a really good decision by Austin, because if somehow you manipulate those things, it can be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. People waving those odds in your face, just
ignore it.
Have a good day.
Yep.
Hopefully the Wizard predicts something that can make you rich.
Yep. Yeah, right.
If you live in the state of Nevada. Next.
Number 2, Brendan Sorsby's agent, Ron Slavin, is trying to bring Cincinnati down with the ship.
At on3.com, Slavin said, the people at Texas Tech have been great, very supportive. Joey McGuire, I think, is one of the best human beings on the planet. A lot of head coaches are transactional. He's not. They didn't do anything wrong here. He says, we will reiterate, or what he did say, though, is that Cincinnati knew about, he said, if anybody should be questioned or catching heat, it should be Cincinnati, because they knew for 2 years and never said anything or didn't do anything about it. That's the part of the story that gets lost.
Bingo. Absolutely, Cincinnati knew about it.
Well, I will read you quickly what Cincinnati said. We will reiterate what we have said before. All of our student athletes receive extensive gambling education multiple times throughout the year, and we would never knowingly play an athlete who violated NCAA sports wagering regulations. If we ever became aware of impermissible wagering, we would report it to the NCAA and comply with sanctions.
What's the key part of that sentence? If we ever became aware.
Yeah, plausible deniability.
So if he bet it through his brother, what do you want me to do?
Yeah. How would I know? We weren't monitoring his devices the way Texas Tech would.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise. Somebody in the Cincinnati universe knew about it, I'm sure. If they didn't, that's kind of their job to know.
Yeah, they failed. I believe they probably knew. Did they know he had bet on Indiana? I don't know.
Probably.
If they did, fine, take him down just like everyone wanted to see Texas go down. This is not a Texas Tech issue. Again, this was never a Texas Tech issue. Now, apparently, Texas Tech fans have the biggest Napoleon complex on the planet. They think everybody's out to get them. They have this little guy fighting against the bigger guy personality. I don't know why, but apparently that's who they have become, or maybe that's who they've always been. But that's not why anyone cared. It had nothing to do with Texas Tech. It had everything to do with Sorsby. So if this was happening at Cincinnati, yeah, give him the death penalty. Who cares? If they were playing a guy that they knew was betting on his own sport, much less his own team, yeah, kill Cincinnati. Nobody cares. Please do that.
Why would his lawyer be trying to bring down Cincinnati?
I don't know. Is Cody Campbell paying him? Why is this? Well, they have always hated Cincinnati, right? They are not paying the buyout with Cincinnati. They've sued Cincinnati. I mean, this Sorsby-Cincinnati stuff goes back into a lot of hairy areas having to do with NIL money, etc. So I'm sure this is part of it. But yeah, why is this? This is a strange thing. This is a weird deflection.
Next.
Number 3. This just hitting the rumor mill on the Twitter machine. Sounds like the Utah Mammoth are getting ready to extend Andre Tourigny, the Bear.
So he's getting a 1-year extension. Otherwise, he would have been a lame duck coming up this year. You cannot have your head coach as a lame duck.
Well, you can.
Doesn't work very well. Unless they are Steve Kerr. Otherwise.
Even then, it's still not going well.
But you love the movie Moneyball. We both love it equally. It's one of our favorite movies.
Incorrect.
I love the movie Moneyball. And Philip Seymour Hoffman, who was playing the manager for the Athletics.
By the way, the manager in real life hated that movie.
Yeah, and was totally on board with Moneyball.
Just hated it.
He's like, sure, if that's what you guys want to do, let's get crazy. Let's try it out.
But he had to be the villain in the movie.
He had to be the villain. Like, the line is, I can't coach on a 1-year deal. Billy, I can't coach on a 1-year deal. It's like a thing. If the players know they're going to be there longer than the coach, they don't care what the coach has to say. So you have to keep your coach extended. It is notable that this is not a 5-year extension, a 3-year extension. This is 1 more year beyond next season.
Think he'll still come on with us?
I would love to keep talking with him.
All right. Well, then I'm stoked about it.
Yeah.
He's a good interview.
I really enjoyed Coach Bear.
And he hit the bar this year.
He did.
They did not underachieve by any means. You could make an argument they even overachieved a little bit. But I certainly think he met his expectations. Now, a little consistency for the team next year would probably be the next step. I mean, how many points did they leave out there with their manic play?
Yeah. Can you get a consistent power play?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Right. So there you go. Congratulations to the Bear.
Yeah.
We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
It's summertime, and Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike of Replenish Landscape Garden Products. We talk about saving water. One great way to save water, Greg, is to get rid of some of that grass area and just put in bark and mulch, and it really does make a difference.
We have 4 different kinds of barks, different sizes, and 4 different colors of the wood mulch. And I will just say that all colored wood mulch is not created equal, and we carry only the highest quality.
And when you talk about lower quality, Mike, that means sometimes you'll spend that money, put it in, and a year later it just does not look good.
Right, and sometimes it's even less than a year. So it's the quality is quite important for us, and we like to get the highest quality that we can.
Centrally located in the valley makes it very convenient for you. It's Replenish Landscape Garden Products at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You can give them a call at 801-262-5142 and make sure to look them up online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish, it's good stuff.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Such a sexy.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's the Copper Rock U.S. Open Championship giveaway. We need a qualifier right now, 801-575-ZONE. If you're caller number 12, we're going to assign you a golfer in the top 25 of the U.S. Open field. We'll give one listener the rest of the field, by the way. If your golfer wins, you're going to win a $300 clubhouse credit to Copper Rock Golf Course and a $100 gas gift card. 801-575-ZONE. It's the Copper Rock U.S. Open Championship giveaway. Copper Rock, where the pros play. All right, Ben, let's continue on our Utah Jazz pre-draft player profile brought to you by Amada Real Estate. Buying or selling a home, trust the experts at Amada Real Estate. Today, we talk about Kansas guard Darren Peterson.
Yeah, he has, been the most mercurial player in this group. I think he went into the year with most people thinking he would be the number 1 overall pick, at least split with A.J. DeBonsa and then just had the bad year at Kansas is the truth. His numbers were good, 20.2 points, 4.2 rebounds, 1.6 assists. Shot the ball very well, 43% from the floor, not great, but 38% from three on 7 attempts per game. So very prolific. He's really a high-level shooter and scorer. And then he came in with the reputation because there were probably some reckless comparisons to Kobe and Michael Jordan, and everyone baked into their head that that's who he was, and that's really not who he is. And then there was the cramping issues baked in, and nobody really knew what to get out of him.
Gotta love his game, and that's probably all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got great game. He's got enough size. I wouldn't call him, positionally big, but he's got enough size. He appears to be a two-way dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much stock I put in the creatine cramps. I mean, if it truly were, let's say it's worst case scenario, and this guy just didn't want to overdo it and was in a coast year before the NBA, would that really turn you off of drafting him at number 2?
No. Certainly if it was just creatine and he had fixed it, no.
I'm saying worst case scenario, which is that he was too entitled to put it all on the line because he wanted to save it for the NBA. Worst case scenario, it's a personality thing, and I'll play when I'm dang good and ready. Would that totally turn you off?
No, because I don't think we see a lot of guys who actually don't play once they get to the NBA. Truthfully, that very rarely happens. The worst case scenario is he's Kawhi. Well, every team would take Kawhi, in all honesty, including the nonsense. Kawhi was a great, great player. So you would weigh it, and maybe you would not take him at 2 instead of 3, but I just don't. That's not been any of the intel that has come out on him since. No one seems to believe it's creatine. But additionally, no one really seems to believe that this is going to be something that plagues him throughout his career, whatever it was. So I think the idea of him being either the number 1 or number 2 overall pick, everybody's comfortable with that.
And maybe this is not the time and place for this discussion, but I do find that odd. Whereas, the question mark's at number 2, but at number 5, sure.
Yeah, right.
The example that comes to my mind is Josh Allen. And he had some unfortunate tweets from his youth that surfaced on draft day. And with Josh Allen, don't you think teams are kicking themselves for saying oh, he's a little damaged goods. I can't do that at 2.
Yeah.
But Buffalo could do it at 5. Does that make any sense?
Oh, Larry Tunsil.
Absolutely.
Larry Tunsil went on to be an All-Pro. So, yeah, you got to be careful how much of that you read into.
It's the great Frank Layden line about Karl Malone. If we knew he was going to be that good, we would have traded up to get him.
Yep, exactly right.
That concept has always been funny. Is he good enough? Well, then you should take him. Don't be scared off by or don't be encouraged by the narrative either. That's the Dante Exum thing. You're scared. You have to take him at 5 because he was slotted higher, and you can't let that go by you. I mean, I don't know. I feel the closer and the closer we get to the draft, I think the creatine cramps matter less and less. I think if you think the dude has unbelievable game and is going to be an all-star, you got to take him.
I think you're totally right, and I think he is going to be among the top 2 picks, whether that's number 1 to Washington, which is...
But Washington should do the same thing, by the way. Sorry to step on you. If Darren Peterson is number 1, take him number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I won't be surprised if he ends up being the number 1 overall pick, whether you have Trae Young or not. Who cares?
Yeah,
if he's the best player, take the best player. So I think he's going to go 1 or 2. I really do not think I would be very surprised if there's a world where he gets past the Utah Jazz at number 2. Now, that's not intel-based for me at all, but just, the way he did play when he was on the floor, which also was not perfect. It's not like he was flawless. Everyone keeps going back to his first half against BYU because it's really easy to go watch 15 minutes and say, oh, that must be who he is. That was by far the best basketball he played all year. He never had another stretch as good as the 20 minutes he had against BYU. And notable, he didn't play in the second half against BYU. But he did have 20 points, and he had the huge dunk over Keba Keita, and he was hitting crazy threes, and he was taking AJ off the dribble. And everyone said, well, that's the end-all, be-all. It's not. It's one game. It was very fun to watch. AJ looked particularly bad in the first half, and I think a lot of people are weighing way too much of what they saw there.
Define people, because I don't think
the people
Washington
who are
Utah,
talking that people are listening to. The people who are not talking are not weighing that too heavily.
Another thing with the creatine cramps, and Austin Ainge has said as much on our airwaves, they've been watching him play basketball for years now.
Since he was 15.
They've been watching him play If you're worried about the creatine cramps, they play 3 games in one day in those AAU circuits. They've seen him play for years. So to think that one half going head-to-head with H.A.D. Bonsa in a regular season college basketball game means anything to these guys is crazy.
I'm totally with you. Yes, pulling himself out of 5 games when they've seen him play 200 times probably doesn't mean as much as it does to fans who kind of heard the storyline a few times, maybe have watched a couple of highlight tapes on him, and then think, oh, that's weird. He's pulling himself out of games. He must not like basketball.
No, they've seen him in person a zillion times. It's not it's a revelation to us because thank goodness we're not required to cover the AAU beat. So him, Kansas, BYU, that's new stuff to us. That's not new stuff to the people making the decision. So
totally agree.
People who get bent out of shape about that, it's because you don't have the information.
Yep.
Nor do I, by the way.
No, I obviously, and I'm with you. But yeah, the game is excellent. He would be the ironic thing is, you think of AJ. Well, he went to BYU, and the knowledge is going to be there. And Cam Boozer's dad played for the Jazz and works in the front office. Well, that's the obvious combination. The funny Darren card is that just how perfect of a fit he is with what the Jazz don't have. A two-way guard who really shoots the ball. They just don't have that. Keontae's a one-way guard who shoots pretty well. Ace is not a ball handler. I mean, Ace is a 3, masquerading as a 2. The Jazz really don't have a great 2 on their team, especially
2 or 3. You've got to figure out how to handle the ball. That's the next step for Ace.
Right.
He doesn't get a pass. He needs to figure that out.
So they don't have that secondary ball handler in the starting lineup who's a 2-way player, and that's exactly what Darren Peterson is. So from a fit standpoint, there's really nobody better. So all 3 of these guys, and we'll talk about AJ tomorrow, they all have these really convincing traits, but that's why they're being picked 1, 2, and 3. I mean, that's why they are being talked about where they are. They are great, great talents, and then you got to hope that you can develop the most out of them.
All right, stay tuned. We will have more coming up next. We are going to do What You Got Wednesday at 4:30. Stay tuned. Bob Casper is going to be on the show at 3:50, so we're excited to talk to Bob. And then coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, we've got Derek Parker who's going to jump on with us and talk some NBA drafts. So stay tuned for that. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. Because this ad is 30 seconds, I can't get into everything I'm FDA approved to do, so I'm just going to play my jingle again. But first, ask your doctor about which FDA approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA approved Ozempic. Now here's that jingle again.
There's only one Ozempic.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start start to feel confident again. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to this show, Jake and Ben, for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Got to admit, so far I'm enjoying the World Cup more than usual.
I really like having it on in the background while we're doing our show.
Yeah, it's
nice to throw on.
It's entertaining.
Yeah.
But I do like it that it's in this country or North America.
Mhm.
I think that adds a extra little flavor to it. The times being normal is nice.
That's
not to
the
be,
biggest thing.
Not to be an ugly American, but it's. I told you,
it's convenient.
My wife's cousin was setting his alarm for 2:00 in the morning to get up and watch the World Cup action when it was in Qatar.
No, this is nice to not have to do that. We just get to turn on the games and they're playing. Now, the late game last night started at like 9 o'clock our time or later. It was really late. And obviously, they must have been playing in Los Angeles. But, yeah, there was a very late game that I thought was a little ridiculous. But, yeah, these are going on all day. We wake up in the morning. They're basically getting ready to start, so that's fun.
There's maybe we could find this for Audio Vault or an Audio Vault at a future date, but there's this great, and I heard it on a radio show, so I don't know where people find these things. But it was a Scottish fan talking about drinking the bar in Boston out of beer. And I guess the Boston bar was like, yeah, we tripled our take from St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Just from the Scottish fans alone who have come in and made their presence felt, which is hilarious. This is Boston we're talking about.
Right,
this is like the bar capital of these United States.
Where drinkers go to drink. And didn't have enough.
Can you imagine how much beer a Boston bar sells on St. Patrick's Day? I'm sure it dwarfs everywhere in the country. And for the Scottish fans to come in and drink those bars out of beer, that's really something.
Yep. Yeah, amazing.
It's good for the Boston
the drinkers.
Bar economy.
Yeah.
I suppose. But yeah, I saw some funny quote that Americans can never talk about out drinking other countries again.
Yeah, I believe that.
The Scots are coming in and drinking their bars all out of beer.
Lightweights.
Exactly. Anyway, our Croats are tied with 2 with the English. We're both rooting against the English.
And we've had some pretty good games so far.
A lot of ties.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard a percentage, something like it's like 33% have been ties. Maybe it was a little bit more than that even. So, I don't know. But that's the prelims, I guess. You
Yes,
get a
that
lot of
does
ties.
go away.
I do. Here's one thing I do not like about soccer. The kind of mutual agreement to just take a tie. Does that make any sense? Where you see the last third of the game, they're just patty caking back and forth.
Everyone's
because
happy to get points.
Both teams are like, well, we're not losing and this is okay. I don't care for that.
That's totally fair. How old's Harry Kane? 32. Washed.
Well, he'll be in the in Major League Soccer in about 10 years.
Shortly, yeah.
No, he's still got another decade.
Leave some clothes here.
Before he gets to the United States, he'll be all right.
Going to Columbus.
Where does he play his normal club?
I don't know. Where is he? Munich.
Oh, man, the English can't even keep their best players in their Premier League?
Nope.
That'd be like, Shea's Canadian. Who's the best American player right now? It'd be like Jason Tatum playing in the Mexican League.
Yeah, Ant. Be like, nope. Going to play in EuroLeague.
Yeah, how does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. Money.
Is the EPL no longer, Christian? No, you're not a soccer guy. Is the EPL no longer the Premier League?
No, I think it still is.
Or is it now the Bundesliga? No. That's the German one, right?
Premier Soccer League. Let me look.
Who currently holds the EPL title?
I don't know that either.
Well, yeah. We're not.
Did they just win in France like a couple weeks ago? Current EPL winner is. Oh my gosh.
I know we've got some soccer fans that listen to the show.
I'm sure they're screaming.
I hope they're screaming or using the voicemail.
Yeah.
feature.
By the way, we have to talk about that at some point. That the call-in feature, it works so well for our show. If you've got something to say, call in. Now they renamed on us to the voicemail feature at KSLSports.com. So leave a voicemail. It doesn't roll as well as call-in my opinion. Now, nobody consulted us on this decision, so I guess we can't complain. But
Arsenal is the current title holder.
For the EPL, what is the all of Europe one? EuroLeague.
Current EuroLeague champions.
Yeah, because isn't that the big one?
Yes. I think that was the French team. No, it says Olympiacos.
Greek?
Or is that basketball?
That's got to be basketball. Yeah, some soccer fan who's listening is yelling at the radio. Yeah, that's got to be that's got to be basketball. Is Greece even in the World Cup?
I don't know. Yes. No, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I don't
the
think
Champions League.
There you go.
Who won the
PSG.
Champions League? PSG's. That
Paris
is
Saint-Germain.
okay. That's the yes, and that just happened like a week ago
end
or
of
2
May.
weeks ago.
Yeah.
Is that long ago? I mean, end of May is only 18 days ago. Okay. Yes.
All right. Now we're.
So I was right on
They
something.
defeated Arsenal. Harry Kane.
Okay, so Arsenal won the EPL.
Yes.
Or the English Football League.
The English Premier League.
Well,
yeah.
no, there's also the English Football League,
That
and I
one
don't know what
sucks.
the difference is of any of them. And it says that Arsenal is the current champion of the English Football League. And is that how you get into the Champions League?
Champions
Do
League.
you win all your own little leagues?
No, the Champions League. They take the champions from the different leagues in Europe.
Hence the name.
And then
you can win. Okay.
So the champion of the EPL plays Bundesliga champion, plays whatever champion. It's the champions that play in the tournament.
Okay.
Learn something new every day.
Hopefully we've got everybody caught up. I even knew that one. By the way, England just scored again. which
Again?
sucks. Yeah, it's now 3-2.
I just learned how the supplementary draft works in the NFL yesterday. So, yeah, I do learn something new every day.
Yeah, and if
Welcome to the sports show.
anybody wastes a pick on Brendan Sorsby, they deserve what they get.
Well, luckily, we don't have to cover the supplemental draft a whole lot Because generally, again, it's the criminals and whatever.
Who was it? Was it Harvey Unga? One of BYU's running backs went in the supplemental draft
Correct.
one year. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Harvey. I don't know. We could look it up. But anyway, England now leads 3-2. That's too bad. But I am enjoying the World Cup more than I thought. The Americans back at it on Friday, taking on the Aussies.
Harvey Unga was selected in the 7th round of the 2010 supplemental draft.
I don't remember why he was in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
But there you go.
Yep.
Shout out to Harvey Unga, who was a fine running back at BYU.
Yeah.
Ben, the Jazz and Walker Kessler continue to be in the news. We played "Blowing in the Wind," the wind.
Brian Windhorst.
Windhorst's podcast. I kind of like "Blowing in the Wind."
Okay.
Why does he use that? It's better than what is it?
Windy?
No, the Expendables or something. Hoop Collective.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Who remembers that? "Blowing in the Wind," man. Actually, his opinion on this Walker Kessler thing is especially windy because he says he doesn't want to be in Salt Lake, which is not necessarily the case.
Correct. He said that Walker Kessler does not want to play in Utah. Trying to quote a Sam Amick article when the Sam Amick article in The Athletic says, Kessler has long wanted to remain in Utah, but is extremely disappointed with the way his situation is being handled. Again, these are two sides. I actually think playing not that dramatic or not that hard to decipher cards. Walker's camp wants more money. The Jazz are saying, this is a really fair number. In fact, here's the number. This is like when BYU let it leak how much they were paying Kevin Young.
For the first time for
the
BYU
first
coach
time we ever heard a number ever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah. Well, that seems obvious. Mark Pope leaves, and everyone thinks, oh, BYU can't hang with the big boys. And then BYU says, watch this. We can hang with the big boys. Yes, this seems like a Jazz move. So everyone says, wow, that's a really fair deal. Are we sure Walker's not going to get that? And even if it's coming from Walker's camp,
it's not.
The reason is, so they are, if they're not tampering, which I do not believe, I think they probably are tampering. I think that's your job as an agent, to know how much is actually going to be available to your guy once they hit the market. Walker's camp probably doesn't hate having this number out there either, because they can go out and say, July 1st, have your numbers that are better than 5 years, 140 ready for my client. Like, that's fine for Walker's camp too. Whether they're putting it out or not, it's totally fine for their camp for this number to be known. So the Chicago Bulls or the Atlanta Hawks or the Los Angeles Lakers can have an offer ready for Walker if they're going to sign him to one.
If the number reported were $19 million a year, it came from Walker's camp.
Sure.
If the number reported is $28 million a year, it came from the Jazz.
I see your logic.
Because if Walker were truly being lowballed,
correct,
and the Jazz were embarrassed by the number, which 19 would be, then it would be coming from Walker's camp. It'd be saying, like, look, the Jazz are trying to stick it to us. But the Jazz feel, or whomever is leaking this information feels, 28's a pretty decent number.
Absolutely.
Put it out there.
Yeah.
Then the onus is going to be on the Kessler camp to go prove that you're worth more than that. And I think it quells some of the anger when you get the specific number out there, because most people, even though it's so silly because we have no concept over this whatsoever, but most people, because we all do it like, oh, that's pretty good. And especially Jazz fans who want to think the best of everyone. That's a great number. Everybody, Walker should be happy with that.
Yeah.
The Jazz should be happy with that. Let's get on with it. I mean, that's totally a Jazz thing to leak that specific number out there, and maybe that is the sweet spot. Honestly, there's no reason for Kessler though to agree to anything.
Not right now.
No, there's really not. So all the crying in the media is just that. I mean, was there a number the Jazz could come to him with right after the finals where he would have been like, yeah, bud, let's do it? I doubt it.
Strategically, truthfully, there's only one number you could that would be an automatic yes, and that's a max contract.
A max deal.
If you were to come and say, look, Walker, you literally cannot get any more money on the market, don't go to market. You can't get a single penny more. We're giving you the absolute most. Yeah, fine. Otherwise, if you're an agent and you think there's a chance they're going to get more money than anything you offer, now the ball is in the court of Walker's camp, and they're saying, the Jazz are saying, essentially, it seems like with this number, here's what's out there. Everyone thinks this is fair. We think this is a good deal. By the way, I think this is a pretty good deal for Walker. But on the same time, for Walker's camp, I totally understand. If you think this is always going to be the deal, if the Jazz haven't communicated to Walker's people, this has an expiration date. If the Jazz have not put a deadline on this, which maybe they have, maybe they haven't, I have not heard that. But if they say your last day to agree to this deal is June 30th, well, that creates a little bit of urgency. But if the Jazz aren't, then why wouldn't you, as Walker's camp, say, oh, well, if that offer is a standing offer, I might as well see if I can get more than that. What does it hurt?
Right.
If you know you're selling your house and someone says, here's my offer, $500,000. And the second you say yes to it, I will happily have it, but I will leave that offer on the table forever. You at least go out there and shop it around and see if someone wants to give you $525, $550. I mean, you have to. That's your job as the seller. And then, worst case scenario, no one offers you $525 or $550, and you go back and say, hey, $500, let's do it. And they say, cool.
Yeah, I get it.
It's just not that difficult, actually, I don't think. And I don't think it even means Walker or his people are the bad guys here. Though I understand when you see frustration and then you see an offer that's viewed, I think, pretty universally as fair, fans feel like, what, you don't want us? You don't like us? You don't want to be a part of this team? We rooted for you. You don't like us? And by the way, I'm sure the Jazz recognize that that's part of this dynamic, though I think everyone would be wary of making Walker a bad guy because I'm not sure. I don't think the Jazz view him as a bad guy.
No, I think they view him as a player.
Yeah.
In the middle of a negotiation.
Exactly right.
But it does get a little personal sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is an indication that that's happening, though. Again, I mentioned this in the last hour. The only concrete thing I've really seen is that Walker was around the team when he didn't have to be last year. He didn't have to be around. He didn't have to be participating. He certainly didn't have to go on road trips. Certainly didn't have to go on road trips at the end of the year.
Right.
And he was right there for all of it. So I think that said something about him and his desire to be on the team. And frankly, it doesn't matter if he likes living here or not. And we all get too caught up in that.
Agreed.
Especially in this market, because we do have a little bit of an inferiority complex for good reason. But in this case, it doesn't matter. You know, in Derek Harper's case, it mattered. In Rony Cycli's case, it mattered. In this case, it does not matter. Unless he truly wants to play for peanuts and then become a free agent, which he doesn't.
Right. And that's the other. So the other issue here is Sam Amick's article did say that his qualifying offer, which is your qualifying offer, is something. It's Walker's actually only piece of leverage. Walker's leverage is, well, I will sign this qualifying offer, meaning I'm signing a 1-year deal with you, and then I become an unrestricted free agent next year, and I will take this money just so I can hit the open market next year, and you can't do anything about it. And that absolutely is there for Walker. However, Sam Amick reported that the number was $14 million. That's false. That's his cap hold. His qualifying offer, because he was the 22nd overall pick, is $7 million. Well, Jake, do the math. You know, if the Jazz were offering him $28 million, he wants to take a qualifying offer and only get $7 million. He's got to make up $21 million on his next deal next year over the life of his contract. Otherwise, he's going to be in the red. The perspective red of he didn't get as much on his contract. So there's almost no world where Walker takes the qualifying offer unless, honestly, the Jazz get to a point where they say, yeah, man, we don't have any money for you anymore. We don't believe in you. And there's no market for him in restricted free agency, which I don't think is going to happen either.
Yeah, that's not going to be the outcome. No.
Yeah.
That's not the smart outcome for anybody, but let alone a big coming back off an injury.
Correct.
To go in and play for the qualifying offer just isn't a great idea. And at that point, the Jazz are trying to replace you. So how much are they actually going to invest in you then?
Yes.
Nothing. That's why teams don't let players usually go to the qualifying offer, and that's why players don't do it.
Now, I do have sympathy for Jazz fans, and I suspect this is actually more universal than anybody realizes. But that it feels like every offseason there's a story like this. There is a story of...
Like what?
Like this one specifically.
Not like that.
No, I would never say that.
Not like that story.
No.
Like this one.
Like this story. Of Ace Bailey's not working out in Utah. Darren Peterson's not working out in Utah. This guy's not happy with his contract in Utah. This guy would rather play, I mean, this was entirely Donovan Mitchell's career after about his second season. Donovan Mitchell would rather be in New York. Darren Williams would rather be somewhere else. Gordon Hayward wants to sign with the Boston Celtics. I fully understand the fatigue of Jazz fans. And like you mentioned, kind of understandable, the underdog mentality, the why don't you love us mentality that does exist in Utah. I understand the fatigue from fans and hating to see this come to light. Again, with a young player who you would think would like being in Utah. He was the 22nd overall pick. He got traded to the Jazz after he was drafted by the Timberwolves. The Jazz started him late in his rookie season, made the all-rookie team. He actually earned Rookie of the Year votes. Fans loved him. Jazz invested in him. He had a terrible second year. Jazz invested in him again. He had a great year 3. Fans rallied around him, and still he says, actually, I'm unhappy. And I understand why fans feel like, oh, is this a Utah thing, or what's the deal here? Why are we being wronged? I do suspect this is just, well, A, I feel like I know that this is just normal contract negotiation stuff, but B, I think this does happen with every team, actually. Maybe not so much the is he happy in Utah, but, I mean, look at Milwaukee. The media's been trying to get Giannis out of there forever, or other teams have been trying to get Giannis out of there forever.
The Utah don't want to be in Utah thing continues to be a story because it was a legitimate story. And it has been a legitimate story. And it's been a consistent legitimate story. And people are so damaged because
correct. There's a lot of scar tissue.
A consistent, legitimate story. In this circumstance, with Walker Kessler, it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
It doesn't, no.
It doesn't matter. It might matter 3 years from now, but right now, it doesn't matter. Now, you can damage relationships and those sorts of things, but in this case, Walker's eagerness to be in Salt Lake or not does not matter. But to add or to go back and circle back to this, there's nothing in the reporting says he doesn't want to be here.
No, there's a false reiteration from Brian Windhorst that that's what Sam Amick said, and it was not at all accurate.
Wants every dollar he can get.
Yeah.
And whether he's realistic about it or not, I don't know. I would tell you he would not be the first player to be unrealistic about what they were worth in a situation like this.
Correct.
Who played for the Utah Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
So don't worry about that in this case.
Yeah.
You know? Worry about that if the Jazz draft a stud and he turns into an all-pro and all of a sudden the questions come up, which will come up regardless of the player. Do you want to be here? And that will matter 7 years from the night they draft him.
If I had to bet on what happens, which, by the way, I do think this is a fair argument from Walker's group, which is why are you basing my market number at $28 million right now off of Miles Turner or off of Jakob Poeltl or off of Jared Allen or all these guys? Those contracts were signed 2 or 3 years ago. The cap has gone up since then. X%, 8 percentage points or whatever it is, it's gone up. So why are you basing us off that number? That number was X% of the cap. So now give us that same X% of the cap, which naturally includes inflationary raises. Mm-hmm. So it's actually not $28 million, which is what, it seems is the offer from the Jazz for Walker. It actually should be whatever, $30 million. And I think that's a totally reasonable argument from Walker's people. And I suspect they're not going to want 5 years because they're going to want to get back to market sooner than that. So he can sign another deal sooner. That's longer. Which may be and the value there for Walker is that he could potentially even get a third contract before his career is over or a fourth contract before his career is over in this case. So he may want a shorter contract. And my guess would be you end up seeing Walker in Utah around 3 years and $100 million. That would be my guess.
My argument, if I were the Jazz and they said, well, these deals are a couple of years old. Do you know how much more in the NBA that Jared Allen and Miles Turner have proven? How many more games that they've won and played? And
Hartenstein's got a title.
Had this impact. Walker could easily be better than those players. Maybe not easily. That's overselling
But could be.
He didn't do anything last year. He had a great rebounding year the year before. That's it.
Right.
Now, I think that some of the other stuff was self-inflicted, and maybe he could have been better. Maybe he could have been better defensively, but those guys, Miles Turner had to leave his team to get that contract.
He did. And also started on a finals team.
A lot of experience.
Correct.
Key role on some really good teams. Walker hasn't done anything, which makes this tricky on both ends because it makes it tricky for the Jazz and it makes it tricky for Walker, who can easily overvalue himself for not have done a dang thing.
Correct.
And then the Jazz have to be wary about falling in love with their own guy.
Yep.
So, Windy is not correct, though. I don't think anything indicates that he really hates Salt Lake City. But again, nor does it matter.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have more for you straight ahead. Bob Casper is going to be joining us from the U.S. Open at 3:50. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Wednesday. That means it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up with a pair of tickets to go see Rod Stewart this Friday, June 19th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, 801-575-ZONE. And go out and check out the show. Weather's been nice. I bet it'll be good on Friday night.
Once it cools down a little. It's been a little warm during the middays, but... Yeah.
Rod, apparently, speaking of the Scottish soccer team, apparently he was at their World Cup debut.
Okay. They just showed Emmett Smith here during England-Croatia.
They must be in Dallas.
I would think so. This looked like a particularly huge stadium, so it makes sense if it was Jerry World.
I suppose.
Yeah.
With the finals in New Jersey, right?
Is that where it is?
Missed out. Yeah, MetLife Stadium in New Jersey.
Yes.
Missed opportunity there.
To be played
anywhere else?
Okay.
Dallas would have been better.
Yeah.
Jerry World. LA would have been better.
America First Field in Sandy.
Hey, absolutely.
We'd love it.
Who wants to go to Jersey?
It's too bad we didn't get a game. Not that I know where we actually would have played it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think we had the stadium
We don't have
capacity.
an 80,000 seat stadium.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know. Maybe they could have put it in Provo. I don't think they can play any games on artificial surfaces, right?
Yeah,
I would guess that's a rule. I mean, I don't remember seeing a World Cup game on an artificial surface.
Well, they're talking about how bad these surfaces are already.
Oh, are they really? Has that been a controversy?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
The American fields?
Uh-huh.
That surprises me. I mean, we hold plenty of on-field sporting events. You'd think we'd be pretty good at having the turf ready to go.
There's been some complaints.
Is this just snooty soccer people?
I'm sure they have an idea of what they generally like to play on.
Is this like BYU back in the day when they used to grow out their grass to great lengths?
Yes.
Is that what people are complaining about?
Uh-huh.
They want it more like a fairway and they got the rough? Speaking of which, we'll talk to Bob Casper in the very next segment at 3:50.
Yeah.
They're growing it out too much.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, that's what we do. Deal with it. They're used to playing on the cement because nobody has enough water to water anything.
Sure.
Big cement-like bounces.
You're going to feel this. Yeah.
They enjoy being slide tackled on that sort of surface. I always felt so bad. Did you ever see the old surfaces that the Arena Football League used to have to play on?
No. Disaster?
Disaster. The funny one was back in the day when they used to play at the Orleans in Vegas. You know where they would practice? Out in the parking lot. So they'd roll up the turf from inside and then roll out the turf on the parking lot
fine. This is all the
to
same.
practice. But I don't know, you'd have to talk to Scotty about this, but apparently there was cigarette burns in the turf and all this other stuff. You have to play on these terrible surfaces and these indoor. Yeah, you're playing football, by the way.
Hey, I was surprised the first time I walked on the field at Rice Eccles. Just the plastic and how hot it is, and
How long ago was that? Because they've had so many different renditions up there.
Oh, man. I mean, the first time I did it, 10, 11 years ago.
The old AstroTurf of the late 90s, early 2000s was truly a hazard.
Uh-huh.
An absolute hazard. Talk to those old school guys that used to play on that turf, and they'll tell you. I have no idea why anybody committed to play at Utah to begin with.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go play on that. Are you kidding? But I have, the last time I was over there, the rendition seemed to be a little bit better. I know a dude in the, this sounds funny, in the turf game that sells those playing surfaces. And it's pretty amazing how far they've come.
Yeah.
But still not the...
it's just not grass.
Still not the real thing.
It's just not grass. And yeah, it's not a complaint about Utah or Utah being worse than anywhere else. I haven't walked on a lot of college football fields, to be honest with you. But to have... yeah, the plasticky and all the little beads that pop up as you walk,
I just don't know. I mean, that's obviously a cost move. I mean, the surfaces back in the 70s when AstroTurf first came along and these stadiums like in Cincinnati and Pittsburgh that had no business having AstroTurf fields did because it was like the new thing.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably make an argument in the Utah desert. It's not the most cost-effective thing to have a real surface,
Absolutely.
But I'm sure that was a choice when they initially built the field. I wonder if they'd ever put in a natural surface. Now that it is easier, I mean, down in Vegas, they managed to have natural surfaces in that big monstrosity where they wheel it out and then wheel it back. And I guess I can only imagine what that costs. But I don't know where we could have hosted it here.
Agreed. No, I don't think we could have had one.
But I think they should have the final in, I would say Dallas or Jerry World.
Then
or
again,
even like Toronto.
With a lot of these places, they did move the turf out to play on grass.
Right.
So.
Or why not Stadium
Doable.
Azteca? Go play in that giant monstrosity in Mexico City. I bet it'd be bananas for the final.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
No, I'm going to put it in New York where you can charge.
Well,
Charge $30,000 a ticket. What were the finals tickets going at for Game 4?
Well, those dropped in New York. Those dropped because they couldn't close out in Game 4. And then it wasn't the Knicks closing out at home in Game 5. So I don't think we ever quite got to the full highest price.
Game 3 was about 9. And then before Game 3 started, Game 4 tickets were about 12,000.
To get in the door.
Right.
Unless you're Ben Stiller.
Well, you don't have to pay.
And then all those celebrities. Nobody has to pay. But then you get stuck in the what suite was it? What was Hank Azaria complaining about?
Cisco?
The Cisco suite?
Is that what it was?
Nobody wants to get stuck up there. Azaria said
Bad for your career. You're better off just not going.
Sitting up there with Aaron Judge and Dwight from The Office.
Uh-oh.
Being like, wow, this is where I've come.
This is bad news.
The Aaron Judge thing has got to be a vendetta.
Correct. Absolutely.
But, of course, that's the most James Dolan thing ever to hold those tickets hostage. You know that, right?
Yes, of course. And then to put you in a class system?
Yeah, and anybody who says anything bad about me ever, like Hank Azaria is never getting another ticket ever again.
Correct. Sorry, Hank, you've been cut off.
You're out.
Yes, you are out of the caste system. You're not just at the lowest rung. You don't belong anymore.
Because you went on some show and complained about it.
Yeah, you're going to sit next to Tom Arnold and Jason Whitlock, and you're going to like it. Because that's the quality of celebrity you are now. Good luck with that. I hope you enjoy yourself. Uh-oh. Things gone south.
What is Tom Arnold doing now?
Lowest rung of the Knicks fandom, I would imagine.
Is he a Knicks fan?
I don't know. But if he's calling up to get tickets, he's not sitting courtside with Jerry Seinfeld.
No, I don't think so.
He's not there with Taylor Swift.
Well, those guys say nice things about Jim Dolan.
Yeah, right.
And by the way, Hank can kiss those Sphere tickets goodbye, too.
Correct.
Wanted to go see Dead and Company. Sorry, pal.
I just wanted to see Wizard of Oz.
In fact, you can't even put on a fake mustache and actually buy tickets. We'll have you removed from the building. Because that's what he does.
Well, he can do voices really well. If anyone's equipped to come in full incognito, it is Hank Azaria.
Unless he gets facial reconstruction surgery, I don't know what to tell you.
You're going to see his cheekbones. You can't go with the old...
You're going to run it through their mass surveillance system, and then they're going to have him roughed up in the alley.
Glasses and mustache just isn't going to do it for you. It's tough.
Tom will be in Salt Lake in a couple weeks, by the way.
Wise Guys?
Yeah.
All right.
Is he opening for somebody?
June 26th.
Or is he the lead?
You got to call my guy Stubbs. Go get some tickets, Ben. See how his act is these days.
I bet it's good stuff.
Oh, you can't be, in all honesty, you can't be terrible and still be doing stand-up at his point in his career.
He can't.
What do you mean?
Correct. I think Dave Chappelle, Jerry Seinfeld, if Robin Williams was still with us, once you get to a certain level, you can keep doing lousy stand-up and people are like, well, it's Jerry. I got to see Jerry.
Uh-huh.
Or I got to see, Richard Pryor.
Right.
Tom Arnold is not of that caliber.
No, but he keeps getting stand-up gigs. That
Yes.
that you've got to be. You've been doing stand-up that long, and you're still getting stand-up gigs. Shout out to my guy Keith Stubbs and Wise Guys. Your set's probably pretty good.
I hope so.
Jerry Seinfeld could have the worst sets ever, and he's still going to sell tickets. That's my point.
Yes. Okay, yeah, we're speaking the same language.
Yeah,
we're coming at it from two different angles. How much stand-up comedy have you seen in your life in person?
In person? Not a ton.
Yeah. Christian, you?
I don't think I've ever been to a stand-up show.
Yeah, I think I've been to 3 shows now. I think they all 3 came in the last 2 years. So
the last one I went to, I will mispronounce this name, but Maz Jabrani, the Iranian, Persian comic, and he was hilarious. And I had no idea the Salt Lake Persian community was so into comedy. He'd make and his opening act, he'd make inside jokes in Farsi, and everybody's going crazy. And I'm like,
that's funny.
That one went right over my head.
Yeah.
But no, I haven't seen a ton. I saw the Sklar brothers at Wise Guys. They were really good.
I bet they were funny.
Yeah, they were hilarious.
They were my favorite, very consistent Jim Rome fill-in for a long time.
I saw our guy Kyle Gunther. I saw his
lone set.
Both. No, he did 2.
Oh, he did 2?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I saw both of them.
Different nights or the same night?
Oh, like a year at least in
Really?
between.
Okay. So he had a chance to work on his material.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did more singing in the second one.
Good for him.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see that coming.
I like Keith too.
Has Keith done stand-up?
That's what Keith started as, a stand-up.
Oh, Stubbs.
Stubbs.
Oh, yeah, I've seen Stubbs.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Keith Gunther.
No, his dad.
Right, we were talking about Kyle.
No,
You mentioned
Runs in
Keith.
the family.
I thought you were talking about his dad.
No, that's even funnier. No, I don't think I've met his dad a couple of times, but no, I've never seen his dad. Dad had a lot of jokes because I heard all of them from Kyle Gunther. The potato goes in the front. It's a classic Guntherism, but no, I've not seen Keith Gunther do stand up. Keith Stubbs, our guy.
I've seen Keith Stubbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does a great job.
Yeah.
But there you go, Tom Arnold. Go get your tickets now. Ben's not going to go. I get the impression.
I'd go see Tom. Sure. What do I have going on in the summer?
June 26th.
Okay. Yeah, Summer League won't even be going on yet. Post-draft, pre-Summer League.
That's a Friday night.
I'm available. Let's hang out, Tom. Tom's available. You know what? I bet Tom's available after as well.
To hang out?
Just do whatever.
All right.
You got a place I can crash? Yeah, Tom.
Oh, man.
The couch is open.
He took so much money from Roseanne in the divorce. I bet he's doing fine.
Hopefully he gets royalties.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
All right.
From Look Who's Talking.
Bob Casper joins us next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Matt Larkin, managing editor and senior writer at Daily Faceoff. Could the Mammoth be a 100-point team? 92 this year. There are only 300-point teams in the West. I mean, if you get there, it seems like you're right there at the top shelf.
If I'm making a prediction right now for next season, I'm going to say yes, 100 points. Probably right around there. Even if you just look at Logan Cooley alone and the improvements you're seeing from him, and let's say we get a full season in which he doesn't get banged up and miss a chunk of games, that alone could give you that extra cluster of wins. Plus, you have a full season of Mackenzie Weegar now playing your top 4 on D. So I think they're already a 100-point team. I think the question is, do you make the trade now to become a 110-point team? With the right move, you can join the top contenders.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
He is the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Can you go anywhere without anybody trying to say, hey, Austin, just between you and me, just, come on.
Oh, everywhere I walk, yeah, people ask, but we don't tell anybody. I don't tell my wife. I don't tell I don't tell some of the people on my staff that I work with every day where I'm leaning. Like, on top of the competitive advantages and the trades that could kill and some of the other things that would harm, there's huge betting markets now. And
yeah, that's true.
Some guy I play golf with makes $500,000 on who the draft is, and then the FBI's knocking on my door. We can't be having that.
No. We don't want any of that. No. And that may be in the news right now, so you want to avoid that for sure.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This 2026 U.S. Open Update is presented by Copper Rock, where the pros play on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to talk to Bob Casper coming up here momentarily, but let's get another qualifier for the Copper Rock U.S. Open Championship giveaway. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to assign you a golfer playing at this week's U.S. Open. If your golfer wins, you will win a $300 clubhouse credit to Copper Rock Golf Course and a $100 gas gift card. We'll assign the top 25 players in the field, and then one listener will get the rest of the field and follow to see if your golfer wins. It's brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. Our next guest, of course, you hear him every Saturday morning on Real Golf Radio. His appearance on the show is brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union, Mountain Land Supply, Black Desert Resort, Hoops Vision, and You Went to Golf. He's the one and only Bob Casper. Hi, Bob.
Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Bob. How are you, bud?
I'm good. This is going to be fun this week.
Bob, you're looking at Shinnecock Hills. This has been a tough course. The last time we saw them play the U.S. Open here. What are you expecting this week?
I expect more of the same. It's going to be extremely difficult, especially since we think about it in time. There's only been.
Bob, we're going to put you on hold. We're having some connection issues.
Get him on the phone.
Yeah, maybe we get Bob on the phone. I'm curious to hear why this course plays so hard. I remember it being the greens, and I don't know if they dry them out or what. But this course, what'd you say? Koepka won at +1?
I think it was +1. Maybe it was -1, and then I think it went to a playoff. So I mean, at least a couple of guys were close there, but it wasn't a beautiful round by anybody.
I told you this is what I do not care for about the U.S. Open. No offense to Shinnecock, but I want to see him make birdies. Mm-hmm. I don't necessarily want to see these pros struggle. I don't need to see a winner at -20, I guess.
Nor do I want to see the final round, the back nine, decided on bogey. To be honest with you, I don't want to see that. No, I want to see who's making the great shot, not he played himself out of it. The course is so tough. No, I'm with you. That's not that exciting.
And the rough they set up is brutal. I mean, it's basically hitting it out of bounds. I don't know. I just don't necessarily always love the setup, but most people do. Bob, we've got you back. You were talking about Shinnecock and what makes this course uniquely difficult.
Yeah. Okay. So 3 guys have shot under par total in the last 634 guys that have played in this tournament. 3 guys. Okay. 3, 2, and 1 under par. And Phil Mickelson, Brooks Koepka, and Retief Goosen. That's it. So the thing that you have to understand about this golf course, I heard Jake talking about the greens. The fairways are going to be generous, so guys can hit it in the fairway and then have an opportunity to kind of pseudo attack these greens. These greens have a flat spot in all of them where you really want to hit the ball, because if you get it on the edges or the periphery, it's gonna repel away. So hit it in the fairway, hit it in the green, and make pars, and you're going to be great at the end of the week. So U.S. Open is known for a golf course that really taxes a player's intellect and mental ability and his chance to get it around the golf course. Where Masters, you got 10 to 12 under par that wins. U.S. Open is not one of those. It's a course that around even par, maybe 1, 2, 3, 5 at the most, 6 at the most, is what the winner is. And yeah, it's awesome to see birdies and see these guys attack, but there's not very many opportunities that guys are going to have this week at Shinnecock, especially with the winds that are going to be prevalent the next 2 days, almost up to 41-mile-an-hour gusts in the first round tomorrow, and probably 20-mile-an-hour gusts on Friday. So it's going to be tough.
So, Bob, does this benefit anybody?
Well, it benefits the guys that understand. The guys that get out early tomorrow are gonna have the better of it than the guys that play in the afternoon, and vice versa. On Friday, the guys that get out early because they flip-flop are going to have it better than Friday afternoon. So it benefits the guys that are patient, benefits the guys that are going to be able to put the ball in the fairway, and guys that are very good putters and chippers.
What's the weather look like? Is it going to dry out big time?
It's going to be mid-70s, it looks like. There is a possibility of 50% chance of rain tomorrow at times, but it is going to be windy. And because of that, the course will dry out. And so the USGA has implemented 10 minutes in between the flight in the morning, the flight in the afternoon that tees off, where they're going to go around and syringe the greens. And they're going to sprinkle them down, water them down just a little bit to keep the life in them so that they don't burn out. And I think that's a great move, because then you get a little bit more even playing field for the guys that play in the afternoon as compared to the guys that play in the morning.
Matt Fitzpatrick's been the biggest winner so far on the PGA Tour. Am I correct on that, Bob? And
yes, 100%.
So what do you make of him coming into this weekend?
Oh, he's one of my picks. Matty Fitz is playing some great golf, and he understands how to play link-style golf with wind conditions. So he's won 3 times on the PGA Tour this year, won once with his brother Alex in the team format. And, I think he's got to be a guy that you're going to be looking at. He's very patient. He's very meticulous. And I think he's going to be a good one. I think also Tommy Fleetwood, who shot 63 here the last time they played the U.S. Open here at Shinnecock in the final round. And then I think Scotty Scheffler. He's got history to go after this week with trying to get the career Grand Slam. And also this event this year is ending on his birthday. He'll turn 30, and it's also Father's Day. So I like Scotty Scheffler too.
As long as he doesn't get arrested on his way to the round, of course.
That was 2 years ago. Come on, Jake.
Fair enough. Give me the name, Bob, of somebody who's playing well coming in, and give me a name of maybe somebody who's struggling a little bit.
Okay. So somebody who's played well, he won a couple of weeks ago, Russell Henley. He's not a long bomber, but he's a guy that likes to pick apart at a golf course. And he plays well traditionally in major championships. Patrick Reed's another one of those guys that's kind of sneaky, kind of flying under the radar. Somebody that's not playing so well, Brooks Koepka had to withdraw last week. He won the last time it was here in 2018. He had to withdraw last week because of some losing some feeling and numbness in his, I think it was his left hand, his pinky finger and ring finger of his left hand. And they figured out that he's got something that's going on in his funny bone that's causing his fingers to get a little bit numb. And so he says it's not hurting. He said he still feels it sometimes, but last week he played really, really well in the first round, was only one shot back after the first round, and then had to withdraw. So I wouldn't think that bodes too well for him this week.
But Rory's blisters are fine.
Rory's blisters are fine.
Okay.
Rory, I think, and it's interesting, his interview in the press room, he talked about this golf course. PGA Championship, he said, off the tee, I'm just going to send it, hit as far as I can, and then hit it out of the rough. Well, you can't do that here because if it goes into the rough, it's going to be 3 to 4 inches, or it's going to be in the high fescue, which is 18 to 24 inches, and wispy, not real crazy thick. But I think he understands, because he said he needs to have patience on this golf course, and that means hitting fairways, hitting greens, and scoring pars, and taking what the golf course will give him.
Bob, we appreciate you, all your fine work. You and Brian both look forward to all your coverage.
Thanks, Jake. Talk to you guys soon.
See you, Bob. Bob Casper. Hear him every Saturday morning on Real Golf Radio with Brian Taylor, and they'll be on all the shows throughout the U.S. Open.
Do you think those guys don't know my name? They only ever say, "Hey, Jake,"
Thanks, man.
or "Thanks, Jake." Do they not know my name?
I would guess they do.
There's like a 90% chance they don't know who I am, which is fine.
Brian and Bob?
There's a 90% chance.
I'm sure they do.
I've done just shows alone where you haven't been here getting ready for the majors.
And they've called you Jake?
No. I don't know if they've thanked anyone.
Did they say, thanks, guy?
Thanks, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, for having me on.
He didn't hit you with a good question, Ben.
And I said Bob. I know who Bob is. I know who BT is.
I do go back a ways with both those guys.
And I've never met Bob in person. I have met BT. So, to be fair.
Yeah.
But you and I have been doing this show since October 2021. And it is going on October 2026. We're a couple months away. So we've been doing 20 majors since then.
Yeah, I got you.
It's 20 weeks of radio.
I remember.
That's quite literally 100 interactions combined.
I remember when those guys created Real Golf Radio, and it came on Thursday nights after the big show with Bowler and Monson, circa 2003.
Okay, and it was on 1320.
It was on 1280 originally.
Then it went to 1320. I've produced that show.
Okay.
Because I used to do the racing show, which used to be in the morning. And then Real Golf Radio would be on after the racing show.
Okay.
So I've produced that show before.
Well, it was probably Daytona Dave Glauser who was producing, and then you were airing it when they were doing their show at Thanksgiving Point, I'm
Shout
guessing.
out Dave Glauser. Spent some nights with Dave, too.
Yeah, old school.
Wild man.
Not a wild man.
Dave sends me the emails still to upload Real Golf every Saturday.
Yeah, the most unwild man person ever. Love to pack a lunch. Remember that about old Daytona. But yeah, those guys have been doing it a long time. But the Thursdays after the big show with Bowler and Monson
was the debut.
The original time slot. And then at one point they moved to Saturdays, and then they moved to 1320, and then we merged and they came back. And
I did not.
And they've been here ever since.
I was on the 1320 side of the merger and didn't make it.
Man, that was a wild time.
But I was an intern. I was not employed. So I understand why I didn't make it.
And then was on the 1320 side with Kevin for that.
Then I was on the
brief
1320
heartbeat?
Rebirth for 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kevin.
Made some stops.
Kevin
got my career started.
U.S. Open coverage all week long from those guys from Real Golf Radio. Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
hockey fans. Let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Listen, it's the summertime. Hopefully everybody's planning those vacations. I had a chance to spend a week at the beach. Have you ever thought to yourself, wow, I want my retirement to look a lot like my vacation? Or maybe I want my retirement to be many, many vacations. Maybe I want to prioritize taking vacations with my family. Whatever the case may be, Trajan wants to help you reach your goals when it comes to your retirement. I talk about it all the time. Give them a call and sit down with them. 1-855-TRAJAN1. It doesn't matter where you are in life. Maybe you're just starting out after college. Maybe you're middle-aged. Maybe you're close to retirement. They have ways that they can help you. They want to sit down with you, get to know you, help you set those goals, and then show you exactly what they can do to get you there. And a big part of what they're doing now is truly having a team on your side. I talk about this, a team all pulling in the same direction. And now that they've added Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, truly everybody is under one roof and on the same team. So give them a call and sit down with them. 855-TRAJAN1. They have offices in Draper or Farmington. There's one close to you, 855-TRAJAN1, or you can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Professional basketball teams use their high draft picks wisely to win, and that means great leadership. And when it comes to selling your home, that's exactly what you want to. Here in the Salt Lake City area, the pick is easy. It's the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. The Stern Team has decades of winning results, and with their experience, strong negotiation skills, and proven marketing strategies, they know how to get your home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're ready to make a move, pick the Stern Team, powered by Omada Real Estate. Go to sternteam.com or Google the Stern Team.
Free rock chip repair for the life of your new windshield? This is Greg at Glass Doctor, and it's a rockin' rock chip summer. Come take advantage of our $75 lifetime chip repair program for your current windshield. That's right, pay $75 once, and you're covered for your current windshield. Need a new windshield? Good news. Any new windshield we install gets that same no-cost chip repair. Get a chip? Bring it into us. If it's fixable, we'll take care of it. Check us out at glassdoctor.com. That's glassdoctor.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. The Croats did not play very well.
No, 2-2, fun, and then kind of no-showed in the second half.
Got trounced 4-2.
How'd they do during the hydration break?
Which is apparently extremely unpopular.
Really controversial.
Do people care that much about it? I get it.
Some people.
I get it that it does alter the game, right?
Yeah.
It does alter things. But is it that big a deal?
But think of how good Wemby would have been had he gotten a hydration break.
Oh, my Lanta. Don't get me started. No, I kind of think like, do you remember the Casey Martin golf controversy of the late 90s?
Did he take
You know
a
who I'm
card?
talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Stanford golfer that wanted to play in some pro tournaments, and they wouldn't let him have a cart. And people said, I was just walking. Blah, blah. But that is part of the game of golf, walking the course and navigating the course and all that. And I was pro leaving Casey Martin out. Should I be more hardliner? Because I have a tough time caring about the hydration breaks. Because they're doing stoppage times anyway. Who cares, right? And instead of having some fullback roll around on the ground for 5 minutes, they're just taking a break where you can have commercials. But am I a hypocrite because it does alter how the game's played?
So I don't have a huge problem with it, but I am not a soccer purist. Now, the complaint is that, yes, it's just a huge advertisement, which, Jake, this photo's not even going to work very well because my thing's too small. When I show you the sign on the Jumbotron at the games and it says, hydration break brought to you by Powerade. Oh yeah, it's a huge ad. Obviously it's a huge ad. And they can actually take a commercial break and get a lot of those ads in, I'm sure.
Which is all that matters. That's what they're talking about. It's a 3-minute commercial break.
So they're getting 3 minutes of ads. I mean, they're millions of dollars every hydration break. And then I get, yes, people are like, oh, you're interrupting the purist game, where once the game starts, the action keeps going outside of halftime, and then you get the other interrupted 45 minutes plus stoppage time. I do get it. I understand why that is a part of it. And I will tell you, again, as someone who did not understand soccer on TV, going to an RSL game for the first time and feeling the momentum build throughout the match is real. It is a momentum sport. So when you have the momentum break for a hydration break, I get why that can change some of the strategy there. But I don't care.
Well, I don't either. Part of the problem so I don't know what Fox is paying to air this, but it's probably ludicrous, the amount of money that they pay for these rights fees, right? Problem with soccer on TV, and you and I have had similar conversations on what sports translate well to TV and all sorts of things. Soccer does not translate well to advertising. I don't know about a TV sport, but as far as advertising goes, it doesn't translate very well because you don't have a chance to get the captivated commercial audience. Like the thing with football where it fits so well is there's so much stoppage, you slam all these ads into it and you get the captivating ads. I kind of like the concept of the split screen, but guess what? I'm not watching the ad.
Yeah.
So they're not going to pay as much for the ad. It is a problem with if they want to generate these giant rights fees, which they do.
Yes.
And by the way, people don't understand, like, the more ad revenue and the more they get for the rights fees. Now, FIFA is going to take their skim because they're just a horrible gangster operation, so not all of the money. But the money goes back to U.S. soccer, which goes back to all sorts of different places that need the money, including U.S. women's soccer, who does not get the take that the men's World Cup does. It just doesn't. So people can say, well, about this money. Well, listen, if they can find more ways to sell ads, they can make more money off the rights fees, which provides the revenue for U.S. soccer, which people think it's a government entity. It is not a government entity. The government is loosely associated with it, but it is not like the U.S. government is carving off checks for
Same reason we
US
don't pay our
soccer.
Olympians.
So if you can move in a 3-minute commercial break each half, that makes a big difference for the rights fees and all those sorts of things. It's actually worth it for everybody, and people should just get over their complaint. But with that in mind, Ben, why don't these same people complain about every extra minute that's added in football every season? In football, we have all these crazy stops where if you go to watch a game in person, the stupid guy standing on the field with the hat and the countdown of when they're coming back from commercial and all this stuff, that's interrupting momentum. That's interrupting play. Of course. That's affecting rest and hydration and all this sort of stuff. Why are people bent out of shape in soccer? Is that it? Just the purists?
Yes, it's a snootiness.
In basketball, they add media timeouts and make longer timeouts. Did you know that you did? But do people know that in a nationally televised game, each stop is longer than it would be in a normal home game?
Right.
So actually, the Wembies of the world that are so tired to even get off the bench get more rest in a nationally televised game than they do a locally televised game. So is that messing with the integrity of the sport?
Here's a funny test. Christian, you will know what this is, Jake. Do you know what I'm doing in basketball if I do this? Do you know what this is?
No.
For people who don't know, I'm tapping on my shoulders. You know what this is. Jerry Sloan used to do this all the time.
The 20-second timeout.
Does the 20-second timeout exist anymore? No. It is now 30 seconds or longer. What did they get? There was no science that said, we got to give NBA players 10 more seconds on a timeout. What did they realize? A 30-second timeout is an actual ad break. 20-second is not an ad break.
It's just, what's his name? Marv Albert.
Yeah.
The bridge in 20 seconds
Ad-libbing.
of time. Yeah.
But 30, we can go to break. We can sell 30.
We can get a Pepsi ad in there. And by the way, that becomes a minute, and now it's a minute and a half.
But yeah, the 20-second timeout. I mean, I lived with my life, Jerry Sloan walking onto the court, tapping his shoulders for a 20-second timeout, but they got rid of it. So yeah, I mean, this has always been the drive, This has always been the direction.
So I guess I am the hypocrite who got mad about the subtle change in golf, but doesn't care about this. But it feels like we don't care about it in any sport when it comes to TV. Maybe that's just the Americans. We've had to swallow so many inconveniences just for the sake of television that we don't even care anymore.
Where do you think it's most disruptive and least disruptive?
Football. In watching football in person.
Yes, it is. I think college football, any experience is most disrupted by the ads, especially when, and I think they fixed it now some, right, where after every change of possession, there was an automatic timeout that went to a commercial break. So on a kickoff, there would be a commercial break. It's like they just scored. And now they're doing you take a 3-minute break after the touchdown, then they kick off, and that's technically the change of possession, and then they would take another timeout. You would get 6 or 7 minutes of ads in between a kickoff. It's like, I might as well leave. Well, and then they do the 20-minute halftime, which is insane.
And at home, you don't notice as much, but when you go, you're like, what is the deal
what is
here?
going on?
What is the deal? Go to a college game around here. and then go to a high school game.
Yeah.
And you'll go, wow, this is how this game is supposed to
Could
move?
have left the car running.
This is amazing. You mean they kicked the ball off after a score and then the offense came out on the field and they ran a play? Shut the front door.
Yeah.
I think it is becoming more obnoxious in basketball.
I agree.
They say college basketball is worse than the NBA, I would say. But maybe that's because we only watch the NCAA tournament, and the end of NCAA tournament games are so brutal.
And the ad space is so valuable there that I'm sure they're jamming in longer breaks.
Well, they're running ads any chance they get, and then they have a zillion timeouts, and they call them all in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Right.
How many good tournament finishes that I've missed because I've flipped away because of a 45-second commercial break or whatever?
Not coming back.
Or you just don't end up coming back, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, did you know Villanova hit a last-second shot? I was watching that game. Come on.
I was trying
you
to
preyed
watch
on my ADD.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people are so bent. I guess I do know why people are so bent out of shape, but probably ought to get over it. That hydration break is going to go from 3 minutes to 5.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, Alexi Lawless saying eventually kids are going to grow up watching people play in quarters. He's right. You can scream at him if you want, but he knows what he's talking about. He works for a TV broadcaster now. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, that is the direction they're going to head. Women's college basketball moved to quarters. Men's basketball eventually will probably move to quarters.
It should have already.
It should have already.
It's kind of dumb.
But it will eventually. Women, I think it's been very successful. It will for men as well. And I would imagine soccer gets there at some point.
And whether you like TV or not, it's not going anywhere. And they call the shots in sports, including soccer.
There's a 10-second pitch rule now in baseball. You know, you want to keep the action moving a little bit quicker. You want everything to move a little bit faster. And you know what? It actually really helped baseball. Baseball needed it badly.
I think that might have been for the in-person. I don't know if that was from TV.
It was pretty slow.
I think that was for the fan that I got a kid that's got school tomorrow.
Yeah,
I've been there, you know.
I can't be here for 9 innings.
This is the 9th inning in a 12-8 game, and I've been here since 3 p.m., you know?
Yeah.
Which it has been successful in baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I don't know. I guess in soccer you get that automatic stoppage time that's 3 to 5 minutes. But honestly, like I come back to the point where they find ways to get drinks and get rest, and it's somebody flopping and laying there for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's why the magic spray exists.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they're going to rest for 5 minutes while they run out, do the spray, and the person kind of limps and kind of like, am I all right? Well, what do you think they're doing?
Correct.
In that time?
Right. Not all of that is authentic.
I would argue none of it is authentic. It's so the fullback and the midfielder can run over to the side and grab a drink.
Yeah.
And then run back on as the guy going, I think it stayed attached.
Yeah, it's your turn
I think
to roll
it'll be
around.
okay.
It's your turn to go flop around.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm fine with it. Not to get lost on a non-existent controversy, but.
No, it's interesting. And look, jersey patches are in the news today. Specifically, they're in the news, but BYU is adding their jersey patches. We talked about that. Obviously, every college football team will. The Jazz have a new jersey patch today. Health Equity is the new patch. They've ditched LVT, or vice versa. LVT ditched them. So a new jersey patch coming on. And I mean, you remember what a controversy that was?
Yes, and why people cared way too much about that. I would say, who cares? It's dumb. In fact, you can make it cool. It is what you make of it.
We're talking about soccer. The whole jersey is an advertisement in soccer.
People would be like, you're desecrating the uniform. And it's like, well, what does that even mean? Yeah. But it's similar to the response of, you're desecrating the great game. Hydration breaks, what? But yeah, there was a point in time where all the jersey area was off limits in professional and collegiate sports in the U.S. That's all long gone. And that one is so non-invasive. I don't even care about that one. Hey, give the whole jersey an advertisement like NASCAR style if you trim 10 minutes of commercials off of my NBA game.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'd trade that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Please.
10 minutes of commercial space, but the entire front of the jersey is different advertisements?
Yeah.
I'd take it in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. Put on a new jersey every quarter with a new advertisement on it.
Bring it on.
If you can get that basketball game into a 2-hour window.
Dude, a smooth hour 45, I'll give you a kiss on the lips.
I don't usually do this, but I rewatched some of the Knicks games on
Oh, Lord, of course you did.
the next day after throughout the playoffs. just because for the show, in all honesty, not because I'm a diehard Knicks fan.
Mm-hmm.
I would watch like the second half of the game because I TiVo'd it or watched it on Fubo, and I'd set it up while I was walking. And you're done in like 15 minutes. I mean, the games are when you cut out free throws, I mean, honestly, they are 24 minutes long. When you cut out the free throws and all the timeouts, flies by.
It's moving.
But it is insane when you're like, oh, wow, it's already midway through the fourth quarter. I just started this game. You realize, oh, yeah, the free throws, the timeouts, the commercial breaks. It's painful how slow they make it.
All right, What You Got Wednesday is coming up next. Stay tuned. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Dang, I forgot the wakeboard. How am I supposed to enjoy myself without my favorite water activity? I mean, sure, we could still go tubing, fishing, or even just relax on a floaty, but without the wakeboard, what's the point?
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Ah, this feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing you down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake Scott rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down.
Time for What You Got Wednesday. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday on 2 5-selections drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out to the listeners for a vote. What happened last week, Christian?
Last week, the greatest Utah sports villains. Jake, you won that one 62-38. And famous gamblers, Ben won that one 60-40.
So I have Ben has the first pick in the sports one. I have the first pick in the not sports one. I don't think I'm not feeling confident at all in either draft today. I'm really not.
One
and
of
you
them
think
is so right up your alley.
You think it is, but I feel like I'm missing a bunch. But what's our sports related one today?
In honor of Ben's guy, Jordan Clarkson, getting a ring with the Knicks, we're going to go with the local players to win an NBA championship.
So anybody who's associated with state of Utah basketball to win a championship.
Yes, you played college here or you played for the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
Do you think there's an obvious number one pick?
Yes.
All right. I will go with Danny Ainge.
I think that's the pick.
Okay, good. I have a list of 10.
I don't know if I
took off.
I don't know if I can get to 10.
Okay.
Honestly.
Then I will go with some more niche ones.
All right.
And you take some of the obvious ones.
I'm going to go with Mammoth Kerr.
Yeah, absolutely. That was actually the first name that jumped into my mind.
Was it old Memo?
Memo won the year before he signed the Jazz.
He did.
Like months before.
Detroit couldn't afford to keep him, and the Jazz signed him as a restricted free agent, if I'm not wrong.
But it was like, it was well known the Jazz were kind of the obvious destination for him. Throughout that entire season, nobody knew about Carlos Boozer yet at that point. But everyone had said like, Mammoth Kerr seems like an obvious spot for the Jazz. A, they have Ben Wallace. B, they drafted Darko Milicic. And so Memo is playing there, but Memo is not a part of the future.
Okay.
All right. I will go with Sam Merrill, who won his rookie season with the Milwaukee Bucks after being the 60th overall pick.
Sam Merrill.
Sam Merrill.
Let's see here. I'm going to go with... You know what? Everybody loves him, so I'll go with Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan's the obvious answer. Jordan is going to be the name now that this is brought up for. People will always remember, Jordan won a title later in his career. But
and
you
he went
mentioned
through some pretty tough years with the Jazz.
Yeah, Jordan was the longest tenured Jazz man and saw through most of the rebuild. Not this season, but saw all the other three. All right. I will go with Michael Doliak, who won one with the Miami Heat, who had a very good career with the Heat. He's not a great player, but had a good career. Lasted a very long time in the NBA, and ended up winning one, I think, on the Dwayne Wade Shaq team. I think he was the backup. I don't know if he played at all. Certainly not in the playoffs.
All right, we might need a ruling on this one.
Okay.
Jason Terry.
Okay, because he signed with the Jazz?
Because he's a coach.
Oh, he's a coach?
He's a great pick. He's a coach with the Jazz. That's what I was thinking.
No,
Not signed with the Jazz, but coach with the Jazz.
No, I think that's a great pick. I got no problem with that at all. Didn't even think of Jason Terry. It's a good one. All right. I'm going to go really niche here. The only Salt Lake Community College member, go Bruins, Gary Payton II. Just crazy he played at Slick and then won a title with the Warriors.
Yeah, good for him. That was a great story when he played for Slick.
Very cool story.
Yeah, it was a great story.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Gary Payton II ends up back in Utah this offseason.
Okay,
I could be totally wrong. That's a guess.
I'm going to go with Jason Terry's teammate, Deshaun Stevenson.
Good pick. Have Deshaun on my list. You know what? Also a good career.
Oh, okay, absolutely a good career. I don't think he ever made an all-star team, but he was a key player in some decent Washington Wizards teams.
Started on a finals team.
And started on a finals team.
Yeah.
And had a cool Abraham Lincoln tattoo
And
on
was
his
there
neck.
like, he's our stopper. You know, he was our perimeter defensive stopper.
And had some really nice things to say about the Jazz and Jerry Sloan, even though it did not end well here. He's an excellent example of somebody who looked back and said, well, maybe that was a little more about me than it was them.
All right. How many do we have?
You each have one more.
Okay.
There's some funny ones you guys are leaving off, actually.
I will go with Andrew Bogut. 1-1 with the Warriors. Number 1 overall pick. Again, that's low-key, maybe not even low-key, a great career. Number 1 overall pick, and you win a title, and you were starting on that titles team. He was not a part of the death lineup, but he was on their first title team, correct? He was kind of the center they needed to get over the top.
Now what do I want to go with this? Because, more people will know this guy. I'm going to go with Greg Foster.
Okay. 1-1 with the Lakers.
1-1 with the Lakers.
Yes, he did.
And I tried to see Brian Russell 1-1 with the Lakers.
I thought he
was
did
with
too.
the Lakers
I could have
for a
sworn he
second,
did.
and he did not.
He lost in the Carl year. He was on the Carl team.
And they lost.
They lost.
So I'm going to go with Greg Foster, who did win one with the Lakers.
Okay.
I also thought of going with Scott Pollard, who, as we know, played high school here, and he won one with the Celtics, but I don't think that would have gotten me any votes.
I agree. That would not.
I thought Jeff Judkins would have won one with the Celtics, and he did not.
No, there are some other names that we did not vote here.
Well, Bobby Hansen with the Bulls.
Bobby Hansen. Dylan Jones has won 2 championships. He played for Weber State. He won one last year with Oklahoma City and got bought out and ended up or traded to the Knicks this year and won a second one. He's 2 for 2, which is one of the funnier stories. Richard Jefferson ended up being on the LeBron team that beat the Warriors.
Mo Williams.
Mo Williams, very good pick.
Derek Fisher.
Yeah, Derek Fisher.
I thought
obviously.
of Derek Fisher, but he's so unpopular, nobody's going to vote for him.
And THT.
Oh, Taylon.
Hot dog?
He got a Mickey Mouse
the
title.
COVID ring.
Oh, that doesn't count.
Kyle Kuzma also won the COVID ring, right? In his rookie season. So Kuz has one.
All right. I'm still happy with my Greg Foster.
I also think I think Danny Raines got one or Danny Farron got one. I don't know. So one of those old Utes got one. Recap.
Ben, you had the number 1 pick. He went Danny Ainge, Sam Merrill, Michael Doliak, Gary Payton II, and Andrew Bogut. Jake went Mehmet Okur, Jordan Clarkson, Jason Terry, Deshaun Stevenson, and Greg Foster.
All right.
Fun list.
What is our not sports topic today?
This one, right up Jake's alley. Celebrity train wrecks.
Celebrity train wrecks. And I have the number 1 pick.
In honor of...
Leave Brittany alone!
I'm good. I don't know. She's the reason for the draft. I think she's the number 1 pick.
Her downfall, the fact that she hasn't come out of it is not a great look.
No, but do you remember the head shaving thing? And she was partying it up with Paris Hilton every single night to the point where they thought she was legitimately crazy and put her in what do they call that? A conservatorship for a decade or whatever it was.
Yep.
And to have a whole movement to get her freed from said conservatorship, only to have her still...
Only for everyone to realize, there
she's
was a good
total
reason
train
she
wreck.
was in that.
Yep.
That was a good thing, actually.
Uh-huh.
Yes, the right pick. All right, I will go with the next one that was obvious to me, even though she has rebounded some. Good for her. Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah.
I mean, the...
Train wreck.
Yeah. We've all seen the DUI photos, and it just got messy quickly, but good for her. She grew up, and I think that's a lot of this is just people going through difficult adolescence or turning into an adult with a lot of money and in the spotlight.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, yeah, great one. Still in the midst of his episode.
Uh-huh.
Whatever's going on.
He might be the most recent to be arrested on this list.
We'll see who gets drafted.
We'll see where we go.
He was arrested in Mardi Gras this year.
Yes, he was.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You got a more recent one?
I don't know if I do on my list, but that's the nice thing about a train wreck is they're all might happen during the show.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll go with Kanye. Kanye also, just train wreck. Was truly on top of the world for a little while. I mean, was the most famous pop star of any kind, celebrity, I think, for a stretch. And is like toxic to be around now? Kanye West.
I'm going to dip into the world of sports.
Okay.
The Rodman. Dennis Rodman.
Describe the train wreck.
Train wreck to this day.
He's not doing great.
Had a reality show follow him around because he's basically an alcoholic.
Not basically. Allegedly.
Was the first American to set foot in North Korea in a long time, I
Sounds
guess.
like an American hero
but
to me.
simply because he was a train wreck. And then came back and said how great it was because they kept him drowned in booze the whole time he was there.
Yeah, because Kim Jong-un was a huge Bulls
fan. And he was a train wreck when he played. There's no doubt. I mean, that was part of his appeal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, disappeared for a season or part of a season to go to Vegas. Showed up in that wedding dress. Do you remember that phenomenon?
Of course.
Dennis Rodman.
I'll go Charlie Sheen.
Train wreck for
Train
sure.
wreck. Charlie Trainwreck, I call him.
Even went on a comedy tour based on the train wreck. Do you remember that? Just ranting and raving on stage, but sold tickets to it?
Yeah. Charlie Sheen, Trainwreck.
Really liked crack.
Apparently. Likes everything.
No, I went on record saying he doesn't like heroin.
Oh, okay.
He's really into crack. Crack was his thing.
Yeah.
Never
Apparently
liked,
that's the thing.
Never liked the opiates.
Wouldn't know. Thankfully.
I'm going to go with Conor McGregor.
Great one. He's trying to do a comeback tour right now.
Huge train wreck. Fighting people in bars over somebody said his whiskey sucked.
Maniac.
And he beat him up.
Maniac. Yeah. A danger, an embarrassment. I'm with you. Train wreck. What is it, my third, Christian?
Fourth, I think. No, you're third.
This will be my fourth. Oh, man, I got to get some good ones here. Don't want to waste them. All right, I will take... Give me Johnny Depp. Train wreck.
Not according to a court of law. It was, what's her name?
Amber Heard?
Yeah, she was the train wreck.
Yeah, but we all have eyeballs. We can all see that Johnny also went from being a super celebrity and one of the, if not the biggest actor on the planet, to spending $500,000 shooting, what's his name's ashes out of the...
the writer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day. What's
Fear
his
and
name?
Loathing. His name is... Oh, my gosh.
I've read a bunch of his books.
Yeah, so have I. Well, I've read Fear and Loathing. We'll get to it. Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson. Thank you very
Apologies.
much. I've read the biker one.
Trainwreck. Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson. Trainwreck for sure. I'm going to go with this. This probably doesn't belong on the list, but you know what? I'm going to pick it because, man, was it fast and gnarly train wreck. Sharon Moore.
Oh, yeah. Great one. Wonderful pick.
I went heavy on the sports here, but Sharon, to be that big of a train wreck in that short of time and to lose
his career
that much,
ended during our show.
Yeah.
And I don't mean like the conviction came down. I mean the start of the story to the end of the story happened during a 4-hour show.
And ended with a butter knife incident.
And we got all of it in one.
We sure did.
in one setting.
That's a train wreck.
All right. Do I want to go really legendary train wreck or do I want to go more modern, kind of weird? Give me Alec Baldwin.
What, for shooting somebody on his movie
And also,
set?
like, the phone calls to his daughter, right? Didn't some of those come out? I mean, all the Baldwins have their issues.
And
I've
now-
started rewatching 30 Rock, and it is legitimately one of the funniest shows I've ever seen in my
Oh,
life.
it's great.
I've never watched it. It is.
Oh, really?
I'd never watched it
Oh,
before.
it's amazing.
And he's amazing.
He's
in
really
it.
funny, yeah.
And, you know, his Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee on Netflix was great. And then to be what he is now is a train wreck.
Married to a fake Spanish woman.
Right. And none of it looks good. None of it I'm looking at like, yeah, this seems like it's the right direction.
That is a funny story where somebody had to be watching her on TV and being like,
I know
you
her.
grew up right down the block from me. We're from Massachusetts.
Yeah. New Englanders. Where'd this accent come from?
Pretending that you don't know how to say lettuce.
Is that it?
All right, recap.
Jake, you had the number one pick. You went Britney Spears, Shia LaBeouf, Dennis Rodman, Conor McGregor, and Sharon Moore. Ben, you went Lindsay Lohan, Kanye West, Charlie Sheen, Johnny Depp, and Alec Baldwin.
When I made my list, it was all women, and I felt bad because men can be train wrecks too, and then I think I only drafted one woman. Amanda Bynes right now is a clear train wreck. Judy Garland,
Historic.
famous train wreck. Marilyn, famous train wreck. A lot of these are just drug-induced.
Bad ending there.
Corey Feldman. That dude is struggling.
Train wreck. Who was the Partridge Family guy? That
Johnny
had,
Bonaducci?
Yeah, Danny.
On my list.
Danny
Oh, that's why
Bonaducci.
when I Googled him, it didn't pull up. Danny Bonaducci.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Danny Bonaducci. I have him on my list, but I had him as Johnny.
I went down the sports. Sports has more train wrecks than probably they ought to.
Agreed. It's a lot of money. Quickly.
Miley Cyrus.
Miley's a good one, though she's like totally back and seemingly fine.
It's a mask. Amanda Bynes.
I just said it. Bam Margera also has like gotten himself out of trouble, and they have the new Jackass movie coming out. I don't know if he's even in it.
All right, there you go. Train wrecks. We'll get it up online for a vote. Again, I'm not feeling all that confident.
Well, I thought those were
I
fun.
think Memo will give me some votes.
I think Memo will get you some votes.
All right, we'll have more for you coming up next. It is the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Joining us now, it is Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports Pro Basketball Talk.com.
You mentioned Walker Kessler, and what do you make of that? What do you read between the lines, I guess?
This is, look, it sucks to be a restricted free agent in the modern NBA because your leverage is largely gone if the team that has your rights lets it be known they're going to re-sign you, which is rightfully what Utah's doing. Does it drive down his market? Yeah, that's kind of the point too. But the reality is they're not letting him go. They can match and force a sign and at worst force a sign and trade and get back other things they want. So I think this is the agent trying to, man, we're not happy. At the end of the day, the sides will come to a number and agree to it. And if he's really frustrated, you push for a shorter deal. You try to get back on the market sooner, and maybe Danny's good with that, and you figure something out.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Ben, we love Beehive. We love the crock pot meals. We love how little effort goes into preparing delicious food, and we're super excited about the rollout of their brand new product. And we've tried it. We've tasted many of them, and they are great. They're brand new flat top meals.
Yeah, the menu for June is awesome. Chicken fajitas, sloppy joes, patty melts, carne asada. But they even have ham and egg breakfast skillets. So they have a lot of different options for you. I've told you I love it. I like putting new food in front of my kids that I'm not going to prepare myself. I'm not going to go to the grocery store and chop and marinate and do whatever I have to make sure that it's in front of them, and then maybe they don't like it. Beehive takes care of all that. And by the way, the kids have loved every single piece that I put in front of them. Yeah, you take it out of the freezer, you put it in the fridge, it thaws out, you throw it on the flat top, and it's ready to go. You have home-cooked flavors, smells inside your home, and it's all done for you.
No measuring, no chopping, none of that stuff. It is so very simple. Even Ben and I can do it. So if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We're seeing some heavy delays eastbound and westbound on SR 201 approaching the West Belt. We've also got slowdown southbound I-15 from downtown to 2100 South, and again from 4500 South down into Bluffdale. Northbound I-15 also stacked up and slow from Murray into the Woods Cross area. Hey, at UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, and we move what matters. You. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts and the Utah Sports Commission. Save 25% on ticket face value with a savings coupon for participating O'Reilly Auto Parts stores within a 25-mile radius. See savings coupon for details. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium July 2nd through the 4th.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm sure we have lots of people who are weighing in on the train wreck one. We probably left a lot of meat on that bone.
Use the, what do we call? Are we calling it the voicemail feature?
I think we've got to.
Okay.
I like call in better, but it's somebody changed it.
It's the same feature. It just has a different name.
It's now called voicemail.
The voicemail feature on the KSL Sports app.
So if you have something to say, leave a voicemail. Doesn't have quite the ring to it, but whatever.
I think that was a mistake.
Well, they didn't consult us, Ben. They should have.
And we're the ones who use it.
We are the ones who use it. But anyway, if we miss somebody on the train wreck front, definitely leave a voicemail, or even local players with a ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jet, Jason Terry, man.
That was a good pick. I didn't think about that.
Assistant coach. Key component on that Dallas Mavericks championship. That
he won Sixth Man of the Year that year, right?
Did he? He wouldn't surprise me. But Mark Cuban's still making hay on that title.
Absolutely.
How do you know Mark Cuban, his Mavericks won a title? He'll tell you about it in about 5 seconds.
And more importantly, he'll tell you how much he did.
Even though he completely ignored the bad behavior of the president of the team, right? He was so involved.
Oh, that Mavericks front office was a wreck.
Just not with that. All right, good times. It's time for the Audio Vault.
He won the Sixth Man 2 years before that, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah.
Today's selection comes from the world of tennis, as I'm assuming that they're having all these tournaments ramping up for Wimbledon, because they're doing all these grass tournaments. And here was a player who won his match. He's a guy from France. I won't try and butcher his name. But he had a controversial post-match interview. You ready?
Corentin Moutet.
Okay, here you go.
142 mile an hour second serve. How tough is it to return that?
That's so frustrating. You know, when I had the match point, I was on the second serve. Okay, you aim in the middle. Whatever you do, you just put the ball in the court, and then he hates me 142. I was like, I would have to serve, and I would have to.
No F-bombs, please. No. Right, Corentin. I'm going to ask you one more question. Apologies, everyone, for the language there. I'm going to ask you one more question, so please keep it clean, okay? You on the grass last week, unfortunately, didn't go your way. What's it like to get your first victory? Okay. Corentin, we need to improve that for the next round. Apologies, everyone. Corentin Muti.
Muti.
I've heard both, but that's fine. Yeah, she knows what she's saying, certainly more than I do. You and I have had some complaints about Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. Just at some point, they decided, that's just how we're going to talk now during
official post-game press conferences.
You guys know what the deal is here. This is kids are watching. We got to broadcast it. It's going on the radio. It's going on TV.
You're just creating work for somebody else.
Kevin Love is doing it more than anyone right now. And it's just I get it, dude. You've been through the ringer and you're going to the Hall of Fame. You've seen it all. And you feel like you're an adult talking to adults. But you're not. You're not just talking to adults is the problem. You wouldn't do that at a Boys and Girls Club.
Well, I just feel bad for the reporter who's going to be held responsible, or at least she thinks that she does. I do not, cursing doesn't bother me, whatever. Sure. I more mean the, you're not doing yourself any favors. But have I ever told you my thing about tattoos? And I'm fine with tattoos too. But at what point do so many people get tattoos that they become not counterculture? You know what I mean? When I was growing up, if somebody got a boss tattoo, it meant that they were dangerous and out of, I don't know, the mainstream. Going back even further, right? Nowadays, I don't know if people with tattoos outnumber people who don't have tattoos, but it's got to be close.
Certainly closer than it's ever been.
At what point does the scale tip to where it's not counterculture anymore? It's not rebel. It's not dangerous. It's not any of that.
Yeah.
I feel like cursing during your post game or whatever used to be did you hear Charles Barkley had a swear after the game? Everybody just curses now. Politicians just curse in interviews. Athletes are cursing everywhere. This is your post-match walk-off, and you're saying the F word 6 times. At what point is it not, Donovan said a dirty word. How uncouth and edgy for Donovan Mitchell.
He must be trying to get his point across.
At what point does that lose that emphasis?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Or value or whatever you're aiming for there. I used to just, if an athlete cursed in their postgame, I'd go, oh, he's really been out of shape.
Yeah, something's going on.
Nowadays, you know what I do? I roll my eyes.
Yeah. It's Kevin Love's talking about playing at UCLA.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm with you on that, totally. And I'm not trying to sound like a prude. I'm really not. Other than, yes, it just creates more work for somebody else. I do think that part of this, though, obviously, and as somebody who has been in this spot, now I've never done sideline reporting. Once you start trying to correct a player who has all the power in the situation, they're going to go off.
Oh, she should have just cut him off.
Yeah, absolutely. She should have just said, okay.
All right, you're done,
thanks.
Dude. I'm not going to give you your post-game. I'm not going to give you your post-game interviews. I'm not going to give you your flowers. No, thanks. Have a good one.
I've watched the video. You don't even, it doesn't even pan over to the interviewer. You don't even ever see her face. But yes, the idea that she's going to have some type of control over this situation, other than she holds the mic, that's her ability. Okay, never mind. We're not going to talk to you anymore.
Never mind, pal. Have a good one.
Not saying clean it up, but I'm going to ask you one more question. Once you do that, it actually falls on you. You're begging him to say something.
Going back to the well
Going
that.
back.
And then he's just being a smart guy, a smart aleck. But I don't know. It's unnecessary.
Yep.
I once discovered rainbow sandals.
Mm-hmm.
This is going back to the late 90s, Ben. I found these great sandals in a beach shop in the Outer Banks, North Carolina. Fast forward probably 5 or 6 years, and some friends of mine that I considered on the squarer side showed up in rainbow sandals. Last time I wore rainbows.
Couldn't wear them anymore.
No longer a thing.
Yeah.
When are we going to get to swearing in press conferences? Just okay. All right. Seems a little juvenile to me.
I'm with you.
All right. We'll have more coming up next. In fact, we're going to talk some draft, Ben. We're very excited about this. We're going to talk some draft with Derek Parker coming up right around the corner. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has financing as low as 0% on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new 2026 Mazda for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 finance with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Greater Zion, no greater feeling. At Southern Utah's Copper Rock Golf Course, we embrace that feeling. Here, every swing is surrounded by breathtaking landscapes and world-class amenities, providing that perfect pairing of golf and unforgettable outdoor experiences. Come for the golf, stay for the adventure. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Attention commercial property managers. GoPave Utah handles seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Schedule today at gopaveutah.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The NBA draft is next week. Wild. It comes so quick, of course. The rumors are flying fast and furious. What are the Jazz going to do at number 2? What's Washington going to do at number 1? Let's talk about it all with our next guest. He covers the NBA draft for SI and on YouTube. He's Derek Parker with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Derek?
How's it going, guys?
We're doing terrific. Thanks for jumping on again. Derek, when we start to hear all of this smoke, first of all, it's Darren Peterson's not working out with the Jazz, and I reported that his camp really believes he's going to be the number 1 overall pick, and that's not why he's coming to, or that's why he's not coming to Utah. But AJ DiBonsa worked out with both places, but still thinks he's going number 1, and Cam Boozer's really rising late. Do you think this is real? Do you think this is a result of teams like kind of finally trying to, solidify their draft boards at the top, or you think this is just smokescreens?
I think it's a little bit of both, right? I mean, I think these teams are obviously wanting to keep their cards a little close to the chest. I think that just kind of gives you a distinct advantage at this point, knowing the player that you want and not necessarily letting that info out. So I think it can be some of that. I also think that, some of these guys, there could be some posturing. Obviously, Ben, you reported that, it's not as much Darren Peterson not wanting to be in Utah as it is just him thinking that he's going 1. To me, it is a little, questionable. I think with a player that did have all these questions just hanging around his season, it would probably be nice to get some answers at this stage. And that's just another way he isn't giving answers. So it's certainly interesting. I think that's just kind of the stage of the draft we're in right now. And again, 6 days out, this is kind of the anticipatory time for it. And there's just a lot of questions floating around, and especially with Darren Peterson.
What does your gut tell you? Who will end up being the best player?
My gut says Darren Peterson, but man, he's making it really, really tough to stick with that lately. I just kind of get my spider senses tingle when I watch him play basketball, I guess is the best way to describe it. I guess scout's intuition, maybe. He just really, I like the way he moves. I like the fluidity with which he plays with, the strength. We just saw how important strength was, in the NBA finals, where all of the guards are they're unable to be knocked off their spot. They're finishing through contact. I think he's got some of that. I think he's the best shooter shot maker of the 3. So I've stuck with Darren Peterson. It's kind of been a front to back through this class, but I've also said, and I told Ben this last time, I think all 3 are really, really stellar. I think all 3 are going to have all NBA upside. So it's kind of a pick your poison scenario here.
The eye test obviously matters. If people looked at stats and that was all they looked at, then Cam Boozer would be the number 1 overall pick. But the eye test isn't just, I saw this and that kind of reassured me. It's that truly the aesthetic of how these guys play influences us. Some guys look like other players, so we compare them to other players, even if they, don't actually do the same things on the court. But so why I ask this is, Cam Boozer is not all that aesthetically pleasing to watch. His passing is really fun to watch, but he's clunky. He's slow-footed. He does sometimes get burned, and even though he seems to recover, it's fine. People hated watching Rudy Gobert play, but if you were the Jazz and you watched him, you realize, he's going to help you win 50 games every year. But he's not necessarily fun to watch. How much do you think that factors in?
I think it factors in a lot. I mean, that's honestly a lot of why I have Darren Peterson 1 is aesthetically, he just kind of pops to me. But on the other end of that, Cam Boozer is also so dominant that I have him 2 as well, right? So I think the stats absolutely matter. And there's also a part of it where it's at some level, aesthetics can be a little bit overrated because he is absolutely dominating basketball games. And the stats, there's a lot of deep analytics that just are correct and just are objectively really good. And he passes a lot of those checks with flying colors. So you also, I mean, this is a trio of things, right? It's the eye test, it's the film, it's also the aesthetics. There's there's a blend here. You have to be really even through a lot of them. And honestly, he may not pass those aesthetic tests, but he passes a lot of other areas really well, and feel for the game being probably the highest among them.
You expect anybody in the top 3 or top 5 to trade at all?
I don't. I've talked about this before, but when is the last time we saw someone really get to the top tier? I feel like you can put together the Godfather package, right? Where it's the Thunder have 7 first-round picks and they've got a star player maybe they'll throw at you and all these things. But it's when you compare that to 7 to 8 years of a young superstar player, it's cost controlled. You get him in your system. You get to kind of tailor make that to what you want to do for the future. It's always hard to bet against that. And I think that's ultimately why teams just, go the direction. Just take the pick. This is your guy, and you can move into the future with your guy.
Derek, what I mean, outside of the top two, which again, we're in Utah, it's what everyone wants to know. But what storylines are you tracking now over the next 6 days? I mean, 6 days from right now, we're going to be looking at the draft opening.
I think trades is certainly one. Again, I don't think it's going to be the top 3. I don't think it's going to be the top 4. I think those are the spots that are really hard to break into. Now, 5 is kind of where it starts. So I think, there could be teams looking up. I really think Darius Acuff Jr. is going pretty underrated in terms of like really, really good basketball player, like legit winner, won games at Arkansas, did it in a spot where it's really hard to succeed, right? As like a true freshman guard, won the SEC, won some tournament games, and he had the stats to prove it. So, I really like Wagler. I really like Michael Brown, but if teams think that they can trade up and get Darius Acuff at 5, that's very interesting to me. So I think looking at trades, there's going to be movement. We don't know what that movement is, but like something is going to happen, whether it is, the Thunder, the Kings, the Nets, whoever it is. I think there's going to be movement, and that's something I'd certainly be keeping my eye on as we continue to monitor this draft.
Somewhat controversial around here has been people forecasting what kind of shooter A.J. Bonsa can be and focusing on his 33% from 3 at BYU. How much do college stats impact, do you think, projections on what kind of shooter specifically a player can be?
Yeah, if I had the answer, I think I'd be working in a front office already, right? Like shooting is just so hard to project. It's a number of factors, right? Like I think you do have to kind of take the face value numbers. So like we're going to factor in the 33% on the OK volume, but it's also, touch everywhere else. Like A.J. Bonsa is a very touchy player. He can score in the interior, obviously really, really prolific in the mid-range. I think, where you score on the court matters. So the fact that he can both do it on the interior, in the mid-range, and beyond the arc, like I think that matters. The free throw indicator is a big one for a lot of people. So with a superstar level guy like A.J. Bonsa, at least offensively, I kind of just expect guys like him to figure it out. Again, the volume was there. The shot form isn't broken. I think it's very workable. So, I myself am going to project A.J. Bonsa to shoot the 3 ball pretty well. Now, it may take a few years, but yeah, I'm not too worried about his 3-level scoring as a whole.
If Darren ends up going number 1, Darren Peterson, and everyone will say, oh, his pre-draft process was fine. He worked out for one team. You went to that team. No problems. Cooper Flagg only worked out for one team last year. Victor Wembanyama only worked out for one team. Like that does make sense. But if he falls to 2 or he falls to 3, people are going to say that was weird. I don't think Ace Bailey's pre-draft process last year helped him. He ends up falling to 5, where had he done some workouts, maybe he goes 3 and makes a little bit more money and ends up in a bigger city than Salt Lake City. So I'm curious when players do this, why there isn't a more universal kind of pre-draft process, especially if you're not guaranteed to be the number 1 overall pick. How do you weigh that? How do you look at that?
Yeah, it's really tough. Again, like if I were to put myself in the shoes of the decision makers, I just want all the information available, right? Like we have that through the season. We have what he scored. We have, how many games he played, how many minutes he played, when he subbed out, when he subbed in, all of that information. There's also kind of the back end, right? Of like who he is as a person, like how he is as a worker, who, he projects to be down the line, what role he wants to play. There's a lot of questions I feel like that you can ask. They went through this in the combine, but you want to get him in your gym and you want to have him around the guys and be able to evaluate him. So in the information gathering period, to not go to Utah and give them more information, it's not great, right? It's just another question mark. It's more question marks on the docket for Darren Peterson. Whereas you have that with A.J. Bonsa, you seemingly have that with Cam Boozer. And, again, I have Darren Peterson 1. He's not making it easy in terms of keeping him there, especially for teams like the Jazz. Like if I don't have that information, to me, that's very important. So, yeah, it's a super loaded question and answer, but it's important, certainly.
It's not the draft, but any thoughts or takeaways with how the NBA season wrapped up and the Knicks as champs?
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable run from the Knicks. I feel like being based in Oklahoma City, covering the Thunder, it was like Thunder all season long, especially after the 24-1 start. And then the Spurs emerged, and it's like you just never looked east, hardly ever. Like it was like, well, whoever comes out of the West is going to win. And then, man, they put together just such a great roster. They did it on the trade market, which is really impressive. As like a draft person, I'm just impressed with the way that they evaluated players, like not through the draft. It was just fully via trade. So I also think that like we've become really infatuated with like non-traditional lineups, right? Like there's jumbo point guards and double bigs, double 7-footers and all these different things. And they kind of went the traditional route, right? Like they had a lead guard playmaker. They had some two-way wings. They had a good, solid two-way center. And it's like, they just kind of like got hot at the right time. They played really, really stellar basketball, and they went and won the championship. So I just applaud the Knicks. I thought it was a really fun run.
Derek, I went to this weird thing where, and I think we talked like right after the Thunder got eliminated and thinking like a lot of people probably, okay, Spurs are here. It's the Spurs' chance, and they're going to be, you know, atop the West for a while. And now that I've stepped back and the recency bias of seeing the Spurs lose and not look particularly impressive in the finals, if I had to pick my favorite to win a championship next year out of the NBA, I would absolutely pick the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think they're going to be back. I think they're the best team in the league again. In Oklahoma City, do you think that's the perspective?
I think so. I kind of waffle back and forth between San Antonio and the Thunder. I think they're both built really, really well. I think they're kind of built to withstand each other. So it really could come down to the offseason, right? I mean, the Thunder have decisions to make. Like, you're not going to be able to probably retain all of the players on the roster. The Spurs, in that same sense, is like, do you run it back with De'Aaron Fox? Do you try to move off him? Do you really try to make this thing work? Like, there's a lot of questions there too. So I think, you know, whoever seemingly wins the offseason could very well put themselves in the driver's seat with the other maybe a step behind. And then also, I just think the league is like some of the most talented it's ever been. Like, you're not going to be able to ever just completely rule out Jokic. You know, you're not going to be able to rule out Luka Doncic or some of these East teams. And then with guys like AJ DeBonta, Cam Boozer, Darren Peterson seemingly joining the Jazz, like, you're not going to be able to rule guys like that out down the line either in 5 years. So I just think it's a super talented league and could be anyone's still.
Is there a world where the Thunder bring back both Dort and Hartenstein?
I think there's a world. That's a very expensive world, though, I will say. It would take some hometown discounts for sure, especially on Dort's end. I think with Hartenstein specifically, like, it's almost a must, right? Like, look at the league right now. Like, I don't think Chet Holmgren's necessarily built to stand as like a true center for an entire 82-game season plus a deep postseason run. So Hartenstein's a must, if not adding like big depth in this draft. So Dort's the tough one. He's probably the one that you can feel yourself letting go of. But yeah, ideally they would bring both back.
The Jazz need a secondary ball handler, but really also a very good perimeter defender, and that's what Dort brings. What money do you think Dort is looking at? What's kind of been the speculation in OKC?
Yeah, this is going to be what most think will be his last like really big contract. So I'm thinking, you know, something similar to what he's making now. He didn't have a phenomenal contract season, so probably either what he's making now, which I believe is about 18 or slightly less, so 17 and a half per year, something in that range. And, you know, he didn't have a stellar year. He didn't have a stellar postseason. He's still really, really good. Like, he can hit threes. He's an all defense type player. We just talked about strength and like defending some of the biggest guards in the league. Like, he is that, right? He's like very, very stocky and just built out as a player in general. So like, I think he's very valuable and could certainly still bring some winning traits to an NBA team.
Well, that's good because I think the mid-level exception is like $19 million. And a lot of teams, not a lot, but plenty of teams get access to the mid-level exception. It seems like it'd be right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, 100%. And again, his last contract, like I think that while taking the hometown discount for Oklahoma City would maybe be a little easier on the mind, like, again, it's his last contract. Like, he's probably just got to go get paid, and then maybe they reconcile down the line. But yeah, if I were him, I just think a split is probably the best for both unions. Like, the Thunder can put Cason Wallace up top. Like, he gets to go get his money and seemingly stay in a starting lineup, which might not happen in OKC. So yeah, I would imagine there's a split pretty soon.
How are the fans feeling about Chet going into his big deal?
Yeah, I think it's a little mixed results, right? I mean, it's very, very fresh after the Western Conference Finals. You know, he just didn't have a great series against Victor Wembanyama. So I think there's a little bit of mixed reactions. I think there's one section that, you know, he's got to be better, right? Like, he's just not a shot creator right now. He's just got to add a little bit of an offensive bag in terms of like a go-to shot, refine the handling, speed up the three-point shot. Like, the hard closeout really, really mitigated his offensive impact. And then there's also a subsection, you know, that is the Thunder have waited years for a guy like Chet Holmgren to anchor the defense. He's 7'1", moves his feet really well. He has some of the best shot blocking instincts that I've ever seen. And he's what kind of makes the Thunder, you know, synergy work in terms of they have all these defensive wings and guards, but they're not going to be as good if Chet Holmgren isn't behind them. So they're obviously going to stick with him. He's a part of this team in this future. He's just got to figure some stuff out this offseason, which I think a lot of people think he will.
Okay, one of the seemingly favorite outcomes of the draft is the Thunder combining their picks to trade up. What do you think the likelihood is? Who would they take? And if not, are there two names they would take if they don't make a trade?
Yeah, I think, they're always going to keep their options open. That's just how it works, right? Like they are going to evaluate taking two players. They're going to evaluate packaging and going up and getting their guy. They're also going to evaluate going out, which I think in this class, like at Presti's end of season presser, he specifically said this is a historically good class. Also good news for the Jazz. So if they go up, I'm looking at Keaton Wagler. I don't think he'll slip past 5 or 6, but if he did, it'd be a lot easier for the Thunder to get him. I'd also look at Braden Burries. We talk about strength and NBA level physicality. I think he checks some of those boxes and has the requisite feel to play for the Oklahoma City Thunder. And then if they do stay pat at 12 and 17, again, I think it's a deep class. I think it's a really good class. And I think they could get two pretty good basketball players there at 12 and 17.
Well, Derek, we certainly appreciate your time. Thank you very much for jumping on with us. We appreciate the wisdom.
Thanks, Derek.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Derek Parker covers the NBA draft for SI and on YouTube. And then, as we talked about, covers the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Again, if you've watched tape of any of these guys on YouTube, you've probably watched one of Derek's videos. He does a very good job. Was just on with Yehu, your friends at Yehu, and Kevin O'Connor doing a good breakdown there. So fun to have Derek on. It is funny to hear. I hear people talk, and closer to the top of the draft, they say, like, it's not a generational draft. It's really good. It's not generational. And then you hear like Sam Presti being like, this is one of the best drafts we've ever seen. Everyone's trying to tamp down a little bit, I think, at the top, the high-end expectations. And then people lower down are actually saying, yeah, man, this is one of the ones. This is one of those drafts.
Except for, do they even really know? I've heard,
well, again,
this
Jabari
is the
Parker
draft. Yeah. And
Aaron Wiggins draft.
It comes and
Andrew
goes.
Wiggins, excuse me.
Yeah, it comes and goes. And you're like, well.
Didn't turn out to be that.
Not really.
Yeah.
It more stands out in football. I mean, how many in recent memory quarterback classes specifically has everybody said, oh, it's just like the 83 class or whatever with Dan Marino and Jim Kelly. And then it's never like that.
Yeah.
Anyways.
The Josh Rosen class, notoriously.
Right.
Supposed to be the class. He falls to 10. How is that possible?
Was that the Zach Wilson class was like that too?
Yeah.
Like that? Like that?
Yeah. And it didn't turn out to be that way. So, I'm not saying that people are going to be wrong in that assessment. I've just heard it before.
So the Josh Rosen class. Not that we need to do this right now, but we can go back.
Why not? We got time.
Baker Mayfield 1.
Nice.
Darnold 3.
Mono.
Josh Allen 7.
Uh-huh.
Rosen 10. And I think there's one more in here. Lamar Jackson.
So pretty good.
32nd. Actually pretty good.
1 and 3 didn't end up doing anything for the teams that drafted him.
No, Baker's fine. Baker's like a starting level NFL quarterback.
He's not a
Sam
number one
Darnold
pick.
has a Super Bowl. So that's like, if you had said any of these guys would win a Super Bowl, you would take that quarterback with the number 1 overall pick. A Super Bowl winning quarterback should be the number 1 overall pick. Now, no one thinks that Darnold is the main reason why the Seahawks just won a Super Bowl.
Oh, you'd still take Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson over Sam Darnold.
Sure, but I'm saying if you were to promise a fan base. Now, again, the problem is none of these guys won one for their fan base. In fact, none of these people have won one for their fan base that drafted them, including Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. But both Josh Allen and Lamar have MVP trophies.
Mm-hmm.
Darnold has a Super Bowl, and Baker Mayfield's still a starting quarterback other than Josh Allen, which means you came out of the barrel sucking your thumb, is the bad pick here. This is a pretty good quarterback. Josh Rosen. What did I say? Josh Allen. Josh Rosen is the bad pick here.
But that one turned out fine.
That's actually very good.
Not in the order they said, but yeah.
No, not at all.
Not in that order, but yeah.
Funny to go back and break this down. Baker goes 1. Saquon Barkley, great pick, goes 2 to the Giants, but doesn't win until he gets to Philly, but had maybe the best running back season we've seen in the last 5 or 6 years, certainly the best player on a championship team. Denzel Ward goes 4 to Cleveland. Cleveland had 2 top 4 picks. Bradley Chubb to Denver. Where'd Christian go? Quentin Nelson to Indiana. Josh Allen. Roquan Smith to Chicago. Mike McGlinchey, tackle, San Francisco, which I don't think worked out, right? Maybe it did. Rosen, and then Minka Fitzpatrick.
Rosen spent 1 year in
Arizona,
and then a year in Miami, and then was done?
Yeah, I think so.
We saw him play a heck of a game down in Provo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember that game.
I do, absolutely, yeah.
But no.
I remember that draft class very well.
So, yeah, I mean, I think most of the people that should know will tell you this class is really awesome, but you got to see it. You got to see it happen. The players have to hold up their end of the bargain, too. Like Andrew Wiggins never became a star, not because the potential wasn't there.
A lot of this comes down to who's drafting them.
I totally agree with that.
The players might be great, but if they're mishandled, they're not going to have a real chance.
Why I wouldn't want to go to Washington.
I would be very worried
serious
about going to Washington. Yeah, was the Wilson draft fine? Maybe, but he went to the Jets.
If he went to a different team, it might have been a different story for that guy. I totally agree.
Yeah, if I'm number one, maybe I'm the best player in this draft, but if I go to the Wizards and I don't believe they can develop me, which they've actually had some wins lately, Keyshawn George has been a good player. They've done okay. Alex Sarr's developed okay. We will see. But
he was the number 2 pick in the draft?
He was the number 2 overall pick in the draft.
Not an all-star.
Not an all-star yet. It's only his second season. But, yeah, we will see. There's a chance. But, yeah, Sacramento Kings ended up with the 3rd pick. Are you trusting them? Memphis, weirdly, has developed their players very well. They've drafted well. They've developed well. Chicago, not really.
No.
Like if Caleb Wilson goes 4... Caleb Wilson, not Caleb Williams. Caleb Wilson. I didn't put that together. They're going to have Caleb Williams and Caleb Wilson in Chicago as their high draft picks recently. If he goes 4 and turns into Patrick Williams, who I think was their last number 4 overall pick, well, Patrick Williams is viewed as having the worst contract in the NBA. Is that Patrick Williams' fault or is that the Chicago Bulls? It might be the Bulls.
No, it is the Bulls.
Yeah.
It's not his fault.
So that's how you end up viewing a bad draft.
And I'm not just saying development, overall structure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who are they going to support you with, or what are they going to do, or how much are they going to give you? Yeah, I don't think Washington has been a productive environment maybe ever.
Mm-hmm.
If I were a player or a player's agent, I'd absolutely want to go to where I felt like I had a chance to fill a role and succeed, which is why I'm surprised these rookies aren't dying to come to the Jazz.
Yeah.
There's a role for Darren Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
You have to beat out Keontae George to get it, but if you're the number 1 pick, that shouldn't be a problem.
Or you start at the 2. There's
but then you have to beat out Ace Bailey. I mean, you're gonna have to beat out somebody, but it's not somebody entrenched like Trae Young.
But it's like, yeah, okay. So I don't know. Would you rather go to the Nets, which is like you might not win ever, you might not play important basketball ever,
at least not in the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, by the time you're signing your second contract.
But
you are going to get carte blanche.
It worked for Shea.
Hey, look, it worked for Keontae. You know, Keontae's
we'll
been playing on a team that's not winning at all. And now he looks really good. So that might be an opportunistic landing spot for some players.
We'll get to more coming up next. Walker Kessler continues to be in the news. It's the Jake and Ben Show. We'll let you know what's going on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got delays on I-15 in Utah County now. Going southbound, it's slow between Lehigh Main Street down to Linden, and northbound is bogged down to Orem to American Fork, and again from Timpanogos Highway into Draper. We got another slow ride today on northbound I-215's West Belt from 3500 south up to 700 north. Hey, Doug Smith has your summer ride. Their award-winning lineup features Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Kia, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Chevy, and more. Visit heydoug.net today. Hey, Doug. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Hey, when it comes to the financial well-being of yourself and your family, there are a few things in life that are more important. And if you're anything like me, feel like you're totally unqualified to make the proper decisions when it comes to something so very important. Trajan wants to be a team of folks on your side to help you, just like they help me, make the right decisions to best accomplish my goals. Give them a call and sit down with them. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. They're going to get to know you. They're going to find out what your needs are. They're going to find out when you want to retire. What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? Set those goals and then show you what they can do for you. And now that they've moved Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, you can truly have all of your financial needs under one roof, one team working together for your success. So 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or you can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments, clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, shout out to Derek Parker, who joined us in the last segment for our Live at 5 segment, which is brought to you, as always, by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Shout out to Derek for jumping on with us. we get all our material, of course, in podcast form for our friends from the future, but we like to isolate the interview. So if you just want to hear Derek, we'll get that up there for you.
Yep.
Ben, we've been talking about the Walker Kessler Jazz news. There's been some other Jazz news reported by Tim McMahon, I believe, that the Jazz likely will not give Keontae George a deal on extension for next year, this offseason.
Yeah. And again, probably for the same reason that they aren't giving Walker a deal, slightly different. They wanted to protect all their flexibility, and that changed some this year after going out and getting Jaren Jackson Jr. But again, truthfully, Keontae George has played 50 good games.
It wouldn't surprise me if they want to see him do it when games are actually mattering.
Or, and again, this is, the other rumor, which I think might be a little too cute, but the other rumor is that, well, yeah, the agent for Darren Peterson, the agent for Keontae George are the same person, so they don't want him to get drafted together on the same team. But the truth is, if Darren Peterson comes in here and is obviously the future at that position, then the Jazz will be happy that they haven't already paid Keontae, or they will pay him less, or they'll trade him and say, oh, yeah, he's not the guy. Darren's going to be the guy. That isn't good for Keontae or his agent necessarily. So, that absolutely can factor in. I think it gets a little cute, and we're like, oh, yeah, they're never going to let him go to the Jazz. It's yeah, he has the same agent as Bryce Sensabaugh, too. They both got drafted the same draft.
Well, it's not up to them, but it wouldn't surprise me if they don't want their two players facing off for playing time.
Competing for money.
It is going to cost one of them money, and it's not Darren Peterson.
And then it's probably a headache
Yeah.
for that agent, actually, because Keontae says, hey, I want to play more. And he says, well, yeah, my other player is the guy who's playing in front of you.
So if they're trying to make it so that doesn't happen, it wouldn't shock me in the slightest.
I agree. But yes, it's not up to him.
It's not up to them. But if that's part of the reason why Darren Peterson doesn't want to meet with the Jazz, absolutely I'd buy that.
Yeah. And all of this is just tricky. And you know what? The nice thing is the Jazz do have the power there because, again, Keontae would hit restricted free agency, and then we're going to be going through this again next year with Keontae if a deal, in fact, does not get done. And you know what? Again, as we talked about, the truth is here, regardless of what happens, Ace isn't going to be thrilled if A.J. DeBonsa gets drafted.
Or Darren Peterson.
Because, yeah, Ace, there's a real argument that he should move to the bench because Darren might not be a better player day one, but he does fit what that two guard is supposed to be more easily, more cleanly.
Well, Ace now becomes no longer to become a star guy.
Correct. He's not the highest pick on the team, and it might be a similar position.
And the team isn't as desperate for somebody to emerge as that star who's a draft pick.
But
I mean, they would love it if it turned out to be Ace Bailey. They're not going to say no.
Yeah, while Darren might step on the toes of Keontae or Ace, or AJ would certainly step on the toes of Ace and Lowry Markkanen. I mean, Cam Boozer would step on the toes of Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lowry. All of these are true, but that is the nature of the business. It's why all these guys are actually independent contractors.
But they do come in feeling entitled to that role. I mean, I remember when Ennis Cantor was answering questions about his role on the team. He said, yeah, I should be starting. I'm a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
He legit said that. So there is that dynamic at play. I'm sure Ace Bailey thinks he is the next star of the Utah Jazz. I don't know if the front office feels that way. Maybe they do still.
Yeah, I don't know. But moving on or moving forward, I mean, the truth is maybe the team is Keontae George, Darren Peterson, and Ace Bailey. I mean, maybe that's the trio. Maybe that is the group. The Celtics thought they were going to be the Kyrie Irving, Gordon Hayward Celtics. They were actually the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum Celtics. I mean, that's what they became, and the young guys were better than Gordon Hayward and better than Kyrie Irving, and they just took over at some point. And no, the Celtics didn't do a great job getting those players out the door and getting value back in return, but that would be on the Jazz front office then to figure out how to get return for a Lowry Markkanen or a Jaren Jackson Jr. or whoever down the
Except for they have to figure out if they're going to pay Keontae now, and they
Correct.
don't know if he's going to. I mean, coming back to my point, I wouldn't be shocked if they want him to go prove it when they're trying to win.
Yes, absolutely.
I have gotten caught up in the other teams or in the Jazz trying to lose and how they try to lose. Well, you don't realize, or maybe you do, but the other teams rest all their players when they come through Utah, and Utah's trying to lose. So there is what is real and what is not. Is Keontae George scoring 20 points a game? What did he finish at officially?
24 points a game.
Is that real? Or is he just busting backup point guards in games that don't matter to the other team?
again,
because that's the thing. A THT can put you up 25 points a game.
Hot dog!
Is it real? Absolutely not.
We've talked about it. You know, you look really closely, and I tweeted out the photo. You look at Donovan Mitchell and Keontae George side by side. They're basically identical in year 3, and you're like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Donovan Mitchell, like, he's a multi-time All-Star, multi-time All-NBA player, probably going to the Hall of Fame. Is that Keontae George's future? And then you put the numbers right up against Colin Sexton, and they're even more identical. And is he Colin Sexton?
That's what I'm saying. Those numbers don't mean anything.
And
the Donovan Mitchell numbers were on a team that was a playoff team
Absolutely.
trying to win. I mean, that
matters.
is my point.
It does matter.
Those
Exactly
are
right.
legitimate numbers. I don't know what Keontae George. He was the story of the year last year. I don't mean to downplay it, but I don't know if do you run a big risk in ticking off Keontae by not giving him a deal this offseason?
I don't know.
I don't think they do either.
Do you lose him?
Doesn't matter if you do.
Yeah. And I don't mean lose him on the team. You can re-sign him. Again, he's going to be restricted
Mentally.
next year. Do you lose him? He bought in last year. That was the big difference for Keontae.
That was the story.
The story was the buy-in. The story was the maturity. The story was the leadership. All of those things. The story was coming in the best shape on the team by far. That's who he was. Does that go away if he doesn't get his contract? Like, do you lose Walker off of this? Like, does Walker not check back in? Because something happened to Walker in year 2, and he was not checked in. Not only did he not play well, did he check out because he was not playing well, or did he not play well because he checked out? But something happened in year 2 with Walker.
And then year 3, he had the
In year
adjustment.
3, he
and was
bought
awesome.
back in and was fine.
No,
But
I think it's a real thing.
yeah, that's the question.
We've been talking about that since last offseason when they didn't extend Walker. Do you lose
the person?
Do you lose the person? Do you lose the loyalty? Do you lose the buy-in, which is what matters?
Yeah.
And maybe you get it back, maybe you don't. You never really did with Gordon Hayward. And it didn't really affect him that much on the floor because they went to the playoffs with him.
But for Jazz fans who are reading this and seeing what's happening, I do think it's important to note that most of this I actually think is pretty standard. Walker Kessler's camp, specifically his camp, his agents, want more money. They want to get Walker the biggest contract possible, which is exactly their job. That's totally fine. And the way they say we're not happy with the Jazz's offer is A, they don't sign the Jazz's offer, and then B, they come out with an article to Sam Amick and say Walker's really frustrated by the deal. He's really frustrated. In fact, he's mad he didn't get traded to another team. And so the Jazz feel like, uh-oh, I guess we got to make it up to him and pay him. And the Jazz, on the flip side, through reports, Tim McMahon had this yesterday. There was another guy today on Twitter who had the exact number, 137.5 over 5 years. I've been able to confirm that this is the number, 5 years, 140-ish. Jazz want you to know the number. Because then everyone on Twitter says, that seems really fair, $28 million. Well, again, that's just the reserve at this point. The Jazz have made known what their number is, and Walker's camp is going to say, okay, well, if we can always get that, we might as well go see if we can get more. Doesn't hurt to see if we can get more. So that's how they're going to approach it now. And I don't think they're going to sign a deal before July 1st, which you actually can't sign it until actually July 1st. You just have exclusive negotiating rights. But they're not going to sign a deal on July 1st because they might as well get to the finish line of this part of it and see what's out there.
If there's nothing out there, if you're the Jazz, do you stick it to them?
Yeah, congrats. Now it's 3 years, $26 million.
Total.
3 years, 75. You know, no, I don't think the Jazz are putting a
That's
deadline
Ben Anderson
out there.
money there.
Well, that's why it's so hard living.
I mean, that's how you really create bad blood.
Yes, if you wanted to create bad blood, is say not only is there a deadline, you have to agree to this by July 1st, but the money goes down every week you don't sign. Yes, you would lose a player.
But you'd gain some cap space.
Sure, you would. Absolutely.
You have to trade Walker almost immediately.
But the truth is, based on the market that's out there, and here's kind of the catch-22 for Walker specifically, and a team that wants to pay him. If another team offers him $30 million, well, that's $2 million more than the Jazz offer. Well, the Jazz will just match it.
Mm-hmm.
So don't offer it. If you offer him $10 million more, and the Jazz say, oh, we've had him for 4 years. He's not worth that. Why are you paying him that? Why are you overpaying him $10 million? You better know him better than the Jazz do. And how would you know him better than the Jazz do? The Jazz have had him now for 4 years, 3 of them on the court.
That's not how teams think, though.
Well, you would hope they would. You'd hope they'd have some intelligence. Because most guys actually don't go out and get overpaid by $10 million. Occasionally it does happen.
DeAndre Ayton did.
DeAndre Ayton did.
You don't think the Pistons should have been like, wow, Phoenix really doesn't like him that much?
Carlos Boozer did. Now, there is the other aspect of this that I don't know if it applies necessarily for DeAndre Ayton, though it should, is James Jones made DeAndre Ayton the number 1 overall pick and was already a bust. He was pretty good. They'd made the finals, so they got caught in having to pay their own guy. I think they'd already made the finals.
They did.
They got caught having to pay their own guy the same way OKC paid Chet. Well, we've won with him. We got to pay him. And DeAndre Ayton and his agent knew that. So, fine, we'll go get a max contract, and you have to pay it. And they did. The Jazz did not make Walker Kessler the number 1 overall pick. He was the 22nd overall pick. And, in fact, wasn't even their pick.
But they still have to pay him whatever he can find out there. That's no different.
Yes, if they want to keep him. Yeah. But I'm not sure they're going to feel as pressure.
You don't think there's going to be another offer out there for him? I'm not so sure.
I think there will be an offer. I do. I think someone's going to make an offer. I don't think it's going to be $10 million over what the Jazz are offering.
No, probably not. But you wish it would if you're the Jazz, because it'd make the decision easier. Mm-hmm. If it's $5 million, that makes it a lot more difficult now,
correct.
Doesn't
the
it?
3-year, $33 million per contract is probably a little more difficult to swallow.
And anybody who signs an unrestricted free agent to a contract knows you have to overpay.
A restricted free agent.
Or restricted free agent knows you have to overpay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't seem that out of the cards to me. It could backfire off on the Jazz easily.
Yeah, absolutely could.
But the part of the reason he's grumpy, and to explain this, not to get back to it a couple minutes ago, he's grumpy that they didn't trade him to Indiana because now Indiana doesn't need a center.
Correct.
He's grumpy they didn't trade him to Washington because now Washington doesn't need a center. Not every team in the NBA with money needs a center, but there is one that's going to have money and does desperately need a center and does want to win now.
That's the Lakers.
And that's the Lakers.
Yep.
And their owner certainly doesn't care about a tax bill, but you have to be under the cap to offer in the first place. So they could sign Walker and then re-sign Austin Reeves and re-sign Austin Reeves over the cap, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yes, because they have Austin Reeves' bird rights.
You have to do that in that order, though.
Which, again, is why the Jazz haven't paid Walker. The Jazz were maintaining flexibility because you could have signed a free agent before Jaren Jackson Jr. to like a max deal if you wanted to, and then still signed Walker because you own his bird rights and gone over the salary cap.
So we'll see if they do that. I think they should consider not signing Austin Reeves, which they won't do. But I don't know if that's a very good fit next to Luka. But I do know that they have to have a center who's better than DeAndre Ayton to play alongside Luka Doncic.
And it's not a robust center market. Rob Williams, Mitch Robinson, who just won a championship with the Knicks, he's a free agent.
Keep ignoring Andre Drummond. I
Drummond.
think it's a mistake.
Vooch, who had a terrible series with the Celtics in their loss to the Philadelphia 76ers.
And is not the type of player we're talking about.
No.
As much as I love Vooch.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a pick and roll Luka kind of center. He's just not. And he can't guard anybody for being as big as he is. It's pretty shocking.
Right. He's not what the Lakers need specifically. Mitch Robinson
isn't either.
Rob Williams. They're more the rim running lob catchers, though.
But they're not very good.
They are not $28 million good, and Walker Kessler is.
I don't know if that's true either.
Sure, but that's the market for him.
He's better than
clearly
those.
He is
he's better than those two players.
The offer's there for him at $28 million, so clearly he is. He's already set that market.
All right, we'll get to voicemails coming up next. Stay tuned. This is Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Joining us now, he is the athletic director at Brigham Young University, Brian Santiago. A.J. Devonta comes in, and what a big get it was for BYU. But did that exceed your expectations, not just on the court, but how he embraced the community and the community embraced him?
A.J.'s remarkable from day one, all in for BYU. The one thing about this draft is I hope in the worst way he goes number one, because I know that's his dream. I know that he's put in so much to put himself in a position to be the number one pick in the draft. One thing that I do have a lot of confidence in, and Danny Ainge, he's the best in the business, so is Austin. They got it. They'll figure it out, and they'll do what's right for that franchise. It's going to be super interesting to see how it works out. I'm one that's pulling hard for him to be the number one pick, even though I'd love if he ended up in Utah.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last. Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made Jackson also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
This is Adam King with a call-in.
Am I the only one that's worried that the Angels are royally screwing up whatever chance the Jazz have of finally being competitive? Why is it so hard to get an extension with Walker Kessler done? Why is it so hard to decide who you're going to pick and tell Will Hardy to make it work? Why is it so hard to get the Jazz back on their feet? Do you want them to be competitive or not?
This is a message for Jake and Ben. Honestly, I'm surprised Ben didn't include his favorite train wreck, who he would probably leave me for, Taylor Frankie Paul.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ben didn't draft that either. By the way, you'd be a crazy person to leave Angie T for Taylor Frankie Paul. You'd have to be just as crazy as Taylor Frankie Paul.
Keep calling in, see what happens.
Oh, dude, you're doing better. You're doing fine. She can call in whenever she wants. She's a great call-in person.
Yeah, I love a train wreck. I love Taylor Frankie. TFP. Train wreck Frankie Paul.
I hard pass. I can't watch that show.
She's the very top of my I want to meet them list by far.
I told you should get into The Housewives. It's a better show.
I'm 3 episodes in. I watched it yesterday.
Okay, good.
I watched it yesterday.
It's a better show. It has better drama than the Mom Talk one.
Okay, I believe it.
I feel like because they're more seasoned vets, whereas the gals in their 20s are just whatever.
I was watching. It was just Jen Shaw at whatever the bar is downtown, across the street from Salt Palace, just laying into another woman. Just lighting her up.
Yeah, absolutely. Throwing stuff.
Wow. We're in public.
I'm telling. I like that one better. Christian, though, I know likes Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
I'm all in on Love Island right now, but watching it nightly.
Who's your favorite Secret Wives character, Christian?
Oh man,
Taylor.
No, not Taylor.
Taylor.
Taylor's my second favorite. I'm spacing her name. She's blonde. She's got the teeth.
Blonde with the teeth.
That's all of them.
That's a good identifier.
No. The one that was on Dancing with the Stars. You guys didn't watch that.
That was Taylor Frankie Paul.
No, there were two that were not Taylor Frankie Paul.
Oh.
One of them made a deep run. I think she ended up taking third. She left. They hate her. They don't like her.
Yeah.
Who's the one who's married to the BYU quarterback?
I don't know any of their names. I only know Taylor, the real star.
Who's the one who's married to? Who's the Engelman?
Yes, Macy.
Yeah.
Macy is the Engelman?
No, Macy
is the one that I like.
Oh, okay.
Her name is Demi.
Who's married to the Engelman?
Yes, her name is Demi Engelman.
All right. Well, there's the sports tie. I would argue that the Housewives have better sports ties.
Demi's not a star of season 4. She's
out?
A recurring character.
Oh, she's not a star. She's not on the opening credits?
Correct.
Who's your favorite housewife so far?
I haven't picked one.
It goes through some casting changes through the seasons, but the OG was still my favorite.
Okay.
Like I remember when I rode the elevator with Lisa Barlow. It's amazing.
Okay.
I was too starstruck to even say hello.
Okay.
And then the Rose. There's another sports connection.
Yeah, of course.
Has Sharif been in the show yet?
Yeah, he's on the first episode.
It's a very calming factor.
It's him and his kids.
His role on that show is to cool everybody out.
I believe it.
I'm still surprised he hasn't been asked more questions about that whole thing.
Do it. You're in the position. He was in the building earlier. I saw him today.
They'd probably never let me back to a practice ever again. Well, now that Witt's gone, maybe not. Maybe he'd be more at liberty to talk about that sort of thing.
I honestly thought as he was walking out, we should just flag him and see if he wants to come sit down for 15 minutes and talk.
He's doing a podcast with DJ?
I think he was on with DJ and Amy.
And Amy Donaldson?
I think it was him. I was just walking by a window closed. I only saw through a crack in the window, and I think that's Sharif Shah.
What a show.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you're into it. That's good.
Well, I didn't say I'm into it, but it is. I am through 3 episodes.
Oh, you'll be into it.
Okay.
You'll be all over it.
Okay.
Wait till you get to the reunion shows. Those are the best.
So many shows. So much to watch.
Is there?
There is. It's endless. Maximum Pleasure Guaranteed, which is my brother's show, so I've been watching that. Widows Bay, watching that. Love Island, watching that.
Honestly, you know what I've been doing lately, which I love? I've been going, I told you I have an LG TV that has all these random stations. I've been flipping back and forth from Las Vegas to Law and Order.
That's not just LG. That's every station. That's what TV is now.
Oh, okay, whatever. I don't care. It does not matter. I just flip back and forth from whatever Law and Order is on to whatever Las Vegas is on.
Okay.
That's it. Right back and forth.
Yeah.
It says LG channels. I figured that was because of my LG TV.
It's not like I bought I own a Panasonic and it has these specific channels.
It has the LG channels?
That's just all of the channels that TV has now. The digital channels you're talking about, everybody has.